Li Yunyan had just stepped into the bathhouse when she couldn't help but marvel at its luxury. The entire bathhouse resembled a palace carved from pristine white jade, glowing softly under the light. The jade was flawless, smooth as silk, and each stone tile was tightly fitted without any visible gaps, as if this place had been crafted by the heavens themselves. She cautiously stepped onto the jade floor, which was so polished it reflected like a mirror, worried she might slip. Slowly, she crouched down and reached out to touch the jade edge of the pool, marveling at the mingling sensation of coolness and warmth. The tactile pleasure was indescribable, and she couldn't wait to immerse herself in the water. Gingerly, she descended the stone steps and sat in the pool. The water temperature was perfect, continuously replenished by flowing streams. If her body allowed it, she could soak here all day. This is such indulgence, she thought to herself, recalling how even as an empress, she had never lived so luxuriously. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she heard the sound of someone entering the water behind her. She didn't need to look to know who it was. She casually swirled the petals floating on the water, pretending not to notice his arrival. The next moment, she was enveloped in a searing embrace, the warmth of his body surpassing even the hot spring. Her ears tingled with heat. Guingji's voice, low and raspy, sounded behind her. On our wedding night, Yan Yan abandoned her husband. Shouldn't I punish you for that? Their closeness was overwhelming, and Li Yunyan could feel the firm, chiseled lines of his abdomen pressing against her back. Embedded in the bathhouse walls were glowing pearls that illuminated the space, their reflections bouncing off the jade to brighten the entire area. There was nothing to hide behind, and Li Yunyan was so embarrassed that she dared not open her eyes. Guingji, emboldened, held her shoulders and turned her around. His breath brushed her ear, his voice laced with the satisfaction of a long-held desire fulfilled. Yan Yan, we are now husband and wife, truly husband and wife. Of course, she knew they were husband and wife. They had just performed the wedding rites and received the blessings of everyone present. They even had 3 children together, and would likely have more in the future. But she understood what Guingji meant. It was about their status. Now that they had this title, they could be together forever. Who would have thought that this man, usually so imposing, cared so much about formalities? Li Yunyan bit her lip and nodded slightly. Yes, we are husband and wife now. He pulled her into his arms and whispered into her ear, Yan Yan, my princess, my wife, my beloved. His voice was overflowing with emotion, and Li Yunyan, touched by his words, wrapped her arms around his waist. In a soft voice, she murmured, husband. He held her even tighter, trembling slightly, as if afraid she might slip away. She felt as though she could barely breathe. Opening her eyes just a sliver, she caught sight of his intense gaze locked on her. Water droplets clung to his sculpted face, amplifying his godlike features and exuding an unparalleled masculine aura. Their eyes met, and Guingji cupped her face, speaking each word with utmost seriousness. Yan Yan, I love you. Don't leave me. She nodded in his hands, her lips curving into a sweet smile. Guingji, I won't leave you. And then, a cascade of kisses rained down on her. A long while later, Li Yunyan, her entire body flushed from the hot spring, was carried out of the pool and placed on a jade couch nearby. The couch was covered with thick carpets, so she didn't feel the hardness of the stone at all. Lying face down, she noticed a bottle of lotion next to her. Guingji poured some into his hands and began massaging her sore leg muscles. Li Yunyan closed her eyes, enjoying his attentive care while occasionally giving him instructions. An hour later, he carried her back into the pool, where they discovered a spacious rocking chair nearby. Before drifting off to sleep, she rested her hand gently on her stomach, her lips curling into a smile. On the 3rd day after their wedding, noble consort Xiao took their 3 children away. Li Yunyan felt a pang of reluctance, but Guingji remained calm, reassuring her, Mother is lonely in the palace. It's good for the children to keep her company for a while. Her concern, however, lay in the palace intrigues. Will the children be safe in the palace? He immediately saw through her thoughts and flicked her forehead lightly. I told you to stop reading so many novels. My brother's position as crown prince is secure, and he has his own legitimate heirs. I have no ambitions for power. The palace is harmonious, so the children will naturally be safe. Rubbing her forehead in disbelief, she asked, "The palace is actually harmonious?" Taking her hand, he gently massaged her forehead. Father governs the country wisely, and the court is in order. Managing a harmonious palace is hardly a challenge for him. Perhaps she had been overthinking it. With the children gone, Li Yunyan lived a carefree life of eating, drinking, and sleeping. Guangxi no longer restricted her. During the day, while he attended to state affairs, Li Yunyan would explore Qingyang City with her maid Xiang and occasionally visit friends' homes for tea and flower viewing, leading an idyllic life. A month later, Li Yunyan suddenly felt nauseous and weak. Checking her own pulse, she immediately understood. The happiest one was the system. It had assumed that its host had no intention of having more children in this world after taking such a long break. Li Yunyan internally admonished it, "You need to be a principled system." The first child was for survival. The others were based on whether I found the right person. If there's no one I love, living in any small world indefinitely would be meaningless. So you hesitated because you couldn't decide whether to have more children with Guangxi or Xie Fengsheng. Is that why you delayed? You could say that. But rest assured, I cherish every life I'm given. I'll always do my best in every world and love wholeheartedly. You're the best host I've ever had. Li Yunyan raised an eyebrow. Then tell me, does this world have any hidden missions? Hee. After a moment of internal deliberation, the system replied, "In this world, Guangxi has already completed the hidden mission for you." Oh, what was the mission? The hidden mission was to fulfill the original host's wishes. She had 3: escape the landlord's home, avenge her alcoholic father, and live a happy life. The first and third were understandable, but the second? At dinner that evening, Li Yunyan tugged at Guangxi's sleeve. "Did you do something behind my back without telling me?" Guangxi's eyes gleamed with mischief. Guangxi felt that this was a tricky question, and just as he was about to kiss her to avoid answering, Li Yunyan blocked his lips. Her voice carried a hint of seduction. "If you tell me, I'll share some good news with you." His eyes lit up instantly. "What good news?" Li Yunyan turned her head aside. "If you don't tell the truth, this good news might turn into bad news." The temptation was too great. Guangxi scratched his head and finally gave in. "Fine, but if I tell you, you can't get mad."
"All right."
"I won't get mad." Guangxi hesitated for a while before finally speaking. "I drove Xie Fengsheng's forces completely out of Qingyang City." Li Yunyan raised her eyebrows slightly, surprised at this unexpected bonus. She kept her expression neutral. "What else? And those shops you frequent? I've had them bought for you."
"And?"
He racked his brains. "Does beating up those who dared to steal glances at you count?" Li Yunyan rolled her eyes, uninterested in these trivial matters.
"Talk about the past. Before now."
"The past?"
"Oh."
"Back in Lianjiang City, I personally dealt with those unsavory characters who proposed to you." Seeing that she wasn't angry, Guangxi became increasingly pleased with himself. Li Yunyan was speechless. Realizing she wouldn't get any useful information this way, she directly asked, "What did you do to my drunkard father?" A flicker of panic crossed Guangxi's face. After all, that was her biological father. Would she hold this against him? Li Yunyan propped her hands on the table, resting her chin on them, her eyes filled with amusement. "Just tell me. I won't blame you. I just want to know if he got what he deserved." Studying her carefully, Guangxi saw no hint of reproach in her demeanor and boldly began to recount. "When I went back to Taoyuan County to find you, I first sought out that landlord. He didn't know your whereabouts, but gave me the address of the person who sold you to him. So I went there. That person was your drunkard father. When I found him, he was bragging to others about selling you for a good price. He even said that if he ran out of money, he'd come to you again, and if you didn't comply, he'd sell you off once more." Guangxi's tone carried anger, and Li Yunyan quickly patted his hand to calm him. He collected himself and continued. I captured him and asked him about you. But he knew nothing and didn't care about you at all. And then you killed him? No, I didn't. He was your father, after all. So I threw him into a distillery. Since he loved drinking so much, I had people keep him company day and night, drinking constantly. Later, he glanced at her expression. Later, my men reported that he had drunk himself to death.
Li Yunyan smilat.
A drunkard who loved his liquor had died in it. This was entirely in line with Guingji's peculiar style. Her eyes glimmered with amusement, and her tone was gentle. Husband, thank you for helping me fulfill this wish. Guingji held her tightly. At that time, I just wanted to vent your anger. Later, when I heard of his death, I was afraid you'd blame me. She buried herself in his chest. You avenged me. How could I blame you? He tightened his embrace. Yan, I've answered all your questions. What's your good news? Li Yunyan grinned and sat up, pulling his large hand gently to her abdomen. At first, Guingji didn't understand. Is your stomach hurting? Or is it your time of the month? Li Yunyan laughed at his cluelessness, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Guess again. He thought carefully about what kind of good news might involve her stomach, and his eyes grew brighter. But remembering her previous mention of being unwell, he hesitated, afraid of saying something wrong and upsetting her. His lips moved silently as he debated whether to voice his guess. Li Yunyan playfully nipped his chin and stopped hiding.
Silly.
I'm pregnant.
Really?
His previously calm eyes suddenly ignited with an intense and fiery joy, his entire body trembling with excitement. His voice unconsciously rose. Yan, really?
You're
really pregnant again? He stared at her, searching her face for any hint of teasing or deceit. But as he saw the tenderness and certainty in her gaze, his last shred of doubt vanished. Joy surged through him like a tidal wave, overwhelming him completely. This news was the most precious gift heaven could give him. He held her tightly, his voice trembling slightly. Yan, you once said you were unwell. I never imagined we'd have another child. Li Yunyan had already prepared her explanation. I've been recuperating over the years. While at the other estate, everything I needed was available. My health improved a lot. But will this pregnancy harm you again? If it does. Li Yunyan quickly covered his mouth, shaking her head firmly. It won't. Don't forget, I'm a doctor. The baby and I will both be fine.
all right.
He hugged her again, as if making a vow. Yan, this time, I won't leave your side, not even for a moment. I won't let you face any challenges alone. I'll protect you and ensure a safe and carefree delivery. In his arms, she nodded gently. I know. I believe in you. True to his word, Guingji stayed by Li Yunyan's side constantly, even moving his official duties into the bedroom to work next to her. If someone needed to see him, they were directed to wait in a side hall, and he would return immediately after finishing the meeting. When Li Yunyan wanted to go out for a walk, he escorted her with utmost care, even deploying guards to clear the way, leaving the townsfolk nervous. 3 months later, her belly swelled dramatically, as though inflated. It was another set of triplets. Guingji became even more anxious, writing letters back to the palace. Noble consort Xiao promptly sent experienced matrons to manage Li Yunyan's daily care and assured them that she would personally select wet nurses and midwives to send in due time. With his mother's arrangements, Guingji finally relaxed a bit, sleeping more soundly at night. Li Yunyan, seeing how she had once terrified him, felt a pang of guilt and decided to comfort him. Unexpectedly, the usually insatiable Guingji restrained himself, sweating profusely, yet refusing to touch her. This left Li Yunyan quite frustrated. Under meticulous protection and care, Li Yunyan successfully gave birth to 2 daughters and a son. Noble consort Xiao personally visited again, bringing an array of rewards from the palace that dazzled everyone. She also brought back Yunu, Huir, and Shir. Li Yunyan hadn't seen her 3 children for a long time, and now that they were reunited, she noticed how much they had grown, taller, more sensible, and better-mannered. Mother Consort has taught the 3 children so well. While cuddling her 3 newborn grandchildren with endless affection, Noble Consort Xiao humbly replied, "These 3 were well-behaved to begin with. It wasn't difficult for me at all. Even His Majesty adores them and often asks me to bring them to the imperial study." Guingji interjected, "Mother Consort, why don't you take a few more of them back to the palace? After all, I have plenty of children." Noble Consort Xiao gave him a playful knock on the head. "You're already a father of 6, yet you still talk so carelessly. Be careful, or your father will punish you." Guingji rubbed his head and grinned foolishly. He genuinely believed having more children was a good thing. Whenever Yan looked at the children, her attention was completely taken away from him. Noble Consort Xiao shook her head helplessly and chatted with Li Yunyan. "Back when Ingji had no children, I was worried sick, afraid he'd live out his days in solitude. Thanks to you, Yunyan, you've brought me 6 grandchildren all at once. I have nothing to worry about anymore. It's just good fortune on my part. It's all thanks to your care, Mother Consort. The matrons you arranged were so experienced and took great care of me, which made the delivery go so smoothly." Li Yunyan then grabbed Guingji's hand and showered him with praise. "And the prince's meticulous care gave me a sense of security throughout the pregnancy. Every day was filled with happiness and peace." Guingji and Noble Consort Xiao were both overjoyed by her compliments, laughing as they doted on the children. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious, as if even the air had turned sweet. Noble Consort Xiao stayed in Chingen City for nearly a month before she had to return to the palace. When the day of departure arrived, she was torn. She wanted to take Yunu, Huir, and Shir back with her, but also wanted to bring the 3 newborn grandchildren to the capital to show them to the emperor. In short, she wanted to take everyone. Seeing her dilemma, Li Yunyan proposed a solution. "Mother Consort, how about this? You take Yunu, Huir, and Shir back to the palace for now. Then, during the new year, the prince and I will bring the 3 babies to the capital to spend the holiday with you and Father Emperor." Noble Consort Xiao found the idea agreeable, especially since the newborns were too young to endure the bumpy journey. "All right then, let's do as Yunyan suggested. I'll be waiting for you in the palace for the new year." The couple agreed in unison. But as the new year approached, Li Yunyan suddenly felt unwell. Upon taking her pulse, she realized, to her astonishment, that she was pregnant again. This time, the triplets were not even 6 months old. Li Yunyan hadn't taken any medicine. This was entirely Guingji's doing, with his relentless energy and no rest days in between. Gritting her teeth in frustration, she glared at Guingji. "What are we going to do now? We've already promised Mother Consort. Are we going to disappoint her?" Guingji, with a smug grin, shrugged lazily and said, "No worries. I'll write her a letter. She'll understand." "Humph." Li Yunyan rolled her eyes. "You're not allowed to touch me again. Don't be like that, Yan." Dropping his smugness, he wrapped his arms around her waist and solemnly vowed, "I'll be careful next time. Next year, we'll go to the capital together." Humph. As expected, another year brought yet another surprise. Li Yunyan was on the verge of losing her mind. If this continued, she feared she'd live forever as a baby-making machine. Finally, she asked the system to seal her fertility. After delivering this child, she decided there would be no more. 3 years later, Li Yunyan and Guingji, along with their 5 children, arrived in the capital to reunite with their family in the palace. By then, Yunu, Huir, and Shir had grown into well-mannered young teens under Noble Consort Xiao's careful guidance. Guingji had a sudden idea. He took the 3 older children back to Chingen City and left the 5 younger ones in the palace. While Noble Consort Xiao scolded him as a rascal, she cuddled her 5 grandchildren with unending affection. Back in Chingen City, Guingji kept Yunu, Huir, and Shir close, personally teaching them everything he knew. By the time they turned 15, he handed over all the responsibilities of Chingen City and their younger siblings to them. Then, with Li Yunyan, he traveled the mountains and rivers, living a carefree life and rarely staying at home. When the children turned 18, the couple returned to arrange their engagements and marriages. Once there were daughters-in-law to manage the household, they completely let go of responsibilities. They explored every corner of the land, practicing medicine and helping others along the way. Occasionally, they would stay in Chingen City for a few months before setting off in another direction. Their days were free and joyful. Each time they returned, Li Yunyan would check on the family's health. Thanks to her care, everyone in the household remained in excellent health, rarely falling ill. Over time, the family grew into a massive clan with grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and beyond. In their final years, unable to travel anymore, the couple returned to their estate to live out their days in peace. Li Yunyan passed away surrounded by nearly 100 descendants. After sending everyone away, Guingji lay down beside her body, holding her hand tightly, just as he had when they were young. Yan, you've always been delicate. On the road to the afterlife, I'll accompany you so you won't be afraid. Though his voice was aged, it carried a reassuring strength. In the system, Li Yunyan silently nodded at his words. At that moment, all her suppressed emotions returned, and she was overwhelmed by sorrow and longing for every one of them. System, after they die, where will they go? That is something you'll only learn in the future. For now, what you need to do is proceed to the next world and complete as many missions as possible. Pondering the system's words, Li Yunyan sensed a hidden hint. She and the system were bound together, and there must be a reason why it wanted her to complete more missions. System, block my emotions. Blocking emotions. Do you wish to proceed to the next world? Li Yunyan's gaze turned calm once more.
Yes.
Li Yunyan slowly opened her eyes, only to be blinded by a sharp burst of sunlight that instantly filled her vision with whiteness. She frowned instinctively, raising her hand to shield her eyes from the harsh glare. Squinting, she tried to adapt to the sudden brightness and discern her surroundings. You there, little maid. Come here, little maid. As she gradually adjusted to the light, she felt a gentle pat on her shoulder. Turning her head, she saw a girl dressed as a palace maid discreetly gesturing toward the front, signaling that someone was calling for her. She nodded slightly in thanks and looked ahead. A group of arrogant-looking servants stood in front of her. Glancing down, she realized she was wearing the same palace attire as the other maid and touched her head. Her hair was styled in twin buns, adorned only with 2 ribbons as decoration, with no other ornaments. So, she was now a palace maid too? Was this the beginning of a palace intrigue storyline? She had no time to process the plot details and took a few steps forward to curtsy toward the servant who had called her. The servant's gaze made her incredibly uncomfortable, as if he considered her already in his grasp.
Ugh.
Look at yourself first. Pointy chin, murky eyes, scrawny frame. You look like a giant rat. Get lost. The servant's sharp, high-pitched voice rang out. The grand servant will soon arrive to select personal maids for Xiao Beauty. Keep yourselves in line. First, don't anger the grand servant. Second, make a good impression. If you're chosen to serve Xiao Beauty, your life will be one of endless blessings. You'll owe me your gratitude for this opportunity. As he spoke, his eyes kept darting toward Li Yunyan, making her skin crawl. Internally, she called out to the system. System, transmit the plot. Transmitting plot. After reading the plot, Li Yunyan sighed. The original character was truly pitiful. Born the legitimate daughter of a 5th-rank official, her life fell apart after her mother's early death. Her father remarried, and her stepmother, after bearing a son and daughter, completely disregarded her. Forgotten by her father, she became a lonely, unloved girl. Life in the household was harsh enough, but as she grew more beautiful, her stepmother and stepsister viewed her as a thorn in their side. They withheld her allowances, schemed against her, and made her life worse than that of a servant. Her only hope was to endure until marriage, to escape this prison. But then, the emperor announced a consort selection. The emperor was a notorious libertine who held selections every other year, filling his harem with countless women, perhaps as many as 1,000, yet seldom granting anyone significant rank. Even those who bore his children received nothing more than token rewards, with no chance of rising to power. Worse still, he was known for his brutality. Stories of concubines dying under mysterious circumstances circulated frequently, with no explanations provided. He entrusted the realm's governance to a servant named Yun, who wielded immense power as the Grand Servant of the Directorate of Ceremonies and Overseer of the secretive Eastern Bureau. People whispered that he was a tyrant, ruthless and bloodthirsty, earning the nickname Lord of 9,000 Years. It was said that he once killed a palace, made on the spot merely for brushing against his robe. Faced with such a ruler and such a powerful servant, ministers were naturally reluctant to send their daughters to the palace. But when it was Li Yunyan's family's turn, her stepsister refused to participate, and they decided to offer her instead. Fearing, however, that Li Yunyan's beauty might attract the emperor's favor and turn her into a threat, they bribed a servant to ensure she was eliminated in the first round of selection. Rejected candidates couldn't return home and were instead relegated to serving as palace maids. Her stepmother and stepsister, still worried she might succeed as a maid, arranged for her to be sent to serve Xiao Beauty, a favored concubine known for her jealousy and cruelty. Xiao Beauty, who couldn't stand anyone more beautiful than herself, immediately had the original character's face slashed and sent her to the lowest rank of palace labor, where she endured endless torment until she died. Suppressing her anger, Li Yunyan observed her current predicament. She realized she had been called to stand at the forefront, where she would be the first person the Grand Servant saw upon arrival. Now was not the time to stand out. Quietly, she began to shuffle back toward her original position. The servant let out a nasal grunt. "Did I say you could move? Darn it!" Standing in such a prominent spot, she was bound to either be chosen or provoke the Grand Servant's ire. The animosity was obvious. There was no need to investigate to know that the servant bribed by her stepmother and stepsister was none other than this rodent-like man. She committed his face to memory. "You'll pay for this, rat face." As Li Yunyan seethed inwardly, two voices rang out. One was sharp and shrill. "The Grand Servant has arrived." The other came from deep within her mind. Ding! An exceptional male detected. "Host, focus on your mission and complete it proactively." Following the crowd, Li Yunyan bowed while cursing internally. "System, you've sunk to new lows. Even servants aren't off limits now." The system flung a photo at her, adding an explanation. "Host, Yun-yi is a fake servant." Darn, this was thrilling. She studied the photo, a brooding, pale-skinned man with sharp features. His icy eyes, thin lips pressed into a firm line, and high-collared attire exuded an air of restraint. She had never encountered such a forbidden type before. Instinctively, she raised a hand to wipe her mouth. Was she drooling? Yuni noticed her subtle movement and glanced at her with displeasure. This maid, standing so boldly at the front and lacking proper decorum, was impossible to ignore. "Lift your head." His voice was calm yet cold, far more pleasing than the usual shrill tones of servants, with a genderless allure. Still lost in admiration, Li Yunyan didn't realize he was speaking to her until she saw a pair of black, gold-embroidered boots before her. One boot lifted to nudge her leg.
"You."
"Lift your head." Li Yunyan was called out but remained composed, slowly lifting her head to meet his gaze. Yunyi's face was even more striking than the photo. His long, narrow eyes, rosy lips, and the teardrop mole near the corner of his eye stood out against his pale, porcelain skin. Dressed in a deep purple robe with a jade crown atop his head, he looked down at her with an air of aloof authority. Yun-yi was surprised as he studied her face. Her clear, innocent eyes made him frown slightly. How could someone with such looks have been overlooked? The servant beside him, Lord Yuanan, spoke. "You may all rise." Li Yunyan, who had already been struggling to stay on her knees, stood up immediately at his command. The other maids behind her also rose one after another. A faint fragrance reached Yunyi's nose, and he subtly stepped back. He raised his hand and casually selected a few maids from the front row. When his finger passed over Li Yunyan, It hesitated briefly before skipping her and pointing to the next person. In total, he selected 8 maids. Once he finished, palace attendants stepped forward to escort them away. Yun-yi clasped his hands behind his back and turned to leave. So quickly? Li Yunyan lowered her eyes in disbelief. She hadn't done anything, and yet she had avoided this disaster? Although she had plans to escape Zhao Beauty's clutches if necessary, not having to reveal her cards so soon was a pleasant surprise. Still, she had a mission to complete and would inevitably have to approach the grand servant again. It seemed she would need a long-term plan. While she was marveling at her unexpected fortune, the rat-faced servant was equally astonished. Despite his arrangements, Yun-yi had not chosen Li Yunyan. But then, a disgusting grin spread across his face. If she wasn't chosen, there were other benefits to be gained.
He wouldn't hold back.
Li Yunyan, noticing his lecherous gaze, felt a wave of nausea and considered poisoning him that very night to paralyze him. As she contemplated, footsteps sounded again from the direction Yun-yi had left. The rat-faced servant hurried forward with a fawning smile. "Lord Yuanan, does the grand servant have further instructions?" Yuanan's gaze landed on Li Yunyan, his expression complicated. "This maid, the grand servant wants her." Before the rat-faced servant could respond, Yuanan addressed Li Yunyan directly. "Follow me." Overjoyed, Li Yunyan curtsied lightly and followed Yuanan, leaving the rat-faced servant dumbfounded and a little panicked. Everyone in the palace knew Yun-yi never kept maids by his side. Why had he suddenly taken an interest in Li Yunyan? With her beauty, could it be that Yun-yi had developed a taste for companionship? The thought sent a chill through him, and he felt fortunate he hadn't dared to harm her yet. If she gained favor, his future would be bleak. Since Yun-yi had claimed her, he no longer had the courage to trouble her, but as for the bribe money he'd received from the Li family, he certainly wasn't returning it. Heart-pounding, he hastily ordered all traces of his prior meddling erased. Following Yuanan, Li Yunyan arrived at a grand palace. The Ziyun Hall? It was large and opulent, clearly a residence for someone of importance. Could the grand servant be sending her to serve another concubine? The servants of Ziyun Hall bowed as Yuanan entered. When their eyes fell on Li Yunyan behind him, they looked surprised but said nothing, quickly lowering their heads. Li Yunyan mentally mapped out the palace's layout. If she ever needed to escape, at least she wouldn't run in the wrong direction. Then she noticed that all the servants here were servants, not a single maid in sight. What kind of place was this? A servant training center? Her wild thoughts were interrupted when Yuanan led her into the main hall. As soon as she entered, the doors closed behind her. Li Yunyan wasn't worried. She spotted Yun-yi inside, flipping through a small booklet with a leisurely air. Was this his residence? A servant living in such a massive palace. Was that even reasonable? She stepped forward and greeted him. "This servant greets the grand servant." Yun-yi closed the booklet, his icy gaze falling on her. His thin lips parted.
Li Yunyan.
"This servant is here." His piercing eyes seemed to see through all pretense, scrutinizing her intently. Yet Li Yunyan stood still, her posture graceful, exuding an elegance that rivaled that of a concubine. After a long pause, he spoke coldly.
"Come closer."
With light, measured steps, Li Yunyan approached. Her skirt swayed gently with her movements, adding to her charm. As she drew nearer, Yuni caught that faint fragrance again. To his surprise, his persistent headache eased slightly. It had to be her scent. "What fragrance are you wearing?"
"Ah?"
Caught off guard, Li Yunyan sniffed her arm. The original character had been so impoverished by her stepmother and stepsister that she couldn't even afford perfume, let alone wear it. "Grand servant, this servant isn't wearing any fragrance." "No fragrance?" Yun-yi didn't believe such a feeble lie. Her scent was unmistakable, faint yet refreshing, capable of soothing his chronic headaches. Had he not already investigated her background, he might have suspected she was deliberately trying to get close to him. He slowly uttered 3 words, "Go and bathe."
"Ah?"
Li Yunyan thought she had misheard. Who told someone to bathe out of nowhere? They weren't even in that kind of relationship yet. And wasn't he supposed to be a servant? Did that not apply on his own turf?
This
Felt a little too sudden. Not that she minded. Seeing her bewildered expression, Yunyi's mood lightened, an unfamiliar sense of amusement stirring within him. Tapping his fingers lightly on the jade table, he said in a frosty tone, "What? You don't understand my words?" The coldness in his voice dispelled any inappropriate thoughts. Li Yunyan quickly replied, "Understood. This servant will bathe immediately." As long as he didn't send her away, she wouldn't miss any opportunity to stay close to him. But then she hesitated. Grand servant, where should this servant bathe? Surely, she needed a designated room for it? Yuni nodded slightly and gestured toward the jade screen. Behind there.
Ah,
Li Yunyan always thought her thoughts were erratic, but now she had met her match. Fearing Yunyi's anger, she stopped hesitating and stepped behind the screen. Inside was a large bath barrel, steam rising gently from the water. The hot water was already prepared in advance. Bathing near a man she had only met once, even with a screen between them, made Li Yunyan feel shy. She stepped carefully into the water, ensuring she made no sound that might draw attention. Ah, so comfortable. Leaning back in the bath barrel, Li Yunyan sighed in relief. The original character had probably never rested properly after entering the palace. Her entire body had been aching, but the bath was so soothing that she felt her pores open up. Hearing her contented sigh, Yun-yi tapped his slender fingers on the table. He found it surprising that she was still able to relax in his presence. This little palace maid seemed completely unafraid of him. Was she unaware of his identity, or was she just not very bright? It was likely the latter. Otherwise, how could her stepmother and stepsister have treated her so miserably? Feeling she had soaked long enough, Yunyi's voice rang out, "I didn't summon you here to enjoy yourself."
oh,
"Yes, grand servant, I'll be done soon." Snapping back to reality, Li Yunyan almost forgot her purpose. She climbed out of the barrel and reached for her palace maid's attire, but her grip slipped. The clothes fell into the bath and were instantly soaked. She let out a small exclamation and scrambled to retrieve them. Growing impatient, Yun-yi barked, "What's taking so long?" A damp head peeked timidly out from behind the screen, trembling slightly. Grand servant, my clothes are wet. I don't have any spares." Yun-yi closed his eyes, realizing he hadn't anticipated this situation. There were no maids' uniforms in Ziyun Hall. With a sigh, he stood up, retrieved a set of his nightclothes from his wardrobe, and handed them through the screen.
take this.
"Thank you, grand servant." The nightclothes were far too large for Li Yunyan's petite frame. She tied the belt and trouser strings as tightly as possible, rolled up the sleeves and hems several times, and finally emerged from behind the screen, looking sheepish. "Grand servant, I'm ready." Seeing her wearing his clothes gave Yun-yi an inexplicable, awkward feeling. It wasn't unpleasant, just strange. Lowering his head, he instinctively leaned closer to sniff her. That fragrance was still there. He inhaled again. Li Yunyan thought he looked a bit like a weirdo. Frozen in place, she wondered if she should just pounce on him and get it over with. Yun-yi, feeling unprecedented relief from his usual headaches, opened his eyes, which were as cold as ever. "You're certain you're not wearing any fragrance?"
No.
Li Yunyan shook her head, her innocent eyes meeting his. In that case, Yuni straightened his tall figure, towering over her. "From now on, you'll be responsible for accompanying me to sleep." Wadash. Li Yunyan felt like she had used up a lifetime's worth of surprises today. Accompany him to sleep? What kind of development was this? Yuni walked to the carved yellow pearwood bed and motioned with his chin. "Lie down."
Now?
"Don't make me repeat myself." His tone sharpened, as if disobedience would lead to dire consequences. "Okay." Li Yunyan quickly scrambled to the bed, kicked off her embroidered shoes, and lay down. The bed had only one pillow and one blanket. Li Yunyan avoided his pillow, curled up in a corner, and discreetly pulled a corner of the blanket over her stomach. After ensuring she was settled, Yun-yi lay down beside her with impeccable posture. So, he really just intended to sleep. Suppressing a hint of disappointment, Li Yunyan reminded herself that things couldn't progress so quickly anyway. The scent wafting from her body soothed Yun-yi, and his usual headache subsided. But her positioning annoyed him. The scent was too faint. Move closer. Okay. Resigned, Li Yunyan inched closer, feeling like a walking incense stick. As Yun-yi inhaled the calming fragrance, his tension melted away, and he began to drift to sleep. Grand servant? Li Yunyan hesitated, wondering if she could take a nap too. Be quiet. Okay. Watching Yun-yi close his eyes, Li Yunyan marveled. On her first day in this world, she was already sharing a bed with the infamously difficult grand servant. Though it was purely for sleep, this signaled he didn't dislike her. Winning him over would be just a matter of time. Feeling reassured, she relaxed and began plotting her next steps before eventually falling asleep. Yun-yi, hearing her breathing slow and even out, opened his eyes. Looking at her peaceful sleeping face, he murmured, "Already asleep? You're certainly carefree."
Li Yunyan slept soundly.
When she woke, she realized she was wrapped in a warm embrace and feeling hot. Too warm, she murmured, instinctively pressing her hand against a set of firm abs. Something felt different. Jolted awake, she remembered this wasn't her previous world. These weren't Guangji's abs. Praying Yun-yi hadn't woken, she slowly opened her eyes, only to meet his indescribable expression. Looking down, she saw she was nestled against him, her head on his arm, one leg draped over him, and her hand under his robe, resting squarely on his abs. Yanking her hand back, she rolled away and flashed an awkward smile. "If I said it wasn't intentional, would you believe me?" Yun-yi nonchalantly straightened his robe, his voice raspy from sleep. "Why aren't you addressing yourself as a servant anymore?" "Oh, right." Li Yunyan quickly corrected herself. "This servant didn't mean it. Please forgive me, grand servant." His eyes lingered on her fingers. "Do you always sleep like this?" "Of course not." Li Yunyan forced a laugh, hiding her hands behind her back. "It's because there was no pillow. That's why I ended up crowding the grand servant. It won't happen again." Yun-yi glanced at his nightclothes. Her hand had moved to his abs, but before that, it had been resting on his chest. Noticing his gaze, Li Yunyan quickly reached out to smooth the wrinkles on his nightclothes, silently chastising herself for bringing over habitual actions from her past life. This wouldn't do. Smiling apologetically, she said, "Forgive me, grand servant. Perhaps I was too cold last night and instinctively moved toward warmth. If I had my own blanket, it wouldn't have happened." He let out a low, ambiguous chuckle. "On my bed, you'd like to have your own pillow and blanket?"
Ah?
Was the esteemed lord of 9,000 years really so petty? Yun-yi read her expression and couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. For the sake of the good sleep he'd had last night, he decided to let her hand remain attached to her body for now. With a swift movement of his long legs, he got out of bed.
"Dress me."
"Yes, grand servant." Yun-yi disliked the scent of incense on his clothes, so Yuanan had already prepared his outfit for the day. Li Yunyan carefully dressed him piece by piece. She noticed that Yun-yi favored dark clothing. Yesterday, he wore a deep purple narrow-sleeved robe embroidered with gold clouds on the cuffs and collar. Today, it was a pure black silk outfit with silver embroidery. The contrast of his ink-black attire and hair against his pale complexion only emphasized his cold beauty. His pitch-black eyes carried an icy, sharp light that made one instinctively cautious. Internally, Li Yunyan mused that the people in the palace must be blind. How could no one suspect that such a masculine, handsome man wasn't a real servant? Her fingers moved deftly as she helped him dress, and her voice was soft and sweet. She even thoughtfully chose different belts and jade fastenings to match his outfit. Yun-yi inwardly acknowledged that palace maids were indeed more attentive than servants. Looking down at her, he remarked, "You're being quite obedient now." Li Yunyan's face lit up with a smile. "You flatter me, grand servant. It's my duty to serve you well." Her radiant smile and lively eyes exuded confidence and pride. Yun-yi had never encountered such a bold maid before. Not only was she unafraid of him, but she also dared to meet his eyes and converse with him so freely. Instead of anger, he felt a strange curiosity. He studied her for a moment, then turned and left. After Yun-yi departed, Li Yunyan glanced outside. It was still early, likely just after dawn. Yawning, she realized it had been a long time since she'd woken up so early. With nothing else to do, she climbed back into bed for another nap. This time, with no one to fight over pillows or blankets, she slept soundly. When she woke again, it was already mid-morning. Her first instinct was to call for someone, but then she remembered she was a maid now. She couldn't afford servants. Looking around, she realized her discarded palace maid outfit was nowhere to be found, and there wasn't a single piece of women's clothing in the room. Still wearing Yun-yi's nightclothes from the previous night, she thought for a moment before opening his wardrobe. Aside from undergarments, all the clothes were dark. After much rummaging, she picked out a cobalt blue silk robe. Rolling up the sleeves and pants legs as usual, she tidied her hair into a simple bun before opening the hall doors. Immediately, a young servant hurried over. "The mistress is awake? I am Yuan Bao, here to assist you." "I'm not a mistress." Li Yunyan guessed he had misunderstood her as Yun-yi's woman, something she was confident she would become eventually, but not yet. To her surprise, Yuan Bao panicked and dropped to his knees. "Mistress, please forgive me. The grand servant specifically instructed me to take good care of you before he left this morning." Could take care just mean to keep an eye on her? Li Yunyan decided not to argue. As a newcomer unfamiliar with her surroundings, it was better to stay on good terms. If Yun-yi got upset later, she could always placate him. "Yuan Bao, fetch me some water. If there's food, bring that too." "Yes, mistress." After washing up, Li Yunyan found Yuan Bao had brought over a sumptuous meal. Having eaten nothing since her arrival, she was famished and eagerly dug in. The meal included delicacies such as steamed quail, 5-flavored salad, crisp vegetable soup, shredded lamb in floral patterns, and steamed river fish. There were also desserts like golden milk pastries and crystal cakes. As she ate heartily, she asked Yuan Bao, "Are these from the imperial kitchen?" "Yes, mistress." When they heard it was for Ziyun Hall, they prepared the finest dishes to send over. It seemed she was benefiting from Yun-yi's status. Determined to hold on to this opportunity, Li Yunyan resolved to stay close to Yun-yi. After experiencing such luxury, she couldn't imagine going back to lesser comforts. "Does the grand servant usually return for lunch or dinner?" Yuan Bao replied his duties keep him busy. He rarely returns for lunch and only occasionally for dinner. "Does he have any dietary preferences or restrictions?" Yuan Bao thought for a moment. "Our master isn't picky about food and doesn't seem to have any particular likes or dislikes." "I see." Li Yunyan popped a bite-sized pastry into her mouth, appreciating the palace's meticulous culinary standards. After finishing the last dessert, she sipped tea to cleanse her palate and told Yuan Bao, "Take me for a walk around Ziyun Hall. I'd like to stretch my legs and look around." "Yes, mistress." Li Yunyan, still wearing Yun-yi's oversized clothes, strode confidently ahead, showing none of the deference expected of a palace maid. By the time her tour ended, everyone in Ziyun Hall had heard about the new mistress, who was clearly favored by the grand servant, even wearing his clothes. When Yun-yi returned, he found Li Yunyan under the pear tree in the courtyard, collecting fallen blossoms into a silver tray. Seeing him, she beamed and approached. "Grand servant, have you had dinner yet? I've been waiting to eat with you." Her tone was so natural that Yun-yi felt, wouldn't it be impolite to get angry now? He sighed inwardly, staring at her for a long moment before frowning and asking, "Why are you collecting flower petals?" Li Yunyan lifted the silver tray with a smile. "Oh, this? I can brew pear blossom wine with them. Once it's ready, I'll let the grand servant have a taste." Her speech was utterly casual, shifting between you and me without regard for decorum. Yuanin furrowed his brows at her impropriety, glancing nervously at Yun-yi's expression, unsure if he should reprimand her. Yun-yi, however, remained calm and said slowly, You seem quite carefree. Li Yunyan grinned, ran back to put the tray away, then returned and looked up at him. Grand servant, shall we have dinner? Her clear, bright eyes sparkled in the glow of the setting sun. Yun-yi decided not to fuss today, letting out a low hum from his throat. Her eyes curved into a crescent-shaped smile as she practically skipped to lead him inside. The dinner table was already set with dishes sent from the imperial kitchen. Yun-yi sat down, and Li Yunyan plopped into a seat beside him, picking up her chopsticks and looking at him expectantly with shining eyes. Yuanan gasped and closed his eyes, unable to bear watching any further. There was no bloodshed as anticipated. Instead, the sound of chopsticks tapping dishes broke the silence. Seeing Yun-yi start eating, Li Yunyan cheerfully began to eat as well. The imperial kitchen's craftsmanship was excellent, with every dish perfectly prepared and delicious. The faint fragrance emanating from her reached Yun-yi, melting away his fatigue from the day. After a good night's sleep, his headaches had been much reduced, leaving him in a better mood, which naturally made him more lenient with Li Yunyan. What seemed a logical explanation to Yun-yi looked like exceptional favoritism to Yuanan, who decided to treat Li Yunyan as the de facto mistress of Ziyun Hall. Li Yunyan's eating habits were remarkably appetizing. Yun-yi, who was usually indifferent to food, found himself eating more than usual with her company. After finishing his meal, he noticed she was still eating. Watching her with interest, he wondered how much she could eat. Gradually, he noticed something amiss. "Are you wearing my clothes?" Li Yunyan nodded, swallowing her food with an innocent expression. "This servant doesn't have any clothes to change into, but I can't walk around naked, can I? So, I borrowed yours."
This.
Yun-yi was momentarily speechless. Judging by her tone, was this somehow his fault? Realizing he couldn't get angry at her, he sighed for the umpteenth time. "Yuanan." "Yes, grand servant. Tell the wardrobe department to make her some clothes. Have the treasury provide her with accessories. She shouldn't keep wearing mine." "Understood. I'll arrange it immediately." Li Yunyan's eyes sparkled as she smiled brightly at him, her voice soft. "Thank you, grand servant." Her fresh, radiant smile made Yun-yi's gaze shift slightly. He turned his head away. "If you don't focus on eating, I'll have the meal cleared." "Eating, eating. This servant will eat right away." Li Yunyan dove back into her meal, while Yun-yi's lips curved almost imperceptibly. Yun-yi was fastidious and bathed every night before bed. Coincidentally, so did Li Yunyan, finding it necessary for a good night's sleep. When the water was changed for the second time, the servants carrying the basins seemed flustered, walking with their heads lowered as if they had misunderstood something. Li Yunyan nonchalantly grabbed a set of Yun-yi's undergarments from his wardrobe and slipped behind the screen to bathe. Yun-yi pinched the bridge of his nose but didn't stop her. Tonight, she washed her hair and emerged with a towel wrapped around her head, wearing his clean undergarments. She sat down in front of the bronze mirror. "Grand servant, may I borrow your jade comb?" Yun-yi glanced up to find her seated on his chair, casually drying her hair with a towel as if she owned the room. Already resigned, Yun-yi replied with a nonchalant Li Yunyan dried her hair halfway and began combing it, her hands growing sore from the effort. While massaging her arm, she sat in a daze, waiting for her hair to dry. Noticing her inactivity, Yun-yi asked, "Why aren't you getting into bed?" "My hair isn't dry yet," Li Yunyan replied, running her fingers through her damp locks. "What a hassle." Yun-yi tossed aside his book, gesturing for her to approach.
"Come here."
Li Yunyan hesitated before shuffling over. Yun-yi placed his palm above her hair, using his internal energy to dry it in a few swift motions. "Now can you sleep?" Delighted, Li Yunyan touched her hair and nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, thank you, grand servant." She immediately climbed into bed. As she prepared to lie down, she paused, noticing only one pillow and blanket. "Grand servant?" He shot her a cold glance.
"What?
"Do I need to beg you to sleep?" No, I can sleep." Li Yunyan quickly lay down, pulling the blanket over her stomach to avoid catching a chill. Though Yun-yi had slept well the previous night, he was not tired now. Not long after, He heard Li Yunyan's steady breathing. Didn't she sleep until mid-morning? Yet she's asleep again. Watching her serene expression, Yuni thought, she eats and sleeps like a pig. He turned to observe her delicate face, her thick lashes casting a shadow under the flickering candlelight, her skin flawless, her lips a soft red. Her rhythmic breathing made her curves rise and fall gently, radiating a subtle allure. Realizing he had been staring too long, Yuni took a deep breath, flipped onto his back, and tried to calm his thoughts. However, the movement startled Li Yunyan, who murmured softly in her sleep before rolling over and clinging to him. Yun-yi watched in disbelief as her slender hand landed on his chest, followed by her leg draping over him. Her actions were so natural, as if she had done this countless times before. Warm and fragrant, she fit perfectly against him. Yun-yi was alarmed to find himself reacting. How many years had it been? His adoptive father had once warned him that if he wanted to keep his secret, he had to act as a true servant. He had prided himself on his restraint, avoiding any temptation.
But now?
Carefully, Yun-yi moved her limbs off him, silently reciting a calming scripture. Yet before long, she snuggled up again. Resigned, Yun-yi copied her actions, throwing a leg over her to keep her firmly in place. Finally, peace. When Li Yunyan woke up, her hands and feet were numb. At least, she wasn't waking up in Yun-yi's embrace. She opened her eyes, stretching her legs uncomfortably, then glanced to the side. Yun-yi sat there, dark circles under his eyes, looking at her with an expression of exasperation. "Grandservant, didn't you sleep well?" "Humph." Yun-yi let out a cold snort, unwilling to recall the previous night. Despite his efforts to keep her limbs in place, she had somehow managed. He couldn't sleep at all. Li Yunyan, sensing his gaze, nervously sniffed her own arm. Was it possible her fragrance had faded, leaving him unable to sleep? Was he planning to send her away? Unable to smell anything on her arm, she tugged at her collar and leaned down to sniff herself. Yuni, catching a glimpse of her fair skin early in the morning, felt his sanity slipping and immediately got out of bed. "Grand servant, let the servant help you dress." Fearing he might toss her out, which was absolutely unacceptable before her mission was complete, she quickly scurried to his side, eager to please. As Yun-yi glanced down, he caught an unintended view down her loose neckline. His Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. A knock at the door interrupted them. It was Yuanan outside. Acting before thinking, Yun-yi grabbed his robe and draped it around her before permitting Yuanan to enter. Yuanan entered with a few young servants, each carrying a tray. Grand servant, Lady Li, the wardrobe and treasury departments worked through the night to produce 4 sets of clothing. This is the first batch. The rest will be delivered in a few days. Please see if they suit your liking. Hearing the clothes had arrived, Li Yunyan excitedly tightened the robe around herself and stepped forward to examine them. The garments were exquisitely crafted with luxurious fabrics, and the accessories were of the finest quality. But these weren't the standard attire for palace maids. Judging by the materials and craftsmanship, they were fit for high-ranking consorts. She hesitated, running her fingers over the fabric, and looked at Yun-yi, torn. "Grand servant, these clothes." Yun-yi raised an eyebrow. "You don't like them?" Already in a foul mood from his sleepless night, his expression darkened. "If the wardrobe department can't handle such a small task, they might as well. I like them. This servant likes them very much." Li Yunyan immediately beamed at him, nodding enthusiastically.
"Fine."
Yun-yi must not understand the nuances of women's clothing. Since she rarely left Ziyun Hall, it should be fine to wear them in private. She instructed the servants to set the trays aside and thanked Yuanan. "Thank you, Servant Yuanan, for your efforts." "Lady Li, no need for thanks. It's my duty." Yun-yi dismissed everyone, then spread his arms. "If you don't dress me soon, I'll be late for court." Li Yunyan pulled off the robe she was wrapped in. "This servant will help you right away." After sending Yun-yi off, Li Yunyan treated herself to another nap before resuming her tasks from the previous day. Now that she had her own clothes, she no longer needed to wear Yun-yi's. She chose a light purple cloud pattern dress cinched at the waist, paired with matching cloud toe embroidered shoes. Since she wasn't skilled at intricate hairstyles, she left most of her hair loose, tying a small bun at the crown with a tassel hairpin, achieving a lazy yet alluring look. Yuan Bao, ever attentive, had collected more pear blossoms without needing her to ask, saving her a lot of effort. Processing the petals was tedious. They had to be carefully washed, then air-dried. Washing required delicacy. Each petal had to be cleaned individually, without rubbing to avoid damaging the fibers. She spent the entire day at this task. When Yun-yi returned, brimming with frustration, his steps faltered at the sight of her under the pear tree. Li Yunyan looked up and greeted him with a smile. His anger dissipated almost instantly. She dried her hands with a soft cloth, instructed Yuanbao to clear away the materials, and gracefully approached him, her skirt trailing behind her. Her movements stirred the fallen pear blossoms, which seemed to dance with her fluttering hemline, a sight as picturesque as a painting. "Grand servant, you're back." Yun-yi discreetly examined her outfit and felt that it suited her perfectly. He gave a faint in response. Yuanan, sensing the mood, dismissed all the servants, leaving Li Yunyan to comfort the grand servant as she saw fit. Li Yunyan tugged at Yun-yi's sleeve, eagerly leading him to the dining table. Her small gesture was enough to soothe his nerves. As he sat down, he instinctively inhaled her calming fragrance.
Perfect.
His irritation vanished completely. Li Yunyan tilted her head, letting him do as he pleased. Once he settled in, she quickly took her seat, mainly because she was starving. As they ate, she studied his expression, noting his relaxed demeanor. Emboldened, she spoke up. "Grand servant?" Yun-yi glanced at her, without speaking. "Could you help me find some storybooks to read?" Seeing his confusion, she explained, "This servant finds the days in Ziyun Hall a bit dull." Finally, he spoke. "You want to leave the hall?" "Not at all." Li Yunyan shook her head. "I simply wish to pass the time by reading." Her heart raced as she awaited his reaction. Only after he finished eating did he reply with a casual signaling his agreement. "Thank you, grand servant."
Yun-yi flicked her forehead lightly.
"You only smile at me like that when you want something." Unaware of how intimate the gesture appeared, Yun-yi didn't think much of it, but Li Yunyan did. Internally, she celebrated. Their relationship was steadily progressing. Knowing Yun-yi hadn't slept well the previous night, she assumed he'd retire early. After working all day, she felt sweaty and washed her hair again. Once dry, she climbed into bed, leaning over with a playful grin. "Grand servant, could I trouble you to dry my hair again?" She wore a well-fitting undergarment, and as she leaned forward, the faint straps of her pink innerwear peeked out. Her innocent smile, combined with her graceful posture, made her appear both pure and enticing. Yun-yi's gaze darkened as he raised his hand to dry her hair with his internal energy. Her soft, silky locks slipped through his long fingers, teasing his composure. Without realizing it, his hand traveled up to the back of her neck, his fingers lightly kneading and teasing as if petting a kitten. Li Yunyan's eyes widened in confusion, staring at him in bewilderment. When Yun-yi exhaled heavily and hoarsely ordered, "Sleep." "Okay." Li Yunyan obediently lay down, resting her head close to his pillow. Yun-yi closed his eyes, feigning sleep, waiting until he was sure she had drifted off before opening them again. He stared at her for a long while. When she seemed about to turn over, he reached out and caught her. Her waist was so slender that with a little effort he pulled her close. Naturally, her hand ended up on him again. Yun-yi sighed softly, placing his arm under her head. Breathing in the faint fragrance from her neck, he closed his eyes. Li Yunyan woke up feeling overheated again. This time their position was even more intimate. Yun-yi's arm was wrapped around her neck, his other hand resting on her waist, their bodies pressed tightly together. Her hand was once again tucked under his clothes. How was this different from actually doing it? Li Yunyan wasn't sure whether to feign ignorance or pretend to be shy. After deliberating, she decided to act clueless. Closing her eyes, she mentally gave up on solving the dilemma. Yun-yi had already been awake since the moment she stirred, waiting to see her reaction. Would she care that he was a servant? Would her face reveal any disgust? But all he saw was her wide, darting eyes, full of surprise and embarrassment, with no trace of rejection. Then, to his astonishment, she fell back asleep. So, carefree? He felt her small, delicate hand still resting on his abs through his clothes. She had discovered it, yet hadn't pulled away. Could this mean she didn't mind him? Tightening his hold on her, Yun-yi knew this was a mistake.
But he still wanted to try.
A life of solitude had grown unbearably dull. There were no secrets in the palace. Within half a month, everyone knew that the grand servant had taken a woman under his wing. He had the wardrobe department use the finest fabrics and the best seamstresses to rush her garments. The treasury used top-quality pearls and gemstones to craft her accessories and floral crowns. The imperial kitchen sent exquisite delicacies to Ziyun Hall for every meal. Observant servants noted that since this woman appeared, the grand servant's temper had improved, fewer people had been punished, and his expression was no longer so perpetually grim. Reactions varied. Some servants were relieved, while Marin smashed several vases in her chambers at Chingen Palace. How can there be a woman by the grand servant's side? Please calm down, my lady. Her chief maid, Taoji, explained, my lady, I heard that this woman was personally chosen by the grand servant from the Yi court. They say she's extraordinarily beautiful. How beautiful could she possibly be? More beautiful than me? Marin snapped. I haven't seen her, but surely not as beautiful as you. You are the most beautiful woman in the harem. Then why? Marin raged. Why would the grand servant ignore her attempts at rapport while favoring a mere maid? Taoji, sensing her mistress's thoughts, cautiously added, Please don't worry, my lady. She's likely just a companion. The grand servant's body is incomplete, so naturally, he turned to a maid in his loneliness. Marin's eyes burned with resentment. Yun-yi was aloof and difficult to approach. She had sought him out numerous times, only to succeed once in 10 attempts, and even then, his attitude was icy. She had finally contrived an excuse to have him choose maids for her, hoping to see him more often. But though he had agreed, he sent the maids over with a servant, not even bothering to show up himself. A mere servant, putting on airs with her. Recalling his impossibly handsome face, Marin clenched her handkerchief. She had never encountered a man as stunning as Yun-yi. Though he wasn't a complete man, she didn't mind. After all, the emperor, despite being intact, was far less appealing than Yun-yi. If she could have Yun-yi by day and the emperor by night, wouldn't life be perfect? She didn't care about his incompleteness, yet he dared to reject her. What kind of woman could so captivate Yun-yi that he'd risk offending her? Marin's rage simmered as she resolved to ruin this woman's beauty. Let's see if Yun-yi would still favor her then. After several days of waking in Yun-yi's arms, Li Yunyan was now unfazed. She even began to savor the moments, pressing her hand against his chest a little longer before withdrawing it. Noticing Yun-yi's indifference to her boldness, she grew even more audacious. At night, she would turn to him as soon as she lay down and slide her hand inside his clothes. Yun-yi marveled at her daring. Grabbing her wrist, he pulled her closer, his deep eyes locking onto hers. You keep touching me. Aren't you afraid? Li Yunyan met his gaze. Afraid of what? The grand servant is a good man.
Ha!
You're the first to call me that. That's because I have good judgment. She arched a brow. Yun-yi leaned closer, cupping the back of her neck until their noses nearly touched, their breaths mingling. I may be a servant, but I still know how to handle women. Aren't you afraid I'll do something to you? Her clear eyes remained fearless. From the moment I entered Ziyun Hall, I was destined to belong to you, wasn't I? Yun-yi's gaze darkened. Her luminous eyes unsettled him. He covered her eyes with his hand, his voice hoarse. Sleep. Pulling her into his arms, he buried his head in her neck, breathing deeply. Li Yunyan squirmed, her neck tickled by his breath. Don't move, he warned, his tone low and dangerous. Hearing his voice only spurred her to test him further, trembling lightly as a small, nervous sound escaped her throat. Yunyi's breath grew heavier, his hand tightening around her waist. As his body heated, he exhaled deeply, his lips brushing against her neck. Li Yunyan clutched his robe, trembling as his lips lingered on her skin, lightly licking and leaving red marks behind. Grand servant. Her voice was soft and sultry. Silence. Yun-yi bit her lightly, growling, "Unless you want to die, don't speak."
Okay.
She fell silent, though her trembling grew more pronounced. Her grip on his robe crumpled the fabric. Her soft, supple skin was irresistible. Her scent was most concentrated at her neck, and Yun-yi couldn't help but indulge, moving to the other side when the first was marked red. Li Yunyan shivered, her body wriggling slightly in discomfort. Biting her lip, she tried to stifle herself, but soft whimpers slipped through, protesting his actions. After a few more bites, Yun-yi released her. "What are you so afraid of?" "I won't eat you." Li Yunyan finally had a moment to catch her breath. She opened her watery eyes, now red and misty, staring at him in a daze. Her expression was a mix of helplessness, vulnerability, and a hint of seductive charm. It made one want to torment her mercilessly.
Darn it.
Yun-yi, feeling the changes in his body, cursed under his breath and got out of bed abruptly. He went behind the screen, and the sound of splashing water soon followed. Grand servant?
Sleep.
Okay. As Li Yunyan drifted into a drowsy slumber, she felt herself pulled into a cold embrace. She shivered instinctively and tried to move away. But his arm held her waist firmly, imprisoning her in his grasp. She protested softly, shifted a little, and then fell back asleep, oblivious to his dark, inky eyes gazing at her with helplessness. The next day, as Li Yunyan helped Yun-yi dress, she noticed his gaze lingering on her neck. She knew her neck must be marked. After all, this man had been relentless last night, his mouth clinging to her like a suction cup. Once he left, Li Yunyan sat in front of the bronze mirror to inspect herself. Good heavens! Her neck looked like it had been cupped for therapy. She was the human aromatherapy machine, and Yun-yi was the human cupping device. What a match! Since Yun-yi disliked the scent of cosmetics, there was no powder in Ziyun Hall to cover it up. Li Yunyan resorted to wearing a high-collared dress, though it only concealed part of the marks. This wasn't the Qing dynasty. There were no dragon-patterned scarves for the harem. She improvised with a light chiffon sash from her dress, wrapping it around her neck and tying a bow. Examining her reflection, she thought, as long as she remained still and unnoticed, the marks shouldn't be visible. She had hoped to pass the day as usual, staying low in the hall. But by afternoon, someone arrived outside. Yuanbao came to report, "My lady, Xiao Marin from Chingen Palace has sent for you." Xiao Marin? Li Yunyan raised an eyebrow. Her enemy, no less. She hadn't sought Xiao Marin out yet, but Xiao Marin had come to her first. However, they had no prior interaction. Why would Xiao Marin summon her? Is she outside the hall? No. Xiao Marin sent her maid Taoji to invite you over.
Did she say why?
I don't know. Yuanbao shook his head, then cautioned, "My lady, Xiao Marin is known for her erratic behavior. Should I send someone to inform the grand servant?" "No need." Li Yunyan approached the bronze mirror, checked her appearance, and flashed a flawless smile. "The grand servant is busy. I can handle such a trivial matter myself." Taoji stood outside Ziyun Hall, waiting impatiently. Ziyun Hall was a restricted area in the palace. No one could enter without the grand servant's permission. Usually, Taoji, emboldened by Xiao Marin's status, could roam the palace freely. Now, having to wait outside for a mere palace maid irritated her immensely. She was already planning how to humiliate this lowly woman. But when she saw Li Yunyan gracefully emerge in a creamy white gown woven with gold lilies, her brows furrowed deeply. This woman. She was even more beautiful than Xiao Marin. Not only that, her attire and demeanor exuded an air more befitting of a favored consort than a maid. Standing next to her, Xiao Marin would pale in comparison. Jealousy and hostility surged in Taoji's heart. Recalling her mistress's plan, she sneered inwardly. So, what if she was beautiful? By the end of today, this face would be ruined. Li Yunyan paused beside Taoji and spoke lightly. Taoji, right? Lead the way. Taoji's expression twisted. How dare this lowly woman order her around so naturally? Clenching her handkerchief tightly, she forced a stiff smile. For her mistress's plan, she had to endure. Noticing Yuanbao following Li Yunyan, Taoji objected. Miss Li, our mistress only invited you. Li Yunyan gave her a sidelong glance, her tone icy. In Ziyun Hall, it's the rule that Yuanbao must accompany me wherever I go. If your mistress has too many rules, I won't go. How dare you speak ill of our mistress behind her back? And how dare you shout outside Ziyun Hall? Li Yunyan turned to leave, saying nonchalantly, it seems Xiao Marin wasn't sincere about inviting me. I won't impose then. Miss Li, please wait. Taoji gritted her teeth, desperate to get Li Yunyan to Chingen Palace. She curtsied low and murmured through clenched teeth, I misspoke earlier. Our mistress is sincerely inviting you for tea. Please don't take it to heart. Li Yunyan tilted her head. What are you mumbling about? Speak louder. Her tone was lazy, but laced with mockery. Taoji noticed nearby palace staff curiously glancing their way, some even recognizing her with looks of surprise. Embarrassed, her face darkened, but she suppressed her anger. Taking a deep breath, she respectfully said, Miss Li, our mistress sincerely invites you for tea. Please don't mind my earlier rudeness. Well, then. Li Yunyan swayed back gracefully, feigning magnanimity. Since Xiao Marin sincerely invited me, I won't hold her accountable for disrespecting Ziyun Hall. Lead the way. In truth, she worried that if she pushed too far, Taoji might abandon her and run off. Then who would she take her revenge on? Taoji bit her lip, barely maintaining her forced smile. Lowering her head slightly, her eyes flashed with hatred. This way, Miss Li. Chingen Palace was quite far from Ziyun Hall. Li Yunyan's feet were starting to blister, and they still hadn't arrived. If not for Yuanbao, she would have suspected Taoji of leading her in circles. Gasping for breath, she asked, Isn't Xiao Marin a favored consort? Why does she live so far away? Taoji ground her teeth. Miss Li, you jest. All the harem consorts live in this area. Only places like Ziyun Hall are reserved for the emperor and empress. Oh, so it's a matter of zoning. No wonder it's so far. Yuanbao chimed in, my lady. The grand servant prepared a sedan chair for you in Ziyun Hall. You could have taken it. A palace maid, yet she could travel within the palace in a sedan chair? Both Taoji and Li Yunyan had the same thought, though for different reasons. Taoji was indignant, while Li Yunyan was astonished. It seemed she had underestimated Yunyi's power within the palace. The emperor and empress were still alive, yet Yunyi wielded such brazen authority. As Yunyi's personal palace maid, could she take advantage of this? When they finally arrived at Chingen Palace, Li Yunyan was sweating slightly and resolved to use the sedan chair next time. Her legs felt like they were about to give out. As soon as she entered, the door was closed behind her. Li Yunyan glanced back, seeing two servants shutting the doors and exchanging sinister smiles. She rolled her eyes at them. Surveying Chingen Palace, her initial interest waned. Compared to Ziyun Hall, Chingen Palace was so much smaller. She felt as if she had gone from a luxurious villa to a crowded urban village. Why crowded? Because the emperor had too many women, and every palace was packed. In Chingen Palace, Xiao Marin, the emperor's current favorite, resided in the main hall. Yet the side halls and wings were also occupied by other consorts. Add to that the minimum of 2 palace maids and 2 servants per consort, and the place bustled like a small community. Li Yunyan waved her handkerchief in front of her nose, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Your Chingen Palace is quite lively. Taoji, already frustrated by Li Yunyan's jabs during the journey, merely wanted to drag her into the main hall and watch her grovel. Passing through the small courtyard, they reached the main hall. Xiao Marin sat lazily on the main seat, her impatience evident. When someone finally arrived, her eyes lit up, then darkened. This woman's face, So stunningly beautiful. Why aren't you bowing to the mistress? Hearing the servant's sharp voice, Li Yunyan rolled her eyes again. A mere Marin dares call herself mistress? If there were higher-ranked consorts, Zhao Marin wouldn't even have the chance to show off. With a lazy voice, Li Yunyan replied, "What a pity. I've walked too far today and my legs are sore. I can't bow to Zhao Marin. I trust Zhao Marin won't mind." Without waiting for a response, she sat down on a nearby chair, massaging her calves. "My legs are killing me." Yuanbao knelt beside her. "My lady, allow me to massage them for you." "No need." She waved him off. "You've walked just as far. Take a break yourself." Zhao Marin's fury surged at Li Yunyan's blatant disregard for etiquette. "How dare you?" Taoji slapped her. "Yes, mistress." Taoji twisted her hips as she approached, a sinister smile forming. "Miss Li, forgive me." She raised her hand, revealing a gleam of cold light, a hidden needle. Two servants also moved to flank Li Yunyan. Before she could react, Yuanbao sprang up, kicking them all away with 3 swift blows.
Li Yunyan starat dumfunda.
Who knew Yuanbao could fight? No wonder he was so composed when entering the clearly hostile Chingen palace. Had she lost her chance to act? After Taoji fell, Yuanbao confiscated the needle from her hand and presented it to Li Yunyan. Examining the blue-purple sheen on the needle, Li Yunyan's eyes grew cold. The original owner of this body had been disfigured and killed by this very needle. Raising her gaze to Zhao Marin, who now looked panic-stricken, her tone was icy. "Zhao Marin, as I recall, we have no quarrel. Why resort to such a venomous scheme against me?" Zhao Marin suppressed her panic. She hadn't expected this maid to have a skilled bodyguard. It seemed the rumors of Yunyi's affection for her were true. Her jealousy burned as she noted Li Yunyan's attire, more luxurious than her own. With a twisted smile, Zhao Marin replied, "What are you talking about, Miss Li? I don't understand." Li Yunyan raised the needle. "This needle, was it not prepared by you?" Zhao Marin chuckled lightly.
How could that be?
"I've never seen it before." "Oh, so it was your maid acting on her own, trying to harm someone from the grand servant's household?" Before Zhao Marin could protest, Li Yunyan handed the needle to Yuanbao. "Yuanbao, since Zhao Marin's maid wanted to scar my face, it's only fair to return the favor, isn't it?" Yuanbao accepted the needle. "Indeed, my lady. The grand servant enforces strict discipline in the Eastern Depot. Such scoundrels deserve punishment." With that, he approached Taoji. Despite her desperate protests, the needle swiftly left several marks on her face, eliciting ear-piercing screams.
Zaumairen ruarat, Li Yunyan.
"How dare you harm someone in my hall?"
Li Yunyan raplia indifferently, I Marelli defenda myself.
If Zhao Marin is displeased, feel free to report it to the Grand Servant or the Emperor. The Emperor was too indulgent to care about such matters. The Grand Servant, however, would protect whoever he deemed important. That was the real gamble. Fuming, Zhao Marin ordered Taoji and the servants to be dragged out, swallowing her humiliation. With a forced smile, she said, "Miss Li, don't be angry. It was a misunderstanding by my servant. I simply invited you here for tea and conversation." "Oh, what would you like to discuss, Zhao Marin?" Li Yunyan instinctively reached for the tea, but paused upon seeing the mediocre quality of the leaves and snacks. She placed the cup back down. Once accustomed to luxury, it was hard to adjust. Clutching her gown, Zhao Marin forced a smile. "I was just curious. I heard the Grand Servant has always been indifferent to women. Hearing he now favors one, I wanted to see what kind of beauty could capture his heart." Curiosity? Curiosity that led to nearly disfiguring her?
Zaumairen's prioritias baflat Li Yunyan.
Instead of targeting her harem rivals, she aimed for her, a maid associated with a servant. A wild thought struck Li Yunyan. No way. Surely, even with the scarcity of men in the palace, Zhao Marin wouldn't covet a servant, right? To confirm her suspicions, Li Yunyan pretended to loosen the scarf around her neck casually. She dabbed at non-existent sweat with her silk handkerchief, her tone modest yet shy. "You jest, Zhao Marin. It's only through Grand Servant Yun's undeserved favor that I have such luck, she said, her cheeks turning a delicate shade of pink as she lowered her head shyly. The large red marks on her neck came into full view, stark against her fair skin, directly catching Xiao Marin's attention. As a favored consort, Xiao Marin immediately understood what those marks signified. Her venomous gaze shot toward Li Yunyan, piercing like icy needles. Beneath her wide sleeves, her fists clenched tightly, silently cursing with the cruelest thoughts. Foxy seductress. Wretched woman. You deserve to die a horrible death. Her expression twisted into something grotesque, the composed facade from moments earlier completely shattered. Li Yunyan, slightly surprised by the intense jealousy in Xiao Marin's eyes, had her guess confirmed. Xiao Marin is interested in Yun-yi. But that's her man. A surge of competitiveness flared up within Li Yunyan. She scrutinized Xiao Marin's appearance closely. Her eyes weren't as big, her nose wasn't as high, her skin wasn't as fair. As for her figure, it was hard to tell under the layers of fabric, but Li Yunyan felt confident it wasn't better than hers. Her temper ignited. Originally, she had planned to deal with Taoji today and address Xiao Marin later. But realizing this woman was a rival in love, how could she let it slide? Perhaps she should collect some interest first? Li Yunyan strolled gracefully over to Xiao Marin, raising her hand and waving it lightly before the latter's face. Xiao Marin, what's wrong? Why aren't you speaking? Xiao Marin quickly composed herself, controlling her expression. Now that Li Yunyan was closer, Xiao Marin noticed her rival wasn't wearing any makeup. Her flawless, satin-like skin glowed with a natural radiance, and the sight made Xiao Marin seethe with jealousy. How could someone be this beautiful? Prettier than her, even. She wouldn't allow it. No one could surpass her in looks. She must find a way to destroy that face. If she couldn't ruin her face, then ruining her life would suffice. Clenching her palms tightly, Xiao Marin forced a smile of feigned apology. I'm feeling a bit fatigued today. Let's chat over tea another day, Miss Li. All right then. Li Yunyan's little ploy was complete, and she was ready to leave anyway. Before departing, she had sprinkled a special powder onto Xiao Marin. It wouldn't take effect for 3 days, ensuring no one would suspect her. Walking away with Yuan now, she left Chingen Palace entirely unharmed. Halfway back, she encountered Yun-yi rushing toward her. Greetings, Grand Servant Yun. Yun-yi froze mid-step, quickly masking his worry behind his usual cold, aloof demeanor. In a frosty tone, he asked, without my permission, why were you wandering around? Li Yunyan, already annoyed and slightly upset, refused to coax him this time. All because of you? She shot him a glare, huffed indignantly, and walked past him without another word. Yun-yi stood there, stunned.
She
dared to throw a tantrum at me? Yuan Bao quietly explained the day's events in Yun-yi's ear before hurrying to catch up with Li Yunyan. Yun-yi's expression turned grim as he absorbed the details. He hadn't expected Xiao Marin to be so bold, even daring to extend her schemes into his Ziyun hall. Giving Yuan a meaningful glance, he strode after Li Yunyan. When Yun-yi entered her room, he found Li Yunyan sitting at the edge of the bed, cradling her foot and blowing on the sole. Your feet have blisters? He stepped closer, lifting her foot for a better look. Her soles were red, with several small blisters forming. Why didn't you use the sedan chair? Her eyes reddened, and with a huff, she pulled her foot back from his hands and turned away. Yun-yi felt both exasperated and intrigued. This was the first time someone dared show temper before him. And somehow, he didn't feel the urge to kill her. What's your tantrum about? Hearing the impatience in his voice, Li Yunyan's eyes grew misty as she asked pitifully, between Xiao Marin and me, who's prettier?
Huh?
Yun-yi, unfazed by most situations, was momentarily taken aback by the question. Sniffling, she pressed again, Grand Servant Yun, tell me, who's more beautiful? What kind of question is this? To avoid prolonging her sulking, Yun-yi sat beside her and asked, what did Xiao Marin say to you at Chingen Palace today? Pouting, she replied, first she tried to scar my face. Then she said I'm your bedmate. He had already heard about the earlier incident from Yuan Bao and had instructed Yuan and to handle Zhao Marin appropriately. But hearing the latter claim, his dark eyes flickered. Looking into hers, he asked, "She said you're my bedmate. And you, what did you say to that?" Li Yunyan raised her gaze cautiously. "Grand servant, am I?" Her expression was expectant, her tone soft, as if she didn't mind being labeled as such. Fixing his gaze on her, his voice dropped. "Do you even know what being a bedmate entails?" "I do." Her tone was cheerful and light. "It's exactly what we're like now." "No, not at all." He gripped the back of her neck, pulling her closer, like a wolf tempting a kitten. "Do you want to know what it truly means to be a bedmate?" "I do." Her quick and eager reply left Yun-yi sighing. Did she have no idea what she was agreeing to? Being a bedmate means sharing companionship. Two people supporting each other through old age. "I understand. I'm already your confidant." He chuckled softly. "Do you know what kind of companionship is involved?" Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. With a sigh, he issued one final warning in a low voice. "If you become my bedmate, you'll belong solely to me. Are you sure you won't regret it?" Her heart raced as she met his sincere gaze. "I'll never regret it." He gently pushed her onto the bed, leaning over her. "You can still change your mind." With a spark of anticipation, she shook her head, her wide, innocent eyes meeting his. Her purity and naivety made him want to shatter them, to see her eyes filled with fear or longing. With a deft movement, his slender fingers loosened the tie at her waist, her robe falling slightly apart. He removed her scarf with a tug, exposing the array of red marks on her neck. He kissed her neck, his hand wandering to her waist. "Are you afraid now?" "I'm not afraid." Deadpan denial. Yun-yi clearly noticed her trembling with fear, yet she stubbornly refused to admit it. He was curious. How long could she keep up the pretense? With a wave of his hand, the black satin canopy around the bed slowly fell, creating an enclosed, darkened space. It took Li Yunyan a while to adjust to the pitch darkness. She could only make out his faint silhouette, her other senses sharpening in compensation. "Grand servant." Her voice was almost inviting. Yunyi's Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily, his grip tightening reflexively. Feeling her thundering heartbeat beneath his touch, he asked hoarsely, "Still want to continue? Is this all there is, grand servant?" Though trembling, her tone carried a nonchalant bravado. He was momentarily at a loss. He'd only wanted to scare her a bit, but now. Lowering his voice to a threatening growl, he said, "Regret it now," and, before he could finish, she pulled at his collar and placed her lips against his for a fleeting moment before pulling away. Her mischievous tone teased, "Grand servant, I figured this would happen, too." Yun-yi froze for a second, her soft lips leaving an impression that was sweet, enticing, and completely shattered his rationality. All he wanted now was to savor that feeling again. He chuckled darkly. "Teaching me how to do things now, are you?" Before she could react, he seized her nape and leaned in with precision, pressing his lips to hers. His kiss was clumsy and awkward. Li Yunyan instinctively followed his lead, letting out soft breaths of surrender. As his breathing grew heavier, his kisses deepened, no longer tentative. Finally, he broke away, sighing softly as he studied her. But something in him snapped, and he dove back in, stealing her gasp with his fervor. Li Yunyan felt like she was floating on clouds, her flushed face ablaze. Clinging to his collar, her heart raced as her breath hitched. At some point, amid the heated exchange, she drifted off to sleep. Watching her now peaceful face, Yun-yi observed her like she was a precious possession. He had only intended to break her facade, yet somehow, things had gone so far. When she woke up in the warm water of a bath, she found Yun-yi carefully washing her, his face unreadable. "Grand servant, I can wash myself." Grasping the edges of the tub with nervous hands, her fair fingers turned pink from the pressure. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her flushed cheeks and bright eyes made her look utterly captivating. Yun-yi's gaze darkened further, his voice icy as he said, "Your feet are injured. Can you stand on your own if you wash yourself?" Thinking of the blisters on her soles, She shook her head honestly. I can't. Then be quiet, okay? After the bath, Yuni carried her back to the bed. A rumbling sound from her stomach shattered the silence. Holding her stomach, she laughed awkwardly. Grand servant, we haven't eaten yet. With a flick to her forehead, Yun-yi stood and ordered food. Meanwhile, Li Yunyan put on a simple Ruchuan dress and sat down to eat, all smiles. Her laughter was so beguiling, and her playful glances at his hands didn't escape him. He scolded lightly, tapping her bowl with his chopsticks. Focus on eating, okay? After a satisfying meal, it was already late. Li Yunyan yawned as she climbed into bed, while Yun-yi followed close behind with a small bottle of ointment and a silver needle. Grand servant, the blisters on your feet need to be popped and treated, or you won't be able to walk tomorrow. Li Yunyan pouted, pulling back. No need for that. They'll heal on their own by tomorrow. Ignoring her protests, he grabbed her foot. Don't move. She squirmed violently.
No, no, no.
It'll hurt. Don't pop them. Quiet. Yun-yi applied firm pressure, holding her steady. She squeezed her eyes shut, wailing dramatically. No. Murder. Help. The silver needle gently pricked the blister before deftly draining it and cleaning the area with a cloth. She wiggled her toes. That didn't hurt at all, he chuckled. Such a fuss over nothing. Pfft. I just don't like pain. His gaze flicked to her lips before he set the ointment aside and tilted her chin up. A few days later, Li Yunyan was lounging lazily, snacking on cherries while Yuan Bao entertained her with palace gossip. Apparently, Xiao Marin has come down with a strange rash all over her body. Li Yunyan stifled a laugh behind her hand. Did she see a physician? Several. They think she ate something bad and advised her to avoid certain foods. Lowering her voice, Yuan Bao added, I heard from one of the doctors that her rash is bright red and covered in large blisters. She can't resist scratching, and even if she recovers, the marks will remain. Li Yunyan raised an eyebrow, feigning shock. Oh my, how dreadful, exactly. Yuan Bao continued gleefully. The emperor went to see her, but after one look, he was so frightened he left immediately and ended up favoring one of her maidservants instead. Li Yunyan laughed at the irony. Truly devoted, isn't he? Staying in the same palace to keep her company, Yuan Bao nodded seriously. Of course, the emperor is known for his deep affections. Suppressing her smirk, Li Yunyan reflected on her little lesson for Xiao Marin. She had only intended to give a minor warning, but days later, she heard that Xiao Marin had slipped in her courtyard. The fall was severe. She lost 2 front teeth and broke her leg, leaving her bedridden for months. Was it divine justice or someone helping karma along? Later, as she reclined with Yun-yi pressed close, she asked softly, Grand servant, was Xiao Marin's incident? You're doing? His scorching breath brushed her neck as his hand traced lazy circles on her skin. His intense gaze burned with repressed longing. She smirked inwardly. Serves him right for pretending this long. Feigning ignorance was her greatest act yet. After all, she wasn't the one suffering. Yun-yi didn't deny it, taking a couple of deep breaths before replying with resolute calm, She shouldn't have set her sights on you. So, it really was him. Li Yunyan was delighted. Wrapping her smooth arms around his neck, she cooed softly, Thank you, grand servant. You're so good to me. She then playfully nipped at his chin. He chuckled lowly, clearly pleased with her reaction. Since you know how good I am to you, how will you repay me? Li Yunyan bit her lip, smiling slyly. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered bashfully, I want to serve the grand servant properly.
Please teach me how.
Yunyi's pupils contracted, just imagining her serving him. His gaze darkened, sinking into unfathomable depths. Seeing his severe expression, Li Yunyan felt a twinge of fear, trembling delicately. Grand servant. Her soft, sweet voice seemed to tickle Yunyi's ears, making them tingle. In a raspy and dangerous tone, he growled, Have I been too lenient, letting your thoughts wander elsewhere?
No.
Without warning, he leaned down and bit lightly at her neck, a hint of punishment in his actions. Her soft whimpers filled the air as her slender fingers clutched at the bulging veins in his forearms, their strength radiating raw masculinity. Grand servant. Hick. Good girl. One of his hands gently stroked her hair, his gaze fixed on her, not missing a single flicker of emotion. Li Yunyan bit her lip lightly, her eyes misty with a crimson haze of embarrassment. This situation was far too mortifying. Yun-yi, however, wore a solemn expression as he studied her, even as she tried to turn her head away. Each time she moved, he would gently but firmly guide her face back to him. Finally, he carried her into the bath, watching her tear-reddened brows and eyes with a hint of tenderness as he gently squeezed her hand. The next morning, Li Yunyan struggled to rise, her waist and legs sore. As she moved, a sharp pain pricked her palm. Her wrist also ached. What happened? Raising her hand to the morning light, she noticed her palm was unusually red. Hiss, did I accidentally scrape it somewhere? She didn't dwell on it, applying some ointment from the purple cloud hall and wrapping it with a white cloth before moving on. Yun-yi had already left. She had overslept and had no idea when he had gotten up. Thinking about his madness last night, Li Yunyan silently cursed, a man suppressed for 2 long turns into a lunatic. She needed to figure out a way to break the stalemate. That evening, when Yun-yi returned and saw the white cloth around her hand, he averted his gaze guiltily. Li Yunyan ladled soup into a porcelain bowl, chatting with him casually. Grand servant, you've been coming back late these days. Is work particularly busy? Quite busy. Better to stay occupied than let his thoughts run wild. Oh, being busy is good. Hopefully, it would tire him out enough to stop tormenting her. Both had their own thoughts, yet their conversation flowed seamlessly. By the way, Yun-yi began after sipping his soup, things have been unsettled at the Hall of Benevolence. If anyone comes for you again, tell them I forbid it and that you're not allowed to leave. The Hall of Benevolence? Li Yunyan immediately thought of Xiao Marin. Is Xiao Marin up to something again? Her family pulled some strings to hire a divine physician. Her rash is mostly healed, and her broken leg is set. I'm worried she'll cause you trouble again once she recovers. Humph.
Li Yunyan pouta.
I've been dragged into her mess for no reason. Yun-yi paused, uncertain of her meaning. What do you mean, dragged into her mess? Li Yunyan put down her bowl and gave his arm a light pinch. Yun-yi raised an eyebrow, amused at her increasing boldness. Pinching him now? But her next move was even bolder. She leaned close like a kitten flexing its claws. Do you know why Xiao Marin targeted me? The faint fragrance of her scent wafted into his nose, and Yun-yi's thoughts involuntarily drifted to the bath last night. His ears turned slightly red. He answered nonchalantly why. His feigned innocence made Li Yunyan want to bite him.
So, she did on his chin.
Because she wants to take you from me. Take me? Yun-yi chuckled, clearly dismissive. I'm just a servant. What's there to take? I forbid you from saying that about yourself. Li Yunyan climbed onto his lap, her voice firm. In my heart, you're the best man in the world.
Man?
He repeated the word with a mocking tone. How am I a man? Li Yunyan's eyes widened, her expression resolute. You stand tall, provide, and protect me. That makes you a good man. Yun-yi laughed, his gaze softening as he looked at her. Is that all it takes to be a good man in your eyes? That's all it takes, she declared confidently. Growing bolder, she stayed perched on his lap, eating while casually declaring, You're my man. No one else can have you. One arm wrapped around her waist to keep her steady, Yun-yi used the other to eat, occasionally placing bits of food on her plate as her head bobbed cheerfully. Though his eating was unhurried, the corners of his lips curved upwards. Her man, huh? That didn't sound so bad. The Emperor? And Xiao Marin? What were they doing here together? Li Yunyan was puzzled, but with the Emperor himself at the door, she couldn't refuse him as she had Xiao Marin. Drying her hands, she turned to Yuan Bao and said, Send someone to inform the grand servant that I'm going out to meet them. Don't worry, mistress. I've already sent someone, Yuan Bao replied. As Li Yunyan walked toward the entrance, Yuan Bao followed closely, whispering a warning, Mistress, the emperor, has a fondness for beauty. Please be cautious. She nodded slightly, her expression turning serious as she approached the entrance. Outside the Purple Cloud Hall, Xiao Marin and Emperor Zhou Dizong were waiting awkwardly. The little servant who greeted them earlier had been respectful, explaining that their mistress would personally come out to receive them. Even so, the emperor couldn't help but feel something was off. "Am I being kept outside?" he muttered. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Marin would have seized this opportunity to badmouth Li Yunyan, hoping to anger the emperor into leaving in a fit of rage. But today, her goal was to get the emperor inside. After much persuasion, she had convinced him to come to the Purple Cloud Hall with her. Xiao Marin knew the emperor well. Once he saw Li Yunyan's seductive beauty, he wouldn't be able to resist. She was certain that after the emperor claimed Li Yunyan, Yun-yi would no longer favor the girl. And once Li Yunyan entered the emperor's harem, Xiao Marin would finally have her revenge. Putting on a gentle smile, Xiao Marin chimed in, "Your Majesty misunderstands. As the Son of Heaven, it's only fitting for Li Yunyan to personally come out to receive you." The emperor nodded, finding her reasoning sound.
"You're right, Marin."
Just then, the crimson doors of the Purple Cloud Hall opened, and Li Yunyan stepped out. "Your Majesty, Xiao Marin," she greeted, bowing gracefully before rising to her feet. When she lifted her head, her eyes immediately locked with a middle-aged man who was staring at her intently. Li Yunyan was dressed in a soft yellow floral palace gown with a layer of pale, white gauze draped over it. Silver threads embroidered elegant patterns of acacia flowers on the wide hem of her dress. Her jet-black hair was mostly left loose, with only a portion held up by a jade hairpin, cascading softly down her back. Her flawless beauty, unadorned by makeup, was exquisite enough to rival a master sculptor's work. With skin as fair as jade and lips like cherry blossoms, her slender figure exuded an ethereal charm. That slight bow just now only added to her delicate and pitiable allure. Zhou Dizong was completely captivated. Li Yunyan clenched her fists in irritation. Xiao Marin smirked inwardly. Seeing the emperor's reaction, she was certain Li Yunyan wouldn't escape today. Feigning modesty, Xiao Marin gently nudged the emperor's arm and said in a deliberately coy voice, "Your Majesty, Li Yunyan awaits your words."
"Ah? Oh."
Snapping out of his trance, the emperor's murky eyes lit up with a predatory gleam. He strode toward Li Yunyan, reaching out to place his hands on her shoulders. Such a beauty, his voice was nauseatingly greasy. Li Yunyan discreetly stepped back, maintaining a respectful yet composed demeanor. "Your Majesty, it is an honor for the Son of Heaven to grace the Purple Cloud Hall. I apologize for not welcoming you sooner. However, our grand servant is not here at the moment. If you have urgent matters, I can have someone summon him immediately." Even as she spoke, she carefully observed the emperor. He appeared to be in his 30s, tall but gaunt. His sallow complexion, dark circles under his eyes, and cloudy gaze screamed of a man drained by indulgence, clearly not long for this world. Her eyes then shifted to Xiao Marin. Despite the thick powder caked on her face, Li Yunyan could still discern the scars left by the rashes Xiao Marin had struggled to conceal. The so-called divine physician may have cured the rash, but the scars were irreversible. Moreover, her previously distinct teeth had been replaced with ivory prosthetics. Though crafted with care, the replacements still looked noticeably out of place when compared to the rest. She's already in such a sorry state, yet she still refuses to give up.
Li Yunyan suppressa snae.
Xiao Marin's petty schemes had always been deflected with Yun Yi's authority. But bringing the emperor himself today? That was a bold move. Thinking quickly, Li Yunyan pondered whether drugging the emperor would be a viable option. Could Jin-yi clean up such a mess? As she weighed her options, the emperor moved closer, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. "Such a beauty. I came today not for the grand servant, but for you." Li Yunyan retreated another 2 steps, shooting a sharp glare at Xiao Marin. So, it was her handiwork. She had no prior interaction with the emperor. There was no reason for him to seek her out unless Xiao Marin had planted the idea. Xiao Marin stood smugly, not the least bit jealous of the emperor's advances toward another woman. Her body quivered slightly with excitement, relishing the moment as her plan unfolded. Li Yunyan forced a smile and replied, "Your Majesty, you must be joking. I am merely the grand servant's servant, nothing more. How could I be of any importance to your Majesty?" She deliberately mentioned Yun Yi, hoping his name would dissuade the emperor. But she underestimated the situation. In Zhou Dizong's eyes, Yun Yi, despite his power, was nothing more than a useful servant, one who flattered him endlessly and attributed all accomplishments to the emperor himself. To the emperor, taking Yun Yi's servant was a trivial matter. "Don't be afraid, my beauty. I've already informed Yun Yi that I want you. I'll make you a consort, a Marin, or a Daoying. How does that sound?" As he lunged toward her, Li Yunyan deftly dodged, her flowing skirt tracing a graceful arc. The emperor mistook her evasion for playful resistance and chased her with renewed vigor. Despite her growing nausea, Li Yunyan relied on her agility to keep her distance. The servants of the Purple Cloud Hall hurriedly intervened, placing themselves between her and the emperor. However, they were mere servants, unable to do much against Zhou Dizong. A single shove from him sent them stumbling aside. But it was enough. Li Yunyan had a plan. Retreating step by step toward the hall, she prepared to execute her idea. Once she and the emperor were alone inside, she would drug him and erase his memory with a silver needle. As for the aftermath, Yun Yi would take care of it. The emperor thought Li Yunyan was playing a game of hard to get, laughing as he chased her around the hall, moving from one side to the other. Yet, he couldn't even touch the hem of her robe. His frail body quickly tired, and soon he was drenched in sweat. Annoyed, he yanked off his bright yellow imperial robe and threw it carelessly to the ground. Li Yunyan watched the emperor's unseemly behavior with amusement. This was a man who spent his days drowning in wine and women, neglecting his duties. Yet, he sat securely on the throne, propped up solely by Yun Yi's brilliant behind-the-scenes maneuvering. If the emperor had continued his oblivious reign, he might have enjoyed a decade or two of peaceful, uneventful rule. But now, he had dared to set his sights on her. She had no choice but to protect herself. The chase continued, the emperor closing in step by step, and Li Yunyan's options dwindled. Eventually, she pretended to be cornered and retreated into her private chambers. Zhou Dizong's face lit up with a triumphant smile, a mixture of excitement and satisfaction at nearing his goal. Before stepping inside, he turned to the servants behind him and barked, "No one is to follow me. Anyone who dares will lose their head." Terrified, the attendants froze. Even Zhao Marin, eager to watch the drama unfold, was forced to stop in her tracks. Yuanbao, standing outside, was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He prayed fervently for Yun Yi to arrive while clenching his fists, ready to protect his mistress at all costs. As the emperor's foot crossed the threshold, Yuanbao couldn't hold back any longer. He lunged forward and grabbed hold of the emperor's other leg, dropping to his knees with a resounding thud on the marble floor. Burying his resentment, Yuanbao pleaded, "Your Majesty, please reconsider. Mistress Li is the Grand Servant's personal servant. If you desire her, allow the Grand Servant to present her to you personally at the Dragon Throne Palace upon his return." The emperor was at the height of his haze, unwilling to tolerate interruptions. He kicked at Yuanbao's chest with what strength he had, snarling, "You insolent dog. Get out of my way, or I'll have your head." Though the emperor's kick appeared forceful, it carried little actual power. Yuanbao felt only a dull ache in his chest but no serious harm. Undeterred, he clung to the emperor's waist as he continued to beg. "Please reconsider, Your Majesty. Traitor. Drag him away." Zhou Dizong's fury boiled over as he called for his imperial guards. Most of the imperial guards were loyal to Yun Yi and accustomed to paying mere lip service to the emperor's commands. Two guards approached, appearing to struggle as they half-heartedly tried to pull Yuanbao away. But Yuanbao clung to the emperor's waist with all his might, refusing to let go despite their efforts. "Your Majesty, please reconsider," he repeated, his voice unwavering. Scoundrel! You dare defy me! Enraged, Zhou Dizong slammed his elbow into Yuanbao's head, striking repeatedly. Dizzy and disoriented, Yuanbao still refused to release his grip. Blood began to drip down his face from the blows, but he held on, buying time in the desperate hope that Yun Yi would arrive. In the chamber, Li Yunyan clenched her teeth, realizing she couldn't let Yuanbao sacrifice himself in vain. She had the means to handle this situation. Yuanbao, she called anxiously. Hearing her voice, Yuanbao opened his swollen eyes to meet her determined gaze. Her expression was resolute, her slight shake of the head silently urging him to trust her. I can handle this. Yuanbao, despite his confusion and hesitation, instinctively loosened his grip. Your Majesty, Li Yunyan's voice rang out softly from within the chamber. Are you planning to stand at the door all day? If so, I'll just take my leave. The Emperor, hearing her, couldn't resist any longer. With a dismissive shove, he abandoned the battered Yuanbao and strode inside, slamming the door shut behind him. Li Yunyan clenched a medicinal pill in her palm, ready to force it down the Emperor's throat the moment he approached. Feigning fear, she whimpered, Your Majesty, your undergarments are stained with blood. It frightens me. Zhou Dizong glanced down, frowning at the crimson smears from Yuanbao's struggle. Filthy, he grumbled, tearing off the garment to reveal his bony, emaciated torso. Look now, my dear. I'm clean. Come into my arms. Li Yunyan sidestepped him smoothly, cornering herself against the wall. Trembling visibly, her eyes were wide with terror as she stammered, Don't come near me. I'm begging you. Please don't come closer. Her cries grew louder, tinged with sobs, ensuring those outside could hear. If no sound came from the room, Yun Yi might assume the worst when he arrived. Her loyalty to him had to remain unquestionable. The Emperor grew more excited hearing her voice, his tone dripping with lewd intent. Beauty, don't be afraid. What's so great about Yun Yi, a servant? Once you know what a real man is, you'll cling to me every day. Disgusting. Shameless dog of an emperor.
No.
Please don't come closer. The Emperor kept advancing until Li Yunyan's back was against the wall, with nowhere left to retreat. He lunged forward, and she could smell the overpowering mix of dragon musk and alcohol emanating from him. She gagged internally. As his hand grabbed her arm and his face leaned closer, Li Yunyan pinched the pill between her fingers, ready to force it into his mouth. Just then, she heard hurried footsteps approaching. Quickly, she concealed the pill and shoved the Emperor away, snatching the hairpin from her head and pressing it against her neck. She cried out, Your Majesty, in life, I am Yun Yi's person, and in death, I will be Yun Yi's ghost. Take one more step, and I will die before your eyes. From outside the room, the sound of servants greeting Yun Yi could be heard. The Emperor, too caught up in his love, hadn't yet realized the situation. He was still entranced by the brief glimpse of Li Yunyan's beauty and was thoroughly intoxicated. Seeing the hairpin against her delicate neck, he hesitated, spreading his hands in a placating gesture and speaking soothingly. Beauty, don't be afraid. I will treat you well. Tomorrow, no. Today, I will issue an edict to make you my noble consort. How does that sound? Noble consort. This miserly emperor, willing to go this far for her, was certainly pulling out all the stops. I don't want it. Please, Your Majesty, let me go. Li Yunyan stood her ground, pressing the hairpin firmly against her neck. Blood beaded and dripped onto her white outer robe, blooming like red plum blossoms on snow. Outside, Marin pressed her ear against the door, fuming with jealousy. She had served the Emperor for years and was still only a Marin beauty, while this little upstart was promised a noble consort title on their first meeting. Her long nails dug into the doorframe with a screech. She vowed to ruin Li Yunyan no matter what. But before she could scheme further, a tremendous force yanked her away from the door, throwing her to the ground. A tall figure in imperial purple strode forward, kicking the door open with a resounding bang. The scene before Yun Yi made his blood boil. The Emperor stood shirtless, facing Li Yunyan with clear intent, while she cowered in the corner, holding a hairpin to her neck. Blood trickled down her pale skin, staining her robe like crimson blossoms. Grand Servant, Li Yunyan's tear-streaked eyes lit up with joy upon seeing Yun-yi. Her suppressed tears fell like pearls, streaming down her cheeks. The emperor, startled by the sudden commotion, turned and frowned deeply upon seeing Yun-yi. Yun-yi, how dare you? Ignoring the emperor entirely, Yun-yi strode forward, scooping Li Yunyan into his arms. As she felt his familiar embrace, her sobs turned into gut-wrenching cries, and she clung to his waist with all her strength. Yun-yi's heart twisted in agony, his face dark as a storm cloud. His entire being exuded a chilling aura of fury and murder. His arms trembled as he held her, suppressing the overwhelming urge to strike down the emperor on the spot. After steadying himself, he finally spoke in a low, measured tone. "Your Majesty, forgive my rudeness. Li Yunyan is already mine. Surely, as a wise ruler, you would not take what belongs to your servant," the emperor scoffed. "You a servant? What use do you have for a beauty like her? She'd be better off with me. Yun-yi, if you need companionship, I'll send you a dozen women." Yun-yi turned, his voice calm but firm. "Your Majesty, though I am a servant, I have my ways. Li Yunyan is indeed mine. I beg your Majesty to be magnanimous. Prove it," the emperor said with a lecherous grin. "Unless I see for myself that she belongs to you, I won't believe it." Li Yunyan shuddered in his arms, and Yun-yi gently patted her back before meeting the emperor's gaze. "Your Majesty, such matters are beneath you. Please, return to the palace. I will personally explain everything tomorrow." The emperor's face twisted with rage.
Yun-yi,
"Do you defy me? Forgive me, your Majesty. I overstepped. Tomorrow, I will formally apologize. For now, please take your leave." The emperor, though enraged, was still a man of pride. After being rejected multiple times, his ego was bruised. Seeing Li Yunyan's unwavering resistance, he decided to save face and retreat.
Fine.
"You have 3 days. In 3 days, bring her to my Panlong Palace. If not, don't expect any mercy." Yun-yi bowed. "I will comply, your Majesty." The emperor left in a huff. Yun-yi immediately turned his attention to Li Yunyan, carefully inspecting her injuries. Seeing the blood on her neck, his hands trembled as he gently carried her to the bed. When he moved to fetch medicine, she clung to his waist, crying, "Don't leave me." Her fear broke his heart. He pulled her into his arms, his voice soft. "I'm just getting medicine. Your wound needs treatment." But she continued to sob. "Why did you come so late? I thought I'd never see you again." Yun-yi's chest tightened, imagining what could have happened if he had been even a moment later. His arms tightened around her as anger and guilt consumed him. "You're so foolish," he murmured. Li Yunyan looked up, tears streaming down her cheeks. "I belong to you, and I won't let anyone else taint me." He wiped her tears with his thumb, his gaze conflicted. "The emperor could have given you wealth and glory. I don't want it," she shouted, shaking her head. "I've chosen you. No one else, not the emperor, not even the Jade Emperor, can compare to you." Yun-yi's heart quaked. For the first time, the walls he had built around himself began to crumble. "Yan-yan." His trembling voice carried emotions he himself hadn't realized. His arms tightened around her. Li Yunyan, feeling secure in his embrace, gradually stopped crying and eventually fell asleep. When she awoke, it was already late at night. Her neck felt stiff, and upon touching it, she realized it was bandaged. Her wound had been treated. Yun-yi noticed she was awake and brought over a bowl of porridge. Supporting her with one hand and placing a soft cushion behind her back, he steadied the bowl with the other. His voice was gentle. "Hungry? Let me feed you something." Li Yunyan noticed he no longer referred to himself as this official and smiled softly, murmuring an "em" in agreement. He fed her spoonful by spoonful, and she swallowed each bite, her eyes filled with reliance and attachment to him. When she finished the porridge, she asked, "Master Yun, how is Yuan Bao? The imperial physician has treated him. His life is not in danger." Li Yunyan let out a sigh of relief. "That's good. I'll visit him tomorrow. She also planned to slip him a restorative pill. Yun-yi nodded slightly. Li Yunyan continued, Yuanbao tried so hard to protect me today. He bled so much from the emperor's beating. You must reward him generously. Yun-yi nodded again. She hesitated. Does Yuanbao have any family? Her lips were suddenly covered by his hand, and she looked at him in surprise. His tone was cold, his brows furrowed. I will handle Yuanbao's matters. You just rest. Oh. Sensing his displeasure, Li Yunyan wisely stopped talking. Turns out he's a jealous one. Yun-yi checked the bandages on her neck, then scooped her up and carried her behind the screen. She wrapped her arms around his neck, puzzled. Master Yun, your wound can't get wet. I'll bathe you. Master Yun, I can do it myself. Quiet. With her eyes closed, Li Yunyan felt his hands move with extraordinary gentleness. After her bath, he carefully dried her off and placed her back on the bed. As soon as she was on the bed, she grabbed the blanket and covered herself entirely, her face flushed. Master Yun, could you fetch me a set of underclothes? While undressing his wet clothes, Yun-yi approached her and, with a flick of his hand, drew the curtains closed. No need. That night, he was exceptionally tender, avoiding her injured neck. His kisses were cautious and protective, showering her with affection. Just when she thought it would end as usual, he produced a silk ribbon from somewhere and gently blindfolded her eyes. Even with the bed curtains blocking out all light, the ribbon plunged her into complete darkness. Master Yun, her voice trembled slightly. Call me Yun-yi. Oh, Yun-yi. At dawn, Yun-yi removed the silk ribbon from her eyes, softly wiping away the tears at the corners, and sighed deeply, holding her tightly. When Li Yunyan woke again, twilight had fallen. Yun-yi was by her side, either just returned or never having left. She moved slightly and winced in pain. Her red-rimmed eyes welled up with tears as she whimpered, Yun-yi. Yun-yi approached, lifting her into his arms. His voice was incredibly gentle. What do you need? I'll carry you there. She gazed at him in confusion and murmured, Yun-yi, last night. It felt different. His deep eyes watched her, his Adam's apple bobbing. How is it different? Her face flushed with embarrassment. Unable to put it into words, she clutched his robe and avoided his gaze. It just was different. He chuckled softly, his chest vibrating against her fingers. Does your body feel unwell? She hesitated, then nodded slightly. A little. He leaned close to her ear, his voice low and teasing. Shall I apply some ointment? No. Her face turned crimson, shaking her head fervently. I'm fine. No ointment needed. Her shy expression delighted Yun-yi, who carried her to wash up, then held her while she ate and dressed. When she mentioned wanting to visit Yuanbao, he refused. His eyes darkened as he said, In your current state, how would you go out? Or shall I carry you to Yuanbao's quarters? That was certainly inappropriate. Noticing his return to referring to himself as this official, she sensed his irritation and quickly shook her head. I'll visit him in a few days. He tapped her nose lightly but said nothing. Li Yunyan silently cursed him for being a vinegar jar. That night, Yun-yi urgently pulled her onto the bed again, making her laugh at his eagerness. If not for yesterday's drama with the Emperor and Zhao Marin, she wondered how long it would have taken for Yun-yi to lower his guard and deepen their relationship. Seeing him pull out the black ribbon again, she hesitated. Yun-yi, can we not use it? He paused, his voice husky.
Not yet.
Trust me, I won't hurt you. He silenced her protests with his lips, and she surrendered, calling his name softly. Yun-yi, He lifted his head, gazing deeply at her. Yun-yi, I'm here. She called his name repeatedly, each time met with his patient, unwavering response. 3 days later, the emperor's deadline passed, but Yun-yi neither sent her to the Panlong Palace, nor let her leave the Purple Cloud Hall. The emperor and Zhao Marin stopped causing trouble, and everything seemed peaceful. Yet Yun-yi was busier than ever, leaving early and returning late. His clothes carried the lingering scent of blood, and he appeared weary. When he returned, he didn't say much, focused solely on her, his temper sharp. Li Yunyan comforted him as best she could, showering him with tenderness. She understood he was dealing with the emperor's matters, but didn't know how. Since he didn't speak of it, she didn't press. About 20 days later, Yuanbao brought shocking news. Master, the emperor, has passed away. Li Yunyan was slightly startled. She had guessed that Yun Yi might take action against the emperor, but she hadn't expected him to go as far as to take his life. Yuanbao, tell me quickly, how did the emperor die? Yuanbao looked delighted, not even trying to hide his schadenfreude, and explained with a grin. The emperor was found dead in Zhao Marin's bed by a palace made in the Chingen palace. What about Zhao Marin? Li Yunyan pressed further. Overcome with guilt, Zhao Marin hanged herself.
What?
2 birds with 1 stone. Li Yunyan covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Zhao Marin was truly devoted to the emperor, wasn't she? Exactly. Yuanbao added, laughing. The master was so moved by Zhao Marin's affection that he allowed her family to visit her one last time in the palace. But, her family was so devastated by the loss that they all threw themselves at her coffin and died.
That
seemed far-fetched, but still somewhat plausible on the surface. And who is the new emperor? Yuanbao scratched his nose, torn between laughing and crying, his face twisted as he replied, Master, the new emperor is the queen's son, who just turned 2 years old this year. 2 years old? What could a 2-year-old emperor possibly do? It was clear that everything would fall under Yun Yi's control. With the biggest obstacle out of the way, Li Yunyan felt relieved and invigorated. She no longer had to avoid stepping out of her residence in the palace. However, her joy was short-lived when she began to experience morning sickness. She hadn't figured out how to tell Yun Yi about her pregnancy, especially since his secret had yet to be revealed. She was still supposed to think he was truly a servant. If she blatantly announced she was pregnant, wouldn't that be as good as confessing everything? Besides, she still wanted to enjoy her time with him a bit longer. When she was nearly 2 months pregnant, the evening meal included a dish called peony fish slices. As she lifted the spoon to her mouth, the smell of fishiness overwhelmed her, and she immediately put down the spoon and began dry heaving uncontrollably. Yun Yi was terrified. What's wrong? Li Yunyan continued to retch, unable to speak, waving her hand dismissively. Yuan, call the imperial physician immediately.
No.
Li Yunyan finally managed to stop retching and quickly grabbed his arm, shaking her head slightly, tears brimming in her eyes. Her distressed appearance was pitiful. Yun Yi picked her up and placed her on his lap, gently rubbing her chest with his hand, his voice filled with concern. Yan, where do you feel unwell? Why don't you want me to call the physician? Lowering her gaze, Li Yunyan bit her lip tightly, her expression full of worry and helplessness. Yun Yi waved his hand to dismiss everyone from the hall, leaning down to console her carefully. Seeing her about to cry, he tried to comfort her. Yan, don't be afraid. Tell me what's wrong. Even if I have to search the entire world for a doctor, I'll find a way to cure you. After a long silence, Li Yunyan finally whispered, Master, my monthly cycle hasn't come for a long time. Monthly cycle? Yun Yi was slow to understand, but the realization dawned on him. Before he could process the thought further, she added, back at the Li mansion, I heard that when a married woman's monthly cycle doesn't come, it means she might be pregnant.
But you and I...
She trailed off, bursting into sobs. Master, I swear I haven't been with anyone else. I don't know why this happened.
Boo-hoo.
She cried like a rain-soaked flower, pitiful and helpless, sneaking glances at Yun Yi's expression as if terrified of his anger. Yun Yi was frozen in place, as if struck by a spell. His face displayed an expression of disbelief, mixed with immense joy. For a long moment, he was speechless, before his low, hoarse voice finally emerged. Yan.
Did you just say?
You're pregnant? Did I hear that correctly? He instinctively held her tighter. Seeing the panic and uncertainty in her eyes dispelled any doubts he had. Waves of overwhelming happiness surged through him. Yan, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. His voice trembled with excitement, and his hands shook as he gently touched her still flat belly. Yan, it's our child. Our child. Li Yunyan widened her eyes.
Yuni, what are you saying?
I'm carrying our child? But you.
Clearly.
Yan. He embraced her tightly, breathing in her familiar scent. With a look of utter contentment, he said, It's our child. Yan, I'll tell you everything. Yun-yi revealed the truth of his background to her. He was originally the son of a wealthy merchant in Jiangnan. His family was destroyed when his father was framed, leaving his entire household massacred. At just 4 years old, he had been spared by the assassins, who instead sold him to traffickers. After being sold into the palace, he had narrowly avoided being castrated thanks to the pity of an old servant, Gao Ji, who became his adoptive father. Over the years, Yun-yi had kept his identity hidden while carefully plotting revenge against the imperial family. As Yun-yi recounted his story with an expressionless face, Li Yunyan could feel the deep sorrow and anger he had long buried under layers of disguise. She hugged him tightly, patting his back softly as he had often done for her. Yun-yi, you've done so well. If your parents were watching over you, they'd be proud of you. She kissed his forehead, then his nose, then his lips. Now that we have a child, don't you think your parents would be thrilled? They're your parents too. Yun-yi held her face tenderly. Yan, I want to marry you. Marry me? Li Yunyan murmured and repeated, but your current identity should not be very convenient, right? I don't want you to be in danger because of me. Yun-yi's emotions had calmed down. He gently stroked her back and said confidently, since servants can have a concubine, they can also marry. Yan, give me some time, and I will definitely marry you into my family in a grand manner. Yes, Li Yunyan believed his words without a doubt, smiled and nodded, saying, Then I will wait for the seal to marry me home. That night, Yun-yi did not take out the ribbon again. Yun-yi screened the palace maids in Ziyun Palace again to ensure that everyone in there was loyal to him and would never reveal any secrets. They got married before Li Yunyan's belly became too big to be concealed. The wedding took place outside the palace. Yun-yi had a large house outside the palace called Yun Mansion. He had previously thought it was convenient to live in the palace, so he had been too lazy to go out to live. The servants in the Yun Mansion were all Yun-yi's confidants, and all of them were highly skilled in martial arts. Li Yunyan naturally became the mistress of the Yun Mansion. On the day of their wedding, Yun-yi wore a red wedding gown and took Li Yunyan from Ziyun Palace to outside the palace in the most gorgeous sedan chair. All the dignitaries in the capital came, and it is worth mentioning that Li Yunyan's father and stepmother's family also came. The original owner's biological father Li Wenjin, stepmother Huang, stepsister Li Shuang, and stepbrother Li Chong all came to the Yun Mansion in joyous attire. When they first heard that the master was going to marry Li Yunyan, they were all shocked. Li Wenjin was surprised. Surprised that his daughter, whom he had always ignored, was so lucky to marry the master seal. The other three were horrified, especially Huang and Li Shuang. They thought Li Yunyan had died a long time ago, or had been oppressed to the point of being unable to stand up straight, and was living a dark life in the palace. Unexpectedly, she actually got the upper hand of the Lord of Seals. Huang tore her handkerchief in private. What's wrong with that servant, Tian? He took so much money from us. How come he can't even handle such a small matter? Li Shuang was so angry that her face twisted. How come that witch is still alive? She married the master of the seal, so when we see her in the future, won't we have to bow to her? When thinking of that scene, Li Shuang felt that she couldn't stand it. How could she, a little jerk born by a mother but not raised by her mother, do that? Li Chong was fearless. What is there to be afraid of? We are her family after all. If she wants us to support her in the future, she will have to curry favor with us. Chonger is right. Huang calmed down. Being the wife of the master seal holder sounds glorious, but it means you will end up being a widow. Li Yunyan will never have children in her lifetime. When she gets old, she will still have to rely on Chonger to support her. That's right. Li Chong's nose almost rose to the sky. He felt proud that he was the only male in the Li family. Li Shuang glanced at him contemptuously and once again hated herself for not being a man. She sneered and said mercilessly, "Don't be too proud. How did you bully her in the past? Have you forgotten?" Li Chong stiffened his neck. "So what? Li Yunyan is just a freeloader at home. Even her father has never taken care of her. We were able to let her grow up to that age. She should be thankful to us." Huang thought more deeply, and her tone was a little serious. "No matter what, you must be polite to Li Yunyan when you see her in the future. It would be best if she can let bygones be bygones. If she embarrasses you, don't be afraid. We are her family. Does she want to bear the reputation of being unfilial and unfraternal?" With this mood in mind, they went to the Yun mansion and attended the wedding banquet as Li Yunyan's family members. Li Wenjin and Huang originally wanted to put on some airs as father-in-law and mother-in-law, but when they saw Yun Yi's half-smile on her face, they immediately lost their temper. Yun Yi didn't even say a word to them. The dignitaries who were still waiting and watching felt the attitude of the Lord Sealholder and knew that he was displeased with the Yu family, so they changed their previous attitude of trying to please them and ignored them. When Li Shuang first saw Yun Yi's appearance, she felt very jealous. How come that witch is so lucky? Even though she married a servant, she is still very powerful and looks so outstanding. But when she thought about how miserable she would be when she was old and had no children to support her, Li Shuang became happy again. The current glory was nothing. She would have to endure the suffering in the future. Li Chong looked greedily at the luxurious furnishings in the Yun mansion, thinking to himself, "All these things will be his from now on. It's all his." Yun Yi is in a good mood today. He got married and had children. If his parents are still alive, they can rest in peace. Those who usually wanted to cling to Yun Yi but didn't dare to do so, seeing that he looked so good today, came up to toast him. Seeing that he never refused anyone, more and more people came to try to get close to him. Yuanbao has now been promoted to the steward of the Yun mansion. He moves among the guests and blocks a lot of wine for Yunyi. Seeing that Yunyi ignored them, Huang pulled Li Shuang to Yuanbao and toasted him. "I've met my father-in-law." Yuanbao naturally knew what kind of person was in front of him. After all, he was the one who was responsible for finding out the details of his master. He replied with a fake smile, "Madam Li, I have heard of you for a long time." Huang's expression froze for a moment, then returned to normal. She forced a smile and said, "Father-in-law, today is Yenner's big day. As Yenner's family, we would like to go to the backyard to see Yenner and do some makeup for her. I hope you can help us." "Add makeup?" "That's right." Huang nodded hurriedly. Yuan Bao spread his hands and said with a smile, "The seal holder has ordered that no one is allowed to disturb Madam today. Since Madam Li is Madam's family, it is allowed to add makeup. Madam Li, please give me the makeup for Madam, and I will definitely deliver it to you." This. Huang was confused. She just made up an excuse and wanted to go in and meet Li Yunyan, but she didn't prepare any makeup. Yuan Bao frowned and smiled sinisterly. "Madam Li, are you trying to tease me? Don't dare." Huang was frightened by his expression. "I heard that all the people in the East Factory were capable of killing without shedding blood." This servant was smiling kindly just now and looked very easy to get along with, but I didn't expect that he has a stern face now, and he looks as scary as the Lord Seal. She regretted it and frantically searched her body for something she could give away. Huang went out today, and in order to impress, she specially wore the most gorgeous clothes and the most expensive jewelry. She took off the jade bracelet on her wrist with a painful look, handed it to Yuan Bao, and said with a smile, "Please pass it to Yenner for us, old man." Yuan Bao's face darkened, and he put down his outstretched hands, saying sarcastically, "It's just such a small thing, and you have the nerve to say it's for the Lady of the Seal? You are treating beggars like beggars. Please calm down, servant. There's more." "There's more." Huang took off the hairpin on her head again. Seeing Yuan Bao looking at her expressionlessly, waiting for her to continue, she gritted her teeth and took off the jade bracelet on her other hand. Not enough? She continued to pull until all the jewelry on her body was removed. Only then did Yuan Bao reluctantly reach out to take it. Then he looked at Li Shuang with a smile. Li Shuang was stunned. Her mother's jewelry was not enough. So, did she want hers? That won't do. She protected her wrist and looked at Huang with an unexpected expression. Mom? Huang was startled when she saw a cold light flashing in Yuan Bao's eyes. She pulled Li Shuang over and began to pull out her hairpin, and then took off the jewelry around her neck. Shuanger, pick them quickly. Pick them quickly, Li Shuang was about to cry. She had dressed up very elegantly today, wearing all her best jewelry. No matter which one she gave away, her heart would bleed.
Mom.
I don't want it. These are all mine. Li Shuang tightly grasped her coral court beads, which she had bought with the money she had saved for a long time. Huang urged quietly, don't talk. Pick them quickly if you don't want to die. These things that I'll buy them for you later. Li Shuang was so angry that her expression was twisted. She came here today to see what good things Li Yunyan had. As her sister, shouldn't she give her a gift for meeting her? I didn't expect that now, without even seeing him, my jewelry would be stripped off. She felt both distressed and angry, but looking at the servant in front of her with a sinister smile, Li Shuang could not utter any words of resistance. She could only let Huang take off her jewelry one by one, crying silently. Seeing that Li Shuang had also been cleaned up, Yuanbao reached out his hand and took the things, then left without saying a word. He thought to himself that when he showed these things to his wife tomorrow and told her about the expressions of the two men today, his wife would definitely smile happily. The expressions on Huang and Li Shuang's faces at this moment are indescribable. Li Shuang was still a lady of high rank, and she felt as humiliated to have her jewelry stripped off in public as to have her clothes taken off. She simply ran back to her carriage and refused to come out again. Huang still tried her best to control her expression. She pretended to be a loving mother, with a smile on her face that was uglier than crying. When the wedding banquet finally ended, the three people were deeply shocked and returned to the Li mansion listlessly, like eggplants hit by frost. Only Li Chong was still fantasizing that everything in the Yun mansion would belong to him in the future, with a smile on his face. Li Yunyan was waiting for Yuni to come in the luxurious new house. She finally got a maid, who was an acquaintance of hers, the one who patted her shoulder and kindly reminded her when she first came here. What is your name? I am Mei Yi, your humble servant, and I have met the madam. Li Yunyan looked at her carefully. Mei Yi? Could it be that you have always been Yun Yi's spy in the Yiting Bureau? Mei Yi nodded slightly and silently agreed. She had not expected that her momentary kindness would lead to her becoming connected with the future mistress. That was why the master of the seals sent her to serve the madam. Seeing Mei Yi, Li Yunyan remembered that the sharp-nosed and monkey-faced rat demon in the Yiting Bureau was also one of her enemies. Her original body had lived a life worse than death under his hands, and she must avenge this vengeance. Mei Yi, do you remember the servant at that time? Is he still in the Yiting Bureau now? Mei Yi thought about it and realized that the only person who was present and talking to the lady at that time was Servant Tian. Madam, are you talking about the servant Tian who asked you to come forward and speak? It should be him. My dear madam, Servant Tian suddenly fell ill and died a few days after you left.
Li Yunyan was surprised.
How could the rat demon die so early? With this method, she knew in her heart that the death of the rat demon was not an accident. It must have been done by Yun Yi. She felt so sweet in her heart. She didn't expect Yun Yi had already wanted to protect her. Thinking of his aloof look at that time, she was delighted to learn that he had secretly avenged her. When Yun Yi returned to the room, he lifted the veil and saw her cute face with a smile on her face. He also hugged her tightly with a smile and asked in a low voice, "Why are you so happy?" Li Yunyan raised her eyes, her big, bright eyes full of mischief. She hooked her arms around his neck, tilted her head and smiled. "I'm so happy when I think about how good you are." This straightforward expression pleased Yun Yi, and he simply picked her up and put her on the bed. His voice was lazy and low. "Then let me, your husband, make Yan Yan happier." The bright red bed curtains hang down. A night of spring is worth 1,000 gold. Previously, the bed curtains in Ziyun Hall were all black, but now they were changed to bright red. The candlelight outside dimly shone through, and Li Yunyan felt that the skin of both people was stained red. Yunyi's face was so close to her that Li Yunyan could actually see her own rosy cheeks through his deep pupils. Yun-yi, she called softly. Husband. Yunyi's voice was gentle and charming. Madam. Bright light filtered through the window into the bedroom, casting shadows on two bodies hugging each other tightly behind the bed curtains. Li Yunyan opened her eyes and found that it was already dawn, but Yun-yi was still by her side. She moved and found that her legs were still across his waist, which was her most comfortable sleeping position. She stepped back a little with a shy look on her face, her fingers pressing randomly on his body out of habit. Seeing him open his eyes as clear as ink, Li Yunyan asked in confusion, Husband, why didn't you enter the palace today? His hand moved to her waist, and he pressed her back into his arms. He heard him say in a hoarse voice, If I have to go to court during the days of my wedding, what's the point of keeping those useless people under my wing? When he said this, his face was calm, without a trace of arrogance or pride, as if he was just stating a fact. However, Li Yunyan felt an inexplicable attraction from it. From her current angle, he was facing the light, revealing the firm and tight muscular outlines on his broad shoulders without a trace of fat. Li Yunyan bit her lower lip tightly, sighing that she ate so well. He didn't let her go until noon. If Li Yunyan hadn't been hungry, Yun-yi might have continued to act up. After finally getting up, Li Yunyan quickly called Mei Yi in. It's good to have a maid. Mei Yi not only helps Li Yunyan wash and brush her teeth, but also combs her hair into a beautiful bun. Li Yunyan looked at herself in the bronze mirror with her long hair combed up and twisted her neck comfortably. After the meal, Yuanbao brought over a tray filled with jewelry that he had brought from the Li family last night. He handed the tray to Li Yunyan like a treasure and said with a smile, Madam, these are the makeup items sent by the Li family last night. Add makeup? Li Yunyan picked up a gold hairpin and took a look at it. The quality and workmanship were good, but it was definitely not new. She blurted out, Can they be so kind? Yuanbao smiled and said, Madam, you are right. The Li family's stepmother wanted to come to the backyard to meet you last night, but I sent her away. She threw the hairpin back into the tray, wiped her hands with her handkerchief, and said, You did a good job. I can't bear to see them. Mei Yi took the tray and said, Madam, would you like me to put these in the warehouse? No need. Yun-yi said this. He looked at the things on the tray with disdain. Madam, don't put yourself in a difficult position. These things are not worthy of you. I will find better things for you. I already have enough jewelry. I can't even wear them all. Li Yunyan quickly refused. Yun-yi would bring her back some rare treasures every now and then. She now had more clothes and jewelry than any other lady in the palace, and all of them were precious items. In fact, she also disliked these things from the Li family. She was afraid that putting them in the warehouse would pollute her own warehouse. Li Yunyan thought for a moment and said to Yuanbao, Yuanbao, why don't you sell all these jewelry? Yes, ma'am. Yuanbao took the tray and left again. Yuni asked her, Do you want to deal with the people in Li Mansion? Li Yunyan's eyes lit up. Think. What can my husband do? Seeing her eyes sparkling, Yuni felt itchy in his palms, raised his hands and slapped them and said, I kept them before because I was afraid that you would have something in your mind. Tomorrow I will take you to the Li Mansion and you can tell me how to deal with them. Tomorrow? Are you in such a hurry? Li Yunyan was a little confused. He tapped her nose again and said with a smile, The Li Mansion is your natal family. Now that you're married, you have to go back home, right? Right? Li Yunyan nodded continuously, causing the tassels on her head to sway, and said excitedly, Then we will go back tomorrow. Yun-yi was very thoughtful and even had someone prepare the return gift. When the canopied carriage from the sealholder's mansion stopped at the gate of the Li Mansion, it caused a chaos. Li Wenjin, Huang and others ran out of the backyard, crawling and rolling. They could never have imagined that the Master Seal would personally bring Li Yunyan back home. After all, on their wedding day, they were not treated as father-in-law and mother-in-law. Also, who would send a large number of imperial guards to surround the mansion when their daughter or son-in-law returns home and raid the house. Li Wenjin and Huang stood at the door of their house, trembling with fear, to welcome the seal holder and his wife back home. Behind them stood Li Shuang and Li Chong, both of whom had extremely complicated expressions. Zhang Yin took Li Yunyan back home, which meant that even if they were unwilling, they still had to kneel down and pay their respects to Li Yunyan, which made them feel particularly aggrieved. Yun Yi was wearing an indigo-colored robe with a collar and cuffs decorated with gold-threaded edging in flowing cloud patterns. He wore a purple-gold crown on his head and a jade belt around his waist, which made him look heroic and majestic without even being angry. Li Yunyan wore a purple-red silk skirt with 100 golden butterflies and a flower cloud pattern. The wide skirt flowed behind her, elegant and luxurious. She wore two-color silk peacock-embroidered hibiscus soft-soled shoes and a set of red gold and ruby brocade on her head, which made her look extremely bright and gorgeous. Seeing the two of them approaching hand in hand, everyone knelt down and bowed. "I, your humble servant, have met the master and the madam." "Everyone get up. Thank you, Master Zhang Yin, and thank you, Madam Zhang Yin." Li Yunyan walked up to Li Wenjin and the others with a polite smile on her face. Father, mother, Shuanger, Chonger. Li Shuang and Li Chong saluted her again. Elder sister. Li Wenjin smiled kindly with a feeling of relief that my daughter has grown up and nodded continuously. Huang was wiping her tears with a handkerchief in a pretentious manner, saying, Okay. I'm glad Yenner is back." Yuni looked at Li Wenjin and called out with a fake smile, "Father-in-law? No. I don't dare." "Master, you are welcome." Li Wenjin's face turned pale, and he waved his hands in fear. How could he be worthy of being called father-in-law by the Lord who holds the seal? He still wants to live a few more years. He humbly welcomed Yun Yi and the other two in. "Zhang Yin and Yenner, you must be tired, right? Come in and sit down. Have a cup of tea to warm yourself up." As he said this, he was about to lead them to the main hall. "No need." Yunyi hooked his arm around Li Yunyan's waist and said indifferently, "My wife hasn't been back to her parents' home for a long time. She wants to go back to the courtyard where she used to live. You guys lead the way." Beads of sweat kept rolling down Huang's forehead, and her heart was filled with anxiety and uneasiness. Whenever she thought of the yard where Li Yunyan once lived, she felt a headache. Not only was the yard small, but it was also in a state of disrepair. What was worse was that she had long forgotten that such a place existed. No one had taken care of it for a long time, and she had no idea what it looked like now. If the master of the seal saw this courtyard, who knows how angry he would be. But now, the situation is urgent. If we don't find a way to solve this problem as soon as possible, I'm afraid it will cause more unnecessary trouble. Huang gritted her teeth and decided to personally take people to clean up the yard, hoping to make it a little tidier in the shortest possible time. Then, by adding some furniture and other things, it shouldn't be too ugly. Huang smiled and said, "Master, I am arranging for someone to clean up Yenner's yard. You and Yenner should go inside and have a cup of tea and rest for a while before leaving." After she finished speaking, she glanced at Li Yunyan secretly. She was also a member of the Li family, and she hoped that she would cooperate with her for the sake of her family's face and not let her own family lose face. Li Yunyan received Huang's gaze and smiled coldly in her heart. If it were her original self, she might have considered her family's face and played along with them. But she won't get used to them. She pretended not to notice Huang's expression and smiled gently. "It's okay. I just want to come back and take a look at the place where I used to live. I can leave after seeing it, and I don't have to ask the servants to clean up." After saying that, she looked at Yunyi again. "Husband, I'll take you there." "No." A cute cry interrupted their steps. Li Shuang walked out and bowed to Yunyi. Then he said to Li Yunyan, "Sister, you liked quietness before, so you lived far away in the courtyard. The Lord Seal Master is a noble and busy person, so you should not waste your time on such boring things." After saying this, she took Li Yunyan's hand and acted like a sister with deep affection. "Sister, we were inseparable before. If you want to reminisce about the past, it's the same if you go to my Ningxuan courtyard and sit there." The smile on her face was stiff, but her fingers were secretly exerting force. Li Yunyan's yard was now unsightly. She couldn't let them get past now. Li Yunyan knew something was wrong as soon as she saw her expression. Although the original owner's previous yard was small and cramped, it was kept tidy and clean by the original owner. There was absolutely no need for them to act so nervous. Unless no one is allowed in that yard now, then she must go and see it even more. Li Yunyan took a deep breath and shook off her hands that were being held by Li Shuang. She raised her hand and saw that it had been pinched with red marks. Li Yunyan's skin was extremely delicate and fair, and a slight force would leave a mark. Yun-Yi usually had to be very careful, and when he saw the finger marks on her hands, he immediately frowned.
Bang!
Yuan Bao went straight up and slapped Li Shuang in the face unexpectedly, then lowered his head and retreated behind Li Yunyan, looking calm and composed. Li Shuang covered her face and looked at the Yuan Bao behind Li Yunyan with hatred. The memory of being forced to take off the jewelry by him a few days ago came back to her mind. Those jewelry were her best things. She has been feeling sad since she came back. At that time, she was in the Yun residence and could not do anything to him, but now it was in the Li family. Her parents were present, and she did not believe that they could not control a dead servant. "You darn servant! How dare you hit me?" These words made everyone present frown. Yuan Bao stood behind Li Yunyan as still as a mountain, as if he didn't hear her scolding him. Yuan Bao was Li Yunyan's man. How could he be scolded like this? She was about to protect her son when she heard Yun-Yi speak coldly. The second young lady of the Li family seems to have a lot of opinions about the servants. When the Li family heard this, they all gasped. Especially Li Shuang. The anger on her face was gone, replaced by deep regret and fear. How could she forget? The master in front of her was the biggest servant. She just kept saying she wanted to curse the servant to death. Didn't she curse the palm print as well? "No, it's not," Li Shuang stammered, not knowing how to respond, nor how to deal with this sudden and fatal situation. She stared at Yun-Yi with his eyes downcast, seemingly idly twirling the ring on his thumb. Then the hostility in him grew stronger and stronger, gradually turning into a strong murderous intent. "Lord Li, you have really raised a good daughter." His tone was so light and casual that no emotion could be heard. There was another loud paw. The slap was given by Li Wenjin. His face flushed red, veins popped out on his forehead, and he pointed his trembling fingers at Li Shuang, cursing, "You ignorant, wicked girl. You are simply lawless. You have really been conditioned by your mother. Why don't you apologize to the Master Seal? And you," he pointed at Huang and scolded, "a loving mother often spoils her children. I told you to teach your children well before, but I didn't expect you to teach them to be like this. Why don't you kowtow to the Lord Seal Holder, admit your mistakes, and apologize?" He pushed the two to the ground and forced them to apologize on the spot, while he humbly said, "Master, please forgive me. I was deceived by this foolish woman and didn't know that she had taught her daughter to be like this. I will discipline them well in the future." Li Shuang's face was full of grievance. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she bit her lips tightly and refused to bow her head and admit her mistakes. In front of Li Yunyan, a person she used to look down on, she could not bow her head no matter what. Besides, she didn't scold the master. She just scolded that jerk servant Li Yunyan. What did she do wrong? Huang was forced to kowtow to the ground by Li Wenjin. Although she was not convinced, she knew that Shuang'er had offended the chief seal by her careless words. If she did not apologize properly to appease the chief seal, they would be gone as women in the back house, and her husband would inevitably be embarrassed in the court in the future. She kowtowed and trembled as she said, "Master Seal Holder, it is all my fault that I am ignorant and stupid and have not taught my daughter well. Please do not hold it against me." Yun-Yi hugged Li Yunyan closer, his tone still calm. "You guys, are you just apologizing to me?" Huang's palm tightened instantly, hatred flashed across her eyes, and she squeezed out a voice and said, "Madam, please forgive Shuang'er's rudeness." Asking them to apologize was not Li Yunyan's original intention today. After all, the hatred between her and them could not be resolved by an apology. She nodded slightly towards Yun-Yi. Yun-Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, and then softened his tone and said, "I will not interfere with my father-in-law's family affairs, but now I want to go to my wife's yard to take a look. Do you still want to stop me?" Li Wenjin put on a smile and said, "You are too kind. Wherever you want to go, I will accompany you. Patriot, please go this way, inner house." Li Wenjin personally led the way in front. He looked calm, as if he had no idea how poorly Li Yunyan lived. But it is understandable. After all, Li Yunyan had never seen her father except during the Chinese New Year. He didn't care about his eldest daughter Li Yunyan at all. He never asked about her food, clothing, and daily expenses, let alone coming to her yard to see her. The group walked up and no one noticed that Li Chong, who had been hiding behind Li Wenjin, slowly fell to the back of the crowd and then changed direction and ran away. He ran into the nearest yard, went out through the back door of that yard, and then ran as fast as he could. He must run faster. Before the master of the seal enters the yard, he must collect all the things in the yard. If he saw the things inside, the consequences would be unimaginable. Along the way, they met several servants. When they saw the usually carefree young master running so fast, they all bowed to him. "Young master, I have seen the young master." Li Chong had always been raised by the Huang family and had no idea of the immensity of the world. Naturally, he neglected to exercise. After running for a while, he leaned against the wall to catch his breath. The servants came over and asked with concern, "Young master, what's wrong with you?" "Master, is there anything urgent?" "We can help you." Two cute maids surrounded Li Chong and asked him about his well-being. Under normal circumstances, Li Chong would naturally have a good time flirting with them. At this time, he looked at the two maids who were eager to please him and panted and said, "You go. Go to Li Yunyan's yard and put away everything in there. If this is accomplished, I will take you as my concubines." "Li Yunyan?" The two maids were stunned for a moment before they remembered who the owner of this name was. "Miss?" There was a hint of disdain in the maid's eyes. The courtyard where the eldest lady used to live was not as spacious as the place where they, as servants, lived. "Yes, don't ask. Go." Li Chong now slowed down a bit and started walking quickly forward again.
"Oh.
Okay. We'll go right away." With huge benefits in front of them, the two maids no longer cared about the young master and ran forward. The young master has not married yet. There are only a few maids in the courtyard, but no concubines. If they complete the young master's instructions, they will be considered half-masters in the future. If I could give birth to a concubine's eldest son before the young lady came into the family, then the days ahead would be wonderful just to think about. They knew the way, and being young and strong, they quickly ran to the small courtyard where Li Yunyan used to live. This small courtyard doesn't even have a name. Pushing open the half-open broken wooden door, what caught my eye was a dead pear tree in the middle of the small courtyard. There was a row of small flower pots neatly placed in the corner of the wall, but now they were all dead, and the pots had been smashed. At this time, the two little maids didn't know what they were going to pack in this yard. After walking a few more steps, their pupils suddenly widened. There are only 3 rooms in this courtyard, the main room in the middle and a small room on each side. At this moment, the hall was filled with yellow talismans. Not only that, there was a little wooden figure on the table, and the figure's body was covered in blood, as if it had been soaked in blood. When I walked into the room, besides the yellow talisman, there were also several pieces of clothes whose color could no longer be seen, all of which were covered in blood. A maid recognized the pattern of one of the clothes. She had seen the eldest daughter wearing it before. "This is the eldest daughter's dress." She cried out in surprise. Could it be that this is used as a training ground for the young lady? But the eldest lady is clearly not dead.
No.
The eldest daughter married the Lord Seal. She became the Lord Seal's wife. They seemed to be in the mansion at this moment. They suddenly realized the seriousness of the matter. If the young lady is in the mood and wants to take a look in the yard, the current state of the house will definitely lead to a terrible disaster. No wonder the young master looks so anxious. "Hurry, clean up," the little maid shouted. The two maids began to pick up things on the ground in a panic, but on the one hand, they were panicked, and on the other hand, there were too many yellow papers on the ground, and they could not pick them all up in a short time. Suddenly, they felt the light from the doorway was blocked. I turned around nervously and found a row of people standing at the door. Looking closely, they saw that the man in the lead was tall and straight, with a pair of slightly narrowed black eyes, glaring at them sinisterly, like a knife. It's the Master of Xiao. The two of them were so scared that they sat down on the ground. His voice was so cold that it seemed to freeze people. He asked sinisterly, "What are you doing?" Yunyi's heart was now filled with murderous intent. He had originally wanted to find a reason to deal with the Li family today, but he did not expect to see the scene before him. This desolate and remote courtyard, this bloody Dharma hall where the dead could no longer be reincarnated, made him want to wipe out the entire Li mansion without any excuse. Li Yunyan felt Yunyi's anger and gently squeezed his hand on her waist. She could clearly imagine the scene at that time. Huang and Li Shuang, the two vicious people, had made up their minds from the beginning and wanted to put her to death. However, they were also filled with fear, fearing that her wronged spirit would come to them after her death to demand debts and revenge. So, in order to seek a little psychological comfort, the two people actually held a weird ritual in the room where she once lived. Even though she was prepared, she couldn't help but gasp when she saw the scene in front of her. In the middle of the room was placed a lifelike wooden puppet with a distorted and hideous face, as if it was sneering sinisterly at her. The ground was covered with clothes, talismans, and bright red dog blood, emitting a nauseating stench. Such a scene is simply creepy. Not only that, the props used for the rituals seemed particularly weird. There are strange-shaped spells, shabby copper mirrors, incense burners emitting strange light, etc. All of these reveal a strong evil atmosphere, as if to swallow up the entire space. She clenched her fists in anger, cursing in her heart. Huang and Li Shuang are so crazy that they not only want her dead, but also want her to be unable to reincarnate after death. They can go to such lengths just for a little interest in the harem. They are really inhumane. At the same time, she also felt extremely sad. The original owner was innocent and had never done anything evil, but she was schemed against to such an extent without knowing it. Fortunately, God had eyes and let her come here to witness this ugly farce with her own eyes. At this moment, she was determined to make the two culprits pay the price they deserved to comfort the original owner for the suffering she had endured. In fact, Li Yunyan only guessed half right. Huang was a strong-willed person. She had killed a few people, but she had no fear or guilt at all and would never think of performing a ritual. Li Shuang was afraid, so she secretly asked someone to perform this ritual. Later, Li Chong found out and joined in. He was the one who called in the wooden man and dog blood. And those clothes were also taken out from Li Yunyan's closet. When Li Shuang followed here, her legs were too weak to stand, so she just knelt down on the spot. Li Wenjin was extremely surprised. He had never imagined that his eldest daughter had been living in such a courtyard before and was even worse than the maids in his courtyard. That's all. What's going on in this main hall where rituals were clearly performed? Who is dead?
Huang.
What's going on? He was not acting this time. He really had no idea what was going on and was extremely surprised at the moment. Huang was dangling. She had no idea how this place had turned out like this. She originally thought that the yard was just a little rundown and dirty, not a big deal. She looked at her daughter, who had fallen to the ground, and she was completely confused. How could this daughter be so stupid? She was anxious and angry. She covered her chest and fell down.
Ah?
Madam, the servants behind her hurriedly supported her and sat on the ground to press her philtrum. No one dared to call a doctor, and they didn't know what to do. At this time, Li Chong finally arrived. As soon as he rushed into the yard and saw so many people in the yard, he knew it was all over. The whole person collapsed and sat on the ground. When Li Wenjin saw that both of them were like this, he became anxious and walked directly into the house and picked up the wooden man on the table to check. Li Yunyan's name and birth date are engraved on it. He was shocked and understood everything at once. After all, when the palace was selecting concubines and changing Li Shuang's name to Li Yunyan, he agreed. If it were in the past, the death of Li Yunyan, this useless daughter, would be enough, and he would even secretly help them cover it up. But now, his future career all depends on this daughter. Nothing can happen to this daughter. Li Wenjin threw the wooden man heavily to the ground and asked in a sharp voice, "What on earth is going on?" No one answered him. All the servants were trembling with fear and kneeling on the ground. Li Shuang was so frightened that she was crying mechanically. Li Chong was paralyzed on the ground and couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Yuan and Yuan Bao walked into the house on their own and picked up the evidence on the ground and the table. Yuan Bao's eyes were full of shadows, and he kept staring at the people on the ground with his remaining eyes. "Father-in-law," Yunyi's voice was so cold that it made people's hair stand on end. "How do you explain the current situation?" Li Wenjin fell to his knees with a thump. "Please, Master Sealholder, please give me your opinion. I really had no idea what was going on." Yun-yi turned the ring on his hand. "Whether you know the truth or not, you can't tell it with words." His expression suddenly became fierce. "Someone come." Immediately, a group of royal guards came in from outside.
"Sir."
"What do you want me to do for you?" "Take all the members of the Li family to the Dongcheng prison and interrogate them strictly." "Yes." They immediately took action and escorted everyone present out one by one. Li Wenjin's face was filled with fear. His body was shaking. He knelt on his knees and kowtowed repeatedly, begging bitterly, "Master, I am really wronged. There must be some misunderstanding here. Please look carefully. I swear to God, I really know nothing about this matter." As he spoke, he looked at Li Yunyan beside him with eyes full of hope and fear, as if he had grasped the last straw, and shouted anxiously, "Yenner, my dear daughter, Daddy treats you well, right? You must save Daddy. Go and plead for Daddy with the Lord Seal, okay? Daddy is begging you." At this moment, Li Wenjin no longer cared about his face and dignity. He had only one thought in his mind: to stay alive. Li Yunyan looked coldly at the so-called father in front of her. Now he finally knew that he was her father? Where did you go earlier? Even if he is completely unaware of what happened today, what about the past? It was because of his indifference and neglect that Huang became more and more reckless, stretched her hands further and further, and even wanted to harm her life. If he, as a father, had even a little bit of father-daughter affection for her, or paid a little attention to her, Huang would not have done such an excessive thing. She took 2 steps back, avoiding the hand that Li Wenjin extended to her, and said with her eyes downcast, "The East Factory has always had strict discipline. If Daddy has not done anything wrong, the Chief Seal will naturally let Daddy out. Daddy, don't worry." After she finished speaking, she turned her gaze to Huang, Li Shuang, and Li Chong lying on the ground. Huang has woken up and is crying silently in the arms of Li Shuang. They know that the situation is hopeless. As long as they enter the East Factory, everything they have done in the past will be exposed, and there will be no chance of getting out. Li Chong still looked incredulous, muttering, "I won't go. I won't go to Dongcheng. Elder sister, save me." He rushed in front of Li Yunyan and was stopped by Yuan Bao. Li Chong stretched out his hand, his eyes red, and he looked crazy. "Eldest sister, save me. I am your younger brother. I will take care of you in your old age." Li Yunyan's expression was calm. "I can't afford a brother like you who would make a fool of himself in front of his elder sister. Eldest sister, I was wrong, elder sister. Please forgive my brother this time." Li Chong pretended to be a nice and obedient person. In the past, as long as he humbled himself and begged like this, his elder sister would not care about his teasing her. Seeing his expression, Li Yunyan suddenly remembered the scene in which Li Chong bullied her, which flashed by in the plot. He had a bad temper since he was a child. When he was little, he liked to throw mud on her skirt, pretend to be a ghost to scare her, and put bugs in her food. As he grew up, his methods became more and more numerous. He put snakes and frogs in her room, cut her clothes with scissors, and deliberately pushed her to fall. Until the past 2 years, he even peeked at her taking a bath. Li Yunyan frowned fiercely and looked at him with even colder eyes. If Huang and Li Shuang bullied Li Yunyan, it is possible to infer the reason, which is nothing more than jealousy, or fear that she would gain power and surpass them in the future. But this younger brother, who had no direct interest in her, bullied her for no reason. He was born evil. bad from the root. Seeing that she remained unmoved even though he had begged for mercy in a low voice, Li Chong simply stopped pretending and said, "Li Yunyan, are you crazy? I am the only male in the Li family. When you are old and childless, and the Lord's seal holder has another woman, I wonder who will be able to support you then." Li Yunyan's expression remained unchanged, and she was not angered by his words at all. She put her hands in front of her belly and thought to herself, "I have so many children." But Yun-yi didn't want to do it. He was accused of being promiscuous and abandoning her for no reason. If Yan took it seriously and didn't want him anymore, then even if he killed Li Chong 1,000 times, it would not be enough. Yuan and slap your face. Yes, bang. Bang. After 2 loud bangs, Li Chong was stunned. Yuan used so much force in these 2 slaps that 2 of Li Chong's teeth were knocked out. Blood started to flow from his mouth, and his head felt dizzy and stars were coming out of his eyes. He could no longer speak. After beating the man, Yuan didn't wait for him to say anything and just had him dragged away. The small courtyard finally became quiet. Smoke. Yuni held her hand and wanted to prove his innocence. Yan, I will only have you as my woman in this life. Don't believe that boy's lies. He said it sincerely and solemnly, almost swearing to the sky. After hearing this, Li Yunyan smiled at him and said, "I won't take it seriously." She leaned close to his ear and said in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, "If I get old and you find another woman, I will turn you into a real servant." After hearing her words, Yuni felt a chill between his legs and his expression was very complicated. He pinched her little face helplessly. "You dare to say anything? You are getting bolder and bolder." Li Yunyan was not afraid of him at all now. She raised her eyebrows at him, looking like, "What can you do to me?" She took 2 steps, reached out and touched the dead pear tree in the yard. Looking at the soil of varying shades at the roots, she knew that someone had deliberately drugged the tree and killed it. There was only pity in his eyes. This pear tree used to be very beautiful when it bloomed. The yard would be full of pear blossoms, and the entire ground would be covered with petals. But the pears it produced were very sour, and even birds didn't like to eat them. She squatted down again and looked at the broken flower pots on the ground. These were all carefully tended by the original owner in her spare time. She collected the flowers and plants bit by bit from the discarded branches in the greenhouse. It was one of the few things that made her feel happy. Thinking of the original owner's past, Li Yunyan's eyes felt a little sore. Feeling that she looked a little sad, Yun-yi also squatted down with her and put his hand on her head. "If you like to tend to flowers and plants, I'll have someone plant some in the yard when I get back, so you can see different kinds of flowers every day, okay?" Li Yunyan nodded and smiled at him. "Okay. And we should plant a pear tree in the yard, too. Okay. All up to you." After returning, Li Yunyan was sentimental for a few days, and then she received the results of the interrogation by several people from the Li family. The Dongchong was very good at interrogating prisoners. After a few severe tortures, even the most trivial things in the past could be revealed. Yuni showed her their confessions. None of the people in the Li family were tough. They all admitted to everything they had done to the original owner. He was so angry when he heard this that even though they had confessed, he still had them tortured again. But there was no need to tell her this. Li Yunyan took the confession letter. She knew all those past events, so she glanced at it and didn't read it again. She may have been a little emotionally unstable recently due to her pregnancy, so she was afraid to see it, but also wanted to cry for the original owner. Seeing her fearful expression, Yuni felt a pang in his heart, so he threw the stack of papers aside and told her the result directly. It would be too easy for Huang, Li Shuang, and Li Chong to die like this. Didn't they let you be palace maids? I will let Huang and Li Shuang enter the laundry department to be the lowest-ranking palace maids, and as for Li Chong, I will make him a servant. After looking at her expression, Yuni continued, Li Wenjin, he did not actively harm you, but his indifference and inaction towards you over the years made him their biggest accomplice, so I decided to let him go and confiscated all the property of the Li family. He pulled out a booklet from his sleeve, which was a list of the Li family's assets, and handed it to Li Yunyan. Searching the house, Li Yunyan took the long list and secretly clicked her tongue. Li Wenjin is a man who values fame and fortune the most. He regards money and fame as more important than anything else. If his house is raided directly, it will make him feel worse than death. She was dazzled by the sight. She had never thought that the Li family had so many businesses. She wondered how much of this was the dowry that her original mother had brought over. Yun-yi saw that her eyes were getting wider and wider, and she looked no longer sad, and her lips curled up slightly. "Madam, please take your time to look at these things. They are all yours." "Mine?" Li Yunyan was incredulous. "Can you distribute the things you took during the house search at will? How can this be considered a confiscation of property?" Yuni smiled in an unfathomable way and spoke slowly. "Li Wenjin is your father. When he marries his daughter, does he not prepare dowry for you? Is this okay?" It seems that this is what Yuni said to the outside world. Li Yunyan covered her mouth and laughed secretly. All her previous melancholy disappeared at once. She laughed very happily. "Yes, yes, yes. These are the dowry that my father prepared for me." Yun-yi took out another booklet from his sleeve. This book was several times thicker than the previous one, and handed it to her. "These are my betrothal gifts." Li Yunyan took it and was a little dumbfounded. Even though she had seen a lot of good things, she was still shocked by Yun-yi's generosity. It is no exaggeration to say that Yun-yi's family wealth is rich enough to rival a country. What a treacherous minister. "Are these all for me?" Li Yunyan smiled with her eyebrows curved. Her face and eyes were full of joy. She just liked people who gave money, without saying anything. "Of course it's all for you." Yuni raised his hand and rubbed her head. Seeing that she had regained her lively appearance, he breathed a sigh of relief. If he had known that she could be coaxed so easily, he wouldn't have to worry for so many days. He held her on his lap and stroked her belly with his big hands. "Have you still felt uncomfortable these days?" Li Yunyan shook her head. "I don't feel nauseous anymore, and I don't vomit after eating. I think my stomach will get bigger soon, and I won't go out then. I feel wronged." Yen. Yuni lowered her eyes, feeling extremely guilty. His identity had always prevented her from being like a normal woman. She even had to hide her pregnancy so that no one could find out. "I'm not wronged at all." Li Yunyan raised her two jade-white hands, gently pinched his earlobes, and said with a smile, "Husband, I am not a person who likes to move around. My home has everything and is extremely safe. Is there any place in the world that can make people feel happier than staying at home?" Looking at her satisfied little face, Yunyi's heart was filled. He had always thought that this was how his life would go. After taking revenge, he would be a servant for the rest of his life, living alone until old age, and maybe one day he would die in a corner. But here she is. He was very glad that he was obsessed with it at the time and wanted to use it as an antidote to relieve his headache. He kept it by his side and smelled it when he had a headache. Who knew that she would squeeze into his heart with such a gentle and irresistible attitude that he could never let her go? He held her face in his hands, his eyes filled with deep affection for her. Yen, are you sent by God to save me?" "Yes." Li Yunyan smiled and said ambiguously, "I am a fairy who came down from heaven. The Emperor of Heaven said that you are a star of misfortune, so he sent me to accompany you, bear children for you, and grow old with you." Yunyi's eyes were moistened, and he held her tightly in his arms. "Then it's settled. You will be with me for the rest of your life, forever and ever, until we grow old together." Li Yunyan's eyes flickered. It should be impossible to do it for generations to come, but it can be done for one lifetime. She nodded slightly and offered her lips. This kiss was gentle and soft, like a spring breeze, which gradually healed the scars in his heart. Yun-yi was immersed in her tenderness at first, but then he gradually took over and let the gentle and soft drizzle gradually turn into a violent storm. Li Yunyan held on to the edge of the table tightly, and the gold tassels on her head swayed, making a pleasing clinking sound. Because of Yuni's identity, Li Yunyan decided to reduce the number of pregnancies to the minimum, so she was pregnant with quadruplets this time. When the pregnancy is almost 3 months, the curvature of the belly is already very obvious. Yuan Bao and Meia's pupils trembled. Although they heard noises in their master's room, every night and had some doubts about the true identity of the seal holder, they couldn't help but be surprised when they actually saw their lady's growing belly. "My lord, you hid it really well." However, they're the master's most loyal servants. Although they were shocked, their first reaction was to cover up the secret. As long as Yun-yi was not at home, Mei would stick by Li Yunyan's side and support her wherever she went. She didn't ask anything, just accepted it calmly, and took good care of Li Yunyan. Li Yunyan was very satisfied with Mei Yi and Yuan Bao's reactions. She actually didn't know how to explain Yun-yi's situation to them. The other servants in the mansion treated her as usual, as if they didn't see her strolling around the yard with her big belly all day, and regarded them as blind. Yun-yi didn't know where he found a midwife and a wet nurse, and they were being kept in the mansion from now on. All of Li Yunyan's previous worries were in vain. She had thought that she could only hide in the room until she gave birth, but she didn't expect that as long as she didn't go out, the entire Yun mansion would be safe. She was in a good mood, ate well, drank well, and slept well every day, and kept herself in great shape. The only omission was that because of finding a midwife, Yun-yi inadvertently learned a few things that should not be done during pregnancy. From then on, she began to cultivate her body and mind, which made Li Yunyan so angry that she gritted her teeth. The Imperial Palace. Laundry Department. "Hurry up. If you keep taking so long, how long will it take you to finish washing?" A shrill servant's voice came. He held a thin stick in his hand and had a critical expression on his face. If the person on the ground was slow, he would hit him with a stick without mercy. "Yes.
Servanly.
Let's wash now." Two women dressed as palace maids sat on a low stool, holding a brush in one hand and holding the toilet with the other. They endured the great nausea and brushed their faces until they turned pale. The two palace maids were Huang and Li Shuang. Yun-yi ordered them to become the lowest-ranking palace maids at that time, and Yuan and Yuan Bao first thought of the laundry department. The laundry department was not only a place for washing clothes and quilts, but also for cleaning toilets for the nobles in the palace. Huang and Li Shuang had kept their hands in water ever since they entered the laundry room. Except for the 2 or 3 hours when they ate and slept, they kept washing and scrubbing the rest of the time, never stopping. Their fingers, which they had carefully cared for before, were now red and swollen, with several wounds. Because they had not received treatment and had been soaked in dirty water, the wounds had become festering and festering. It was a far cry from the pampered life they had enjoyed before. Li Shuang shed tears silently while washing the dirty things that she would never touch before. Her heart was filled with regret at this moment. If she had known that Li Yunyan would have the golden thigh of the Lord Seal Holder after entering the palace, she would have gone there happily at first and would never let her enter the palace in her place, no matter what.
No.
When she was at home, she should have made sure that Jerk Li Yunyan died without a burial place. She was indignant. Wasn't that Jerk Li Yunyan still alive? She didn't know what advice she had given to the Master Seal to send them to such a filthy place. If one day she gets out, she will definitely take revenge 100-fold or 1,000-fold for today's vengeance. She cursed fiercely in her heart, and her hands' movements slowed down unconsciously.
Bang!
A burning pain came from the back, and Li Shuang screamed in pain. She covered her back and looked at the hideous servant with hatred. She has learned her lesson now and no longer speaks nonsense, but just glares at him fiercely. Snap!
Snap!
Snap! After a few more blows, Servant Li hurled the stick at her, spitting. "How dare you stare at me, little witch? I'll beat you to death." Li Shuang curled up into a ball, shielding her face with her hands, using only her back to endure the beatings. Servant, calm down." Huang put down the brush in her hand, knelt on the ground and grabbed Servant Li. She ignored the pain in her hands and body and put on a flattering smile. "Please calm down, father-in-law. I am ignorant and have offended you. But, father-in-law, if you beat her to the point where she can't move, then there will be no one to clean all those toilets, right? Please go easy on her, father-in-law." Servant Li hit him with the stick a few more times before he stopped. He let out a sinister laugh, lifted Huang's face with his stick, and hit her lightly a few times. "You are a mother who has good sense. Although your daughter looks young, she is not as good as you. Huang lowered her eyes in panic. Thank you, servant. I will let my daughter get up and continue working. She pulled Li Shuang back to sit on the small stool, gave her a look that said, stop making trouble, avoided servant Li's scorpion-like eyes, and continued to wash the dirt with her head down. After finally getting off work, Huang and Li Shuang dragged their tired bodies to get their own rations. When the other palace maids in the laundry department saw the two of them coming, they scattered and covered their noses in disgust. Although this is the lowest class place in the palace maids inside are still divided into different classes. The highest class were the servants and aunts who were in charge, the lower class were the palace maids who wash clothes, and the lowest class were the lowly palace maids like Huang and Li Shuang who could only clean toilets. They spend all day with toilets and have a lingering strange smell on their bodies. Huang and Li Shuang were already accustomed to their looks. At first, Li Shuang would glare back, but was surrounded and beaten by everyone. She didn't even know who had snatched the black bun from her hand. The servant and the aunt in charge didn't care about such matters. The food supply was fixed, and if the buns were gone, then they would go hungry. Then she learned her lesson. They silently took a black flour bun and a bowl of porridge made of broken rice and vegetable leaves, found an empty corner, and ate them hastily. They were afraid of being hungry and knew that only when the food was in their stomachs could it be considered theirs. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the gate. Li Shuang stuffed the last 2 bites of buns into her mouth, then drank the rest of the porridge in one gulp, and stood up to observe the situation at the door. Servant Li and the housekeeper had already surrounded the visitor and were eagerly asking about her well-being. The man had a slender figure and walked leisurely in the courtyard. He was different from the feminine appearance of other servants. Due to years of martial arts training, his physique looked much stronger than other servants. In addition, he was the steward of the Yun mansion, and his food, clothing, and daily expenses were not comparable to those of ordinary servants. At this time, he was wearing a finely crafted brocade robe, a jade belt around his waist, and a jade pendant of excellent quality. If you didn't know that the visitor was a servant, you would have thought he was a young master of a noble family who had mistakenly entered this place. I don't know if it's because there are no normal men in the palace, but Li Shuang now feels that the servant Yuanbao, whom she hated so much before, now looks much more pleasing to the eye. She lowered her eyes, a gleam of light flashing in them. She raised her red and swollen fingers and touched her intact face. She thought she was a great beauty. If it weren't for the scumbag Li Yunyan standing in front of her, her beauty would definitely not be inferior to any noble woman in the capital. She has had enough of her current life. If she gives herself to a servant, she will be able to see the light of day again. There will be a long time to come in the future. Li Shuang took a deep breath, suppressed her temper, and put on a gentle and innocent smile. She took a few steps forward, but her sleeve was grabbed by Huang. Huang knew her daughter very well. Just by looking at her expression, she knew what she was going to do. She felt the pain in her body. The servants' hearts were twisted. To give herself to a servant was like plotting against a tiger. She shook her head at Li Shuang in disapproval and mouthed, no. Li Shuang finally got an opportunity, so why would she listen to Huang? She broke free from Huang's fingers without hesitation, raised her head and chest, and walked towards Yuanbao in what she thought was the most beautiful posture. She was very confident in her looks. Before she even reached the age of 15, many families had proposed to her. However, she had high standards and wanted to marry a royal family, so her mother rejected all the proposals. Now he is just trying to charm a servant, but she doesn't believe that he can control himself. But Li Shuang had forgotten that she used to be the daughter of an official family. She wore exquisite clothes and hair accessories, had decent makeup on her face, and walked with a swaying grace, which was naturally pleasing to the eye. But now, she was just a lowly maid in the laundry department, dressed worse than a fire-making maid. Her face was sallow, her hair was disheveled and dull, and she was skinny. She walked with the posture of a noble lady, which was a bit ridiculous. Yuanbao frowned immediately. He had indeed come to see Huang and Li Shuang today. His wife had been at home taking care of her pregnancy and was bored, so he wanted to come and see the miserable state of these people. If his wife was not in a good mood one day, he would tell her the story as a joke to make her laugh. But what's going on with Li Shuang's current behavior? Does she think she is still the second lady of the Li family? Yuan Bao looked at the servant Li, who was bowing beside him with a cold look in his eyes. Li Fu, didn't you listen to me and treat them well? Yes, yes, servant Li whispered back. Servant Yuan Bao, how dare I disobey your instructions? I personally keep an eye on these two people and make sure they do the dirtiest work and eat the worst food every day. Oh, it seems that we haven't entertained you enough, Yuan Bao said with hidden meaning. At this time, Li Shuang had already walked up to Yuan Bao, knelt down and bowed to him. I am Li Shuang, your servant, meeting servant Yuan Bao. Her voice was so delicate that it gave Yuan Bao goosebumps. He smiled sinisterly and said, Second Miss Li, please use the same scolding tone you used before when talking to me. Your voice now makes me feel a little flattered. Li Shuang's expression froze for a moment, then returned to normal after a moment. Servant Yuan Bao, you must be joking. I was ignorant before and offended you. Today I came here specially to pay you back and apologize. After saying this, she tilted her body to highlight her figure and bowed to Yuan Bao again. Yuan Bao's eyes flashed with interest. This Li Shuang was actually willing to humble herself like that. He wanted to see what she wanted to do. Ms. Li, how do you want to apologize to our family? Li Shuang lowered her head, and a triumphant smile appeared on her face. She knew it. How could a dead servant not be tempted by her beauty? She slowly raised her head, looked at Yuan Bao with shy eyes, and whispered softly, As long as the servant is willing to forgive me, I will do whatever you want me to do. The words were spoken in an unusually tactful manner, and only then did Yuan Bao look at Li Shuang's face seriously. Li Yunyan and Li Shuang have the same father but different mothers, but they don't actually look alike. To be honest, her face was quite good-looking. But his family's seal and his wife were both very good-looking, and he was used to seeing them. At this time, he felt that such a face was just mediocre. But her nose was small and straight, and looked a bit like his wife. While Yuan Bao was looking around, the people around him were already secretly looking down on him in their hearts. This lowly slave Li Shuang actually dared to covet the powerful servant Yuan Bao. Servant Yuan Bao is a man of outstanding talent, elegant and handsome. You should know that when servant Yuan Bao was in Ziyun Palace, many beautiful young palace maids threw themselves at him, wanting to become his partner and seek his protection. But he rejected them all. Has Li Shuang not looked in the mirror for a long time? Does she think that just based on her looks, servant Yuan Bao will be attracted to her? How dare she? The next moment, they saw servant Yuan Bao gently raise his hand and place a finger on the tip of Li Shuang's nose. This. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that Master Yuan Bao really has a crush on this woman? Yuan Bao didn't know what everyone was thinking. He just thought the tip of the nose was pretty and wanted to reach out and touch it. When his fingers touched it, he saw Li Shuang's eyes suddenly rise, and he felt disgusted in his heart, and he immediately lost interest. Such eyes don't match such a nose. Li Fu. His voice was gloomy and sounded a little scary. Li Shuang didn't dare to move, her body trembling slightly. She knew his next words would determine whether she stayed or left.
Li Fu, servant Yuan Bao, I miar.
Cut off her nose. Li Shuang suddenly raised her head, as if she couldn't believe it, and asked with a trembling voice, Servant Yuan Bao. Yuan Bao was too lazy to look at her again. He looked at the stunned Li Fu and snorted. I obey your command. He quickly followed the order and was about to pull Li Shuang away.
No.
Let me go, Li Shuang yelled. Servant Yuan Bao. Are you mistaken? I didn't offend you in any way today. Why did you cut off my nose? Seeing that he didn't say anything, Li Shuang was extremely anxious. She thought of all the possibilities and continued to beg for mercy. Servant Yuan Bao. I know I'm wrong. Let me go, and I will never talk to you again. Huang also came up to beg, kneeling on the ground and kowtowed. Please be merciful, father-in-law. Spare my daughter this time. When he saw Huang, Yuan Bao remembered some of the things she had done to his wife before. He personally interrogated Servant Tian of the Yi Ting Bureau. Servant Tian confessed that it was Huang who bribed him with money to let him keep his wife in the Yi Ting Bureau, and then, when Li Shuang heard his words, she thought her plea had worked, so she broke free from Li Fu's hand, ran over happily, and knelt down. Father-in-law, she looked at him hopefully. Yuan Bao looked at the two people kneeling before him and sneered, "Since you like the servant, I will grant your wish." He hooked his finger at Li Fu. "Come here." Li Fu hurried over, bowing his back. "What do you want, servant? These two are yours." Li Fu was overjoyed, and his shrill voice rose a few notches. "Thank you, servant, for your reward. Father-in-law, please spare my life, sir. Please have mercy, sir." Huang and Li Shuang were so frightened that they kept kowtowed, and soon their heads were broken and bleeding. Li Fuping was always mean and sarcastic to them. If they became his women, they would not have a good life for even a few hours. After admiring the panicked looks of the two, Yuan Bao said, "You still need to trim your nose. Turn around and leave." Father-in-law, servant Yuan Bao, no matter how much they tried to persuade him to stay, Yuan Bao never looked back. Li Fuel walked over slowly, stretched out his hands, grabbed the back of the collars of the two people, and pulled them up with force. He sneered, looking at Li Shuang's terrified face, his voice filled with endless malice and ridicule. "Servant Yuan Bao has gone far away. Don't worry, Servant Yuan Bao doesn't want you. I, Li Fu, want you. Come with me." "I won't leave. I don't want to. Let me go." Li Shuang struggled hard. She covered her nose in despair, wondering how it turned out like this. She didn't expect that Yuan Bao, a mere servant, would actually reject her. After that, she lost her nose. Her face was damaged, and she no longer had the chance to hook up with the rich and powerful. How could she get out of this dark place? She felt hopeless and tried to rush into the well nearby. Stop her. Li Fu was well prepared. He had seen many palace maids who threatened to die at any time. He had plenty of ways to deal with such people. He gave a cold order. "Cut off her nose and bring her back to our room." "Yes, father-in-law." Several servants dragged the struggling Li Shuang outside. Li Fu looked down at Huang, who looked numb, and patted her face. "You are more obedient. Let's go. We will love you first." Huang just cried woodenly and let Li Fu take her to his residence. It was easy to trim the nose. In less than half an hour, Li Shuang, without a nose, had been bandaged and sent to Li Fu's residence by several servants. The pain from her nose made Li Shuang feel extremely sober. She faced the reality and knew that she would never be able to get out of this hellhole, so she could only grasp the present. Although Li Fu is a dead servant, he is the manager of the laundry department. If she serves him well, she will at least have enough food and warm clothes in the future, and she won't have to work so hard like before, cleaning the toilet every day. She already had a plan in her mind, and when the servants sent her into Li Fu's room, she no longer showed any reluctance. When she saw Huang, who was covered in wounds and naked, lying on the inner side of the couch, her eyes flickered. "Tied her up here." Li Fu pointed at the pillar at the head of the bed and gave orders to several servants. "Yes, father-in-law." Several servants took ropes and tied Li Shuang's hands and feet to the 4 bedposts so that she could no longer jump into the well or even leave the room. Li Shuang obediently let them tie her up. She looked at Li Fu and said softly, "Servantly, I won't run away again." "Oh, are you scared now?" Li Fu said with a twisted smile. But it's too late. He waved the servants back out of the door and stretched out his hands to Li Shuang. With a strong pull, the maid's dress on her body turned into rags and was thrown to the ground by him casually. Li Shuang trembled slightly. She didn't know what it was like for the servant to do this. But she was mentally prepared. No matter what, she had to perform well. She forced a smile on her face that was uglier than crying and said in a coquettish voice, "Servant, please have mercy on me." Li Fu laughed strangely and reached out to touch the bed. "Okay, I will pity you now." Li Shuang felt that he picked up something and gestured with it under her body. She got goosebumps all over her body and turned her head with great effort until she finally saw what it was. Her eyes suddenly widened. That was the stick he had used to whip her. A shrill scream came from the room, and the servants guarding outside the door were all startled. They crowded around the window, vying to see how servantly disciplined this disobedient palace maid. They often did this, and servantly never stopped them. Sometimes after training them, he would let a few of them in to have some fun. They were watching intently when suddenly a lame man with one eye missing appeared beside them. "Oh my God! You just showed up so suddenly and scared your grandpa to death. Xiao Oko, have you finished your work? Why are you here?" And servant who knew the inside story laughed sinisterly and said, "I know. Those in here are his mother and his sister. Xiao Chongzi, do you want to come over and rescue them?" The servant laughed in a sinister and terrifying way, and Li Chong shook his head in panic. "No, it's not." A slap hit his face. "If it's not, then what are you doing here?" Li Chong held his head and begged for mercy. I was just passing by. Then hurry up and get out. My slave is leaving now." Li Chong listened to the miserable screams inside, and his face showed a look of disgust. He originally thought that his second sister could marry servantly, which would make his life easier in the future, so he came to see her. But from the voice inside, it seems that the second sister is not liked by servantly. He can't even protect himself now, let alone save them. The only thing he could do was to run away quickly before the next slap came. The screaming in the house lasted for more than half an hour. At the beginning, it was accompanied by begging for mercy and crying, but in the end, there were only low wailing sounds. Li Fu was tired, so he threw away the stick and got off the bed. The stick rolled to the ground, leaving spots of blood wherever it passed. He stretched out his body comfortably. He had a great time today and felt particularly happy. He walked out the door in a good mood and said to the people who were looking at him eagerly, "Come in and play." Seeing that they were about to rush in, he added, "Don't play too hard. We still want to play for a few more days." "Don't worry, sir. We know what we are doing." "Yes, father-in-law. Don't you understand us?" "We will see to it." Li Fu nodded with satisfaction and waved to them. Huang and Li Shuang died within half a month. Li Chong struggled for several months, but also died quietly in the end. Li Wenjin remarried and had forgotten his 2 children in the palace. He embraced his new wife and was determined to have another child in his old age. After reading the news, Yun-yi burned the paper in his hand to ashes. These people have become a thing of the past, and he will never mention them in front of his wife again. Li Yunyan is now in the 3rd trimester of pregnancy. Her belly is particularly large, and it is very inconvenient for her to move. Yun-yi is terrified when he sees this. He moved all the official business back to his house and left the matters that required going out to Yuan and Yuan Bao. Li Yunyan is now experienced and does not need to hire a special nanny. She knows what to eat during pregnancy and what to pay attention to. So even though she was pregnant with quadruplets, her strict control meant her belly didn't get abnormally big. It was just because she was lazy and had the system's pills in her hand that she was too lazy to even leave the room. Yun-yi strictly followed the experience he had heard and carried Li Yunyan out to bask in the sun every day. When she didn't want to move, he would carry her to the yard, hold her arm, and let her walk slowly. Seeing Yun-yi looking like he was facing a powerful enemy, Li Yunyan would sometimes cooperate and walk a little. If she didn't want to cooperate, she would just hang on him and let him move her around. On this day, the pear tree that Yun-yi had transplanted to the yard was in bloom, and he excitedly carried Li Yunyan out to see it. "Yan, look. The pear blossoms are in bloom." Li Yunyan hugged his neck tightly, looking at the pure white branches. She felt happy as if the dead pear tree in the remote little courtyard had come back to life. "It's so beautiful. I wonder if it will bear fruit." "Of course it will," Yuni said with a smile. "I asked someone to pick the best pear tree. The fruits it bears are big and sweet." "That's great." Li Yunyan looked at him with sparkling eyes. "Thank you, husband." Yun-yi pecked her lightly. "As long as madam is happy." "Oops." Li Yunyan suddenly frowned and touched her stomach, feeling a little uncomfortable. "What's up?" Li Yunyan felt the familiar pain and smiled at him. "Husband, I think I'm about to give birth." In the delivery room that had been prepared in advance, several midwives worked together to take care of Li Yunyan meticulously. Mei brought the ginseng soup and fed it to Li Yunyan mouthful by mouthful. Madam, is it enough? There's more in the kitchen. Li Yunyan had already taken the painless fertility pill, and her cries of pain now were just an act. She shook her head and said, "No, that's enough." After she finished speaking, she felt her stomach tightening again, and she hummed softly in cooperation. Mei nervously wiped her sweat with a handkerchief, then massaged her calves to relax her, then ran to the kitchen to bring in a few plates of snacks. She was so busy that she didn't have time to rest. Yun Yi was guarding outside the door the whole time. He had given an order that even if something big happened today, he would not leave the room, so no one dared to disturb him. Yuan guarded the gate of the mansion, and Yuan Bao guarded the gate of the courtyard to ensure that no idle people would enter the mansion. Under strong protection, Li Yunyan gave birth to 2 sons and 2 daughters safely. Yuni looked at the 4 children lying side by side, feeling happy and excited. But what he was most worried about was Li Yunyan's health. "Ma'am, how do you feel?" Li Yunyan had already taken the quick recovery pill and no longer felt any pain in her body, just a little tired. "Husband, I'm fine. Don't worry." Yunyi's hand stayed on her belly, which was no longer protruding, and he didn't dare to use any force. How could the lady be okay after giving birth to 4 children at once? She must be in pain. He caressed her face lovingly. His wife was usually such a demure person, but she had already sacrificed so much for the child. As her husband, he should also do something. "Madam, when the children are 1 month old, I will hold a family recognition banquet and record the 4 children in the genealogy of our Yun family. Will this make people suspicious of you?" Li Yunyan was a little worried. Yuni was nominally a servant, and suddenly he had a few more children. How could he explain this to others? Besides these kids, Li Yunyan looked carefully and found that each of the children looked more or less similar to them. As they grew older, the similarities would become more and more obvious. "Don't be afraid." Yuni squeezed her hand and gave her a reassuring look. "Even if someone has doubts, I can dispel their doubts." Yun-Yi has always been steady and careful in his work. Now that he said so, Li Yunyan no longer worries and just trusts him in everything. She nodded and smiled. "Thank you for your hard work, husband." He kissed her forehead and looked into her tired eyes. "Yan, go to sleep. You've worked too hard today." Li Yunyan was really tired. She responded, closed her eyes, and fell asleep in a few moments. 1 month later, the whole capital city heard that the seal holder had held a family recognition banquet to adopt the 4 children as his godchildren. It was common for servants to adopt sons as their godchildren in order to have someone to rely on for the rest of their lives. However, most servants would only adopt 1 or 2 sons, and it was unusual for them to adopt 4 sons and daughters at a time. Moreover, this servant is no ordinary servant. He is a 9,000-year-old servant who is equal to the regent king, the Lord Seal. Although there was a little emperor sitting on the throne, everyone knew that all the affairs of the court were handled by the Master Seal. Even the memorials were personally reviewed by the Master Seal. Except for the fact that he didn't sit in the middle seat during the morning court session and didn't wear the yellow robe, in any other way was he not better than a real emperor? When people heard that he was going to adopt adopted sons and daughters, naturally, there was a sensation in the capital. Everyone wanted to see what these 4 particularly blessed children looked like. At the banquet, the seal holder openly brought out the 4 children and showed them to everyone. They also met the wife of the seal holder, who was said to be extremely favored but rarely went out. She was indeed like a lotus flower emerging from clear water, naturally, without any decoration. Her appearance was simply the face of a country that could conquer a city. No wonder even the Master Seal, who has always been averse to women, made an exception and married her. Looking at the 4 children who seemed to be just 1 month old, they all looked pink and healthy. A closer look revealed the shadows of the couple in their eyes and eyebrows. The Master of Seal art really has an all-seeing eye. He can even find children who look like him and his wife. No wonder the Master Seal wanted to adopt these 4 children as his adopted sons and daughters at the same time. Just based on their looks, he would have to adopt a few more even if they came. Yuni acted so frankly that no one doubted that these 4 children were the Seal Master's biological children. Putting aside the fact that Yun-yi was a famous servant, the 4 children all looked the same size, as if they were born from the same mother. But looking at the slender figure and healthy, rosy complexion of the Lady Seal, she didn't look like she had just given birth to 4 children. It is obvious that these children were specially sent by the master to go around and carefully select them. Everyone is envious of these 4 children. They are so lucky. The thing that Li Yunyan had been worried about was solved so easily by Yuni. It seemed that no matter how difficult the problem was, he could resolve it with ease. She raised the children at home with peace of mind, and saw with her own eyes that the 4 children grew up day by day and looked more and more like the 2 of them. Under Yun-yi's governance, the court was peaceful and prosperous. The Yun family lived a rich and safe life, and the children were healthy and lively. In such a wonderful life, when the 4 children were 5 years old, Li Yunyan became pregnant with quadruplets. She had made up her mind not to allow herself to get pregnant naturally in this little world. After all, Yunyi's identity was there, and it would be troublesome to adopt sons again and again. This time, she gave birth to 2 sons and 2 daughters, and Li Yunyan stopped having children. In the days that followed, their family of 10 lived a peaceful, happy, and long-lasting life. Li Yunyan's soul returned to the system. She looked back at Yun-yi, who was silently hugging her, and smiled peacefully. She lived a simple and beautiful life, with a fulfilled and happy heart. She felt that the memories of her previous life of running around to kill zombies every day were very far away from her. Host, your emotions have been blocked. Do you want to start entering the next small world? Let's go. When Li Yunyan opened her eyes, she saw a sea of red. Through the red, she could see the flickering candlelight and the shadowy figures around her. She felt someone standing next to her. That person was tall and looked down at her, giving her a slight sense of oppression. Li Yunyan immediately understood where she was. She was sitting in front of a couch with a veil on her head, and the man standing next to her should be the husband she was going to marry. Is this a normal start? We got married right away, then had our wedding night, and then had children. It was all so natural, and there was no difficulty at all. It was so normal that she was a little spoiled. Before she could let the system transmit the plot, she felt a corner of her veil being lifted up. The next moment, the entire veil was lifted, and Li Yunyan's vision finally became clear. She raised her eyes shyly, and what she saw was an extraordinarily handsome face. But why doesn't this face look happy at all? She looked at the person in front of her calmly. He was wearing a bright red groom's suit, which was obviously the same as hers. This man was definitely the one she was going to marry. It was just that he might have just been entertaining guests outside, or maybe he had drunk too much wine, or maybe for some other reason, and during the pulling, his wedding dress looked a little untidy, with the collar crooked, as if it was put on in a hurry. "Husband," she called tentatively. She felt his gaze linger on her for only a moment, then left. His gaze was a little cold, a little sizing, as if he was seeing her for the first time. Could it be a blind marriage? Li Yunyan guessed various possibilities in her mind, waiting for his next move, but she didn't expect him to turn around, throw the wedding certificate in his hand on the table, and walk straight out of the room. This. Li Yunyan was a little confused and quickly asked the system to transmit the plot. System, send the plot. Plot is being transmitted. After a while, Li Yunyan finished watching the entire plot. The plot is actually very simple. The family she married into was a wealthy merchant in Yong'an City in Jiangnan, and also an imperial merchant. The original owner was the daughter of a minor official, and was engaged to the second son of the family, He Lancheng, and today was their wedding day. The original owner thought that after getting married, she could live a happy life with her husband and children, and her heart was full of longing for the future. This is where variables come in. The night she married into the He Lan family, her husband He Lancheng was extremely cold to her and did not consummate the marriage with her. The original owner was a considerate and gentle woman. She thought that she had not done well enough, so in the days that followed, she took good care of He Lancheng, asking about her well-being and fulfilling her duties as a wife with all her responsibilities. But He Lanqing never said a word to her. Even when the old lady put pressure on him, he never touched her even a finger. The original owner felt wronged and sad. She didn't know what she had done wrong. Why did her husband, who was always gentle and decent to others, treat her so cruelly? She was heartbroken, gradually developed heart disease, and finally died of depression. There is another thing in this, that is, He Lanqing has a biological brother, He Lanyi. It was unknown what kind of serious injury this brother had suffered. After she married into Helan's family, he had been in a coma in bed and died a year later. Li Yunyan tried again and again to find a breakthrough in the plot, but in the end there was still no clue. I don't know what's wrong with He Lanqing. If he doesn't like the original body, he can just cancel the engagement before the wedding and not marry her. Why did you marry her and treat her like this? What a scumbag. Li Yunyan immediately lost her favor towards He Lanqing and wanted to change her target. System. Are there any other outstanding men around here? The system scanned and replied, Host, there's a person lying next to you, but he is unconscious now, so I am afraid he is powerless. Lying next door unconscious. That should be He Lanyi in the plot. He will die in a year, so it's probably too late. This one won't work. Next one. Host, these two are the best men in the entire Yong'an city. If the host wants to settle for second best, he can go out more often. As long as I feel it, I will notify the host immediately. That means there is no one left now. Li Yunyan is a little depressed and has no goals. She doesn't even know who to start with. There was a gurgling sound coming from her stomach. Li Yunyan, who never treated her stomach badly, called her maid in. Chingen. Miss. Chingen came in from outside the door, lifting the curtain. When she saw Li Yunyan's beautiful face, her eyes were unconsciously dazed for a moment. This face of the lady will always be stunning no matter when you see it. Li Yunyan sat in front of the mirror, removing the hairpin on her head, and ordered, Go and get me some food. Yes. Miss. After saying that, he walked out. Li Yunyan didn't have many jewelries on her body. Her family was of average means. Her father was an honest minor official, and her mother's dowry was not rich either. Her family didn't live a wealthy life. Fortunately, the family was harmonious, and his father had no concubines or maids. There were only the two of them, Li Yunyan and his younger brother Li Yungue in the family, a total of 4 people. However, Li Yunyan is looking forward to such a native family, which is the little happiness she has always wanted in her heart. At least there is one good thing. Li Yunyan curled the corners of her lips slightly. If He Lanqing was really unbearable to her, then she would pack up and move back to her parents' home. Chingen came back with a food box after a while. Although He Lanqing didn't like his wife, everyone in the mansion still respected her as the young lady. When Chingen went out to ask for directions, a servant immediately pointed her in the direction. Chingen went to the kitchen and said she wanted to prepare food for the young lady. The kitchen immediately got busy and prepared the food for her in a few moments. The dishes were placed one by one. Li Yunyan found that they were all her favorites, so she picked up her chopsticks and started eating. Seeing that the young lady was eating with relish, Chingen stood aside and talked to her to relieve her boredom. Miss, I just passed by the house next door. It was brightly lit and there were many people inside. Oh, Li Yunyan put down his chopsticks and motioned her to sit down. Who are they? What are they doing? Chingen sat on the chair next to Li Yunyan. She remembered her identity and just sat close to the edge of the chair. She covered her mouth and whispered, I looked inside. There should be a few doctors inside, trying to save someone. I also saw my aunt standing inside, motionless. It was very scary. Li Yunyan understood in her heart. Could it be that He Lanyi was injured today? If that's the case, it's understandable that He Lanqing is not in the mood to consummate the marriage with her today. She felt a little understanding in her heart and prepared to see how he would perform later. I see. You are tired today. Go down to sleep. But as for Aunt, Chingen was a little worried about the young lady. She had seen Aunt walk out with a cold face just now. Although there are reasons for this, today is the young lady and her aunt's wedding day after all. The young lady must be very sad that her aunt just left her alone. She looked at Li Yunyan worriedly, wanting to comfort her, but was afraid that bringing it up would make the young lady even sadder. Li Yunyan smiled gently and said, "Go ahead."
I'm fine.
Is your young lady such an unreasonable person? That's true. Chingen also smiled. Her young lady was the best person in the whole Yong'an city. Then miss, I will be downstairs soon. I live not far away. If you need anything, just walk to the door and call me. I will be able to hear you. Okay, I got it. After Chingen left, Li Yunyan finished his meal, went behind the screen to wash and bathe, changed into a comfortable undershirt and lay down. The marriage will not be consummated anyway, so she doesn't have to wait for He Lanqing to come back. Next room. He Lanyi was wearing a bright red wedding dress and standing with her hands behind her back. He stared at He Lanqing lying on the bed, his mind full of thoughts. Today is He Lanqing's wedding day. He wrote to him a few months in advance, asking him to return to Yong'an City to attend his wedding. He Lanyi had no homesickness for Yong'an City, and he didn't want to go back to Heelan Mansion. But this brother is the only thing he can't let go of. They are twins born from the same mother, and they look exactly the same since they were young. If they pretend to be each other, even their mother can't tell who is who. The two brothers had a very good relationship and had been inseparable since childhood, until that incident happened. Getting married is a major event in life. Even if He Lanyi is reluctant, he still has to go through this process to celebrate his younger brother's wedding. But when he came back and saw He Lanqing, who was already wearing her wedding dress, his face looked very bad. Brother He Lanqing covered his chest and spoke in pain. What's going on? He Lanqing took a few deep breaths and said with difficulty, I may have been poisoned. The poison takes effect very quickly. I'm afraid I won't be able to attend the wedding. He was silent for a moment, then said, I ask you to marry Yan Yan and take care of the family affairs for me, and when the poison in my body is cured, we can switch back. Nonsense. He Lanyi immediately stepped forward to hold him. Don't worry about the wedding. I'll call a doctor right away. Brother He Lanqing held him, his eyes full of pleading. Yan Yan is weak. She can't bear this blow. Please comfort her for me. Brother, wait for me to wake up. Before he could finish his words, He Lanqing spat out a mouthful of black blood and passed out. At this time, someone was knocking on the door. Sir, the auspicious time has arrived. It is He Lanqing's little brother Shuquan. He Lanyi clenched his fists tightly, struggling with his inner thoughts. Time waits for no one. He Lanqing must call a doctor immediately for the poison, but his wedding. He acted decisively, immediately exchanged clothes with He Lanqing, and opened the door. Brother has been poisoned. Go call a doctor right away. Although Shuquan disliked the eldest son, his own son had no choice but to believe in him and firmly believed that he was innocent. He had been investigating the truth of the incident over the years. Sir, what about your wedding? I'll go by myself. Go and call the doctors.
Call a few more.
We must save him. Yes, sir. He Lanyi lowered his eyes and withdrew his thoughts. He looked at the black blood flowing out of He Lanqing's mouth, and then at the helpless looks of the doctors, and felt angry. Who poisoned me? Why do you want to put He Lanqing to death? He will definitely get to the bottom of this matter. At this time, a greeting came from outside the door. It was old lady He Lan. He Lanyi put away the gloomy expression on his face. His face became gentle in a second, and he bowed politely. Grandson meets grandmother. The old lady didn't notice that the grandson in front of her had changed. She glanced at the person on the bed and said, Chinger, today is your wedding day. How can you leave the bride alone? She was indifferent to He Lanyi, who was bleeding on the bed. It's just a bad thing. There are doctors here. You don't have to stay here. He Lanyi clenched his hands behind his back suddenly and said with resentment in his tone, After all, he is from the He Lan family. He doesn't deserve it. The old lady who always worshipped Buddha had no mercy on her face at this moment. She said fiercely, A beast who killed his father, mother, brother, and sister is no longer a member of the Heelan family. Grandmother, stop talking. The old lady turned around, tears flashing in her eyes. Chinga, you are the only one left in the Heelan family now. You and Yenner should give birth to children for the family as soon as possible. As for this evil creature, we the Heelan family, are willing to save him now, which is the most righteous thing to do. After she finished speaking, she raised her old hand, placed it on his shoulder, and said earnestly, Chingen, the legacy passed down by the ancestors of the Heelan family cannot be destroyed in your hands. You should know what is more important. If you don't know the difference between the important and the unimportant, then don't blame Grandma for being cruel. I will have no choice but to let someone throw this evil creature out of the Heelan mansion. Heelani felt helpless and aggrieved, but looking at his grandmother's old and haggard face, he could not say anything. If Heelan was really thrown out of the house because of him, then what's the point of him pretending to be him? Sunner, let's go back to the room now. Li Yunyan felt someone coming into the room while she was sleeping. She opened her sleepy eyes and saw Heelan taking off her wedding dress. According to the rules, she should get out of bed to help him change clothes, but Li Yunyan just didn't want to move. She sat up and called out, Husband? Heelani paused, without turning back to look at her, and went behind the screen with her clothes. Darn. Why are you pretending to be so cool? Li Yunyan was furious and thought to herself, if you ignore me, I don't want to pay attention to you either. Then he lay down again. She thought that since Heelan was so aloof, he would definitely not sleep in the same bed with her. He might even make a bed on the floor in the room to show his chastity. But he just took a big step and went straight to the bed. The bright red curtains were put down, adding a bit of ambiguity to the bed. Before Li Yunyan had time to think about it, she saw him cover himself with the quilt and close his eyes. What's going on? Li Yunyan is not like the original owner, who always thinks everything is her fault and just cries silently. Her motto is, instead of wasting time on yourself, it is better to blame others. She moved her head towards him and asked softly, Husband, what's wrong? He didn't answer and pretended to be asleep. Husband, what's wrong with you, sir? Husband, are you in a bad mood? Husband, have you forgotten what day it is tonight? Husband, are you hiding something? Heelani's veins popped up when he heard this. Isn't this brother-in-law a little too noisy? Thinking back to what Heelan said about her being weak in character, how come he couldn't see that at all? My brother wouldn't be deceived by this woman, right? Seeing his long eyelashes fluttering, Li Yunyan knew that he was definitely not asleep. She moved towards him twice and whispered in his ear in a playful tone, Husband, are you still awake? Seeing his eyelashes moving faster, Li Yunyan found it funny and murmured to herself, It seems that my husband is really asleep. If I kiss him secretly, he won't notice, right? Heelani's whole body tensed up, and he felt the breath of the person beside him getting closer and closer, until he felt her warm breath on his face, and Heelani could no longer pretend. He suddenly opened his eyes. I met a pair of beautiful, bright eyes. She narrowed her black and white eyes, and there was clearly a hint of playfulness in them. The candlelight reflected in her eyes like two crescent moons. Li Yunyan withdrew her move to kiss him, her face flushed slightly. Husband, did I wake you up? Heelani had no choice but to face her. He coughed lightly and replied uncomfortably, No. Can we talk then? He looked at her in surprise. When he thought she was the kind of person who didn't care about details, he was dissuaded by her calmness at that moment. What kind of personality does this woman have? He sat up and said, You go ahead. Li Yunyan also sat up, looked into his eyes and asked, Husband, do you regret marrying me? Heelani's eyes sparkled. He didn't expect her to be so sensitive. She could feel it in just one night. But when he thought of what Heelan said before he fell into a coma and the importance he showed in his tone for her, he had to help him stabilize his wife before he woke up. No, he was very frugal with his words. Then why don't you touch me? Her voice was as thin as a mosquito, but she still mustered up the courage to ask such an unpleasant question. Heelani was a little panicked. He didn't expect her to ask him such a question directly. How could she, a lady from a wealthy family, speak directly about such things? He turned to look at her, wanting to reprimand her, but he saw that her eyes were already filled with tears, and she was looking at him cautiously, as if he was a sinner with a bad conscience. He tensed up. Yes. In her eyes, he is her husband, and her behavior at this moment is normal. On the other hand, if I leave my newlywed wife aside without a reasonable explanation, wouldn't I be a treacherous person? Lani has always been not good at speaking, and faced with this situation, he didn't know how to answer for a moment. He thought quickly of a solution in his mind. How could he say it to reassure his sister-in-law and prevent her from noticing anything? Husband, Li Yunyan had been waiting for too long and couldn't help but remind him. Lani closed his eyes and said boldly, I have a hidden disease. What? Li Yunyan wanted to hit his ears right there, and then. How could he, a man certified as an excellent person by the system, fail? Looking at his embarrassed face and indescribable expression at this moment, it seems to be real. System, can you check to see if he really has a hidden disease? System scanning. Host, we cannot find any previous experience with this person, so the system cannot determine whether he really has a hidden disease. What use is there for you? The system is innocent. This person is pure and has never done anything before. The system cannot scan any data, and it is really impossible to judge. However, there is one thing that is very strange, which is his name. But this has no effect on the completion of the task, so the system thought about it and did not remind the host. Li Yunyan's shocked expression lasted too long, and Lani couldn't control his expression, so he just turned his face cold. Feeling the change in his facial expression, Li Yunyan realized that she was being a little rude. She touched her nose and said nonchalantly, Then, have you sought medical advice? Yes. What did the doctor say? The doctor said that things will get better in the future. That's good. Li Yunyan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could still communicate and stopped using cold violence against her, there was still hope. She thought for a moment and said, Actually, I know a little bit about medicine. How about I take your pulse? And she cured him at the same time. Lani didn't expect that she actually knew medical skills. He suddenly put his hand under the quilt and replied awkwardly, No, I'm taking medicine. As long as I keep taking it, I'll be fine in the future. Oh well, Li Yunyan withdrew his hand. Men always feel that this kind of thing hurts their self-esteem, especially in front of their wives. Thinking back to the various behaviors of Chingen in the plot, perhaps it was because his hidden illness had not yet healed, and he felt inferior in his heart, so he spoke coldly to the original body. Thinking of this, she looked at him again and gave him a faint smile. Husband, can we make 3 rules? You say, everything will be easy as long as you don't let him take your pulse. Li Yunyan tilted her head to look at him and said word by word, I can understand you, husband, and I can help you hide this matter, but can you please not be so cold to me? Seeing that he also turned his head to look at her, Li Yunyan continued, I don't want my family to worry, so when my husband is in front of outsiders, can you pretend to be a loving couple with me? When she finished speaking, tears welled up in her eyes. She lowered her eyes and said in a strong tone, Besides this, Yunyan has no other request. Husband, is this okay? Looking at her little face that was trying hard to hold back tears, Lani couldn't say no. What's more, what she said was the state he hoped to maintain. As long as he could delay until his second brother woke up, he could successfully escape. He now believed what Chingen had said before, that she was really weak, sensitive, and considerate. It is a blessing for the second brother to marry such a woman. He can't wait until Chingen wakes up, only to find that his wife has been angered and run away. He nodded slightly, agreeing to her suggestion. Seeing that he agreed, Li Yunyan smiled brilliantly. This smile was like a bright pearl, radiant and dazzling. She seemed to have solved a big problem. Her expression was relaxed, and she said in a naive way, Then it settled. Husband, let's take a rest. After saying that, she crawled out from the inside of the bed, stepped over his body, and blew out the candles on the table. Then she crawled back in the dark, and when she passed him, her scattered black hair brushed his face in the darkness. Lani sighed silently, his body stiff, waiting for her to fall asleep first. Only when he heard her breathing become longer did he relax slightly and turned his head to look at her. The next morning, Li Yunyan was woken up by Chingen very early. Chingen called softly through the door outside. Miss, get up. Today you have to pay your respects to the old lady as usual. Li Yunyan rubbed her eyes and yawned. When she opened her eyes, she found that Chingen had woken up and was dressed appropriately. Good morning, my husband. Lani turned around, but couldn't call her madam. After thinking for a while, he said, "Yunyan, good morning." Li Yunyan yawned and got out of bed. He Lanyi inadvertently glanced at her slightly loose shirt and quickly turned away. Chingen came in to help Li Yunyan wash up, and he Lanyi walked out the door and went to the next room. It was he who insisted on letting He Lanqing live in this house. This is He Lanqing's yard, and he should live here. A night had passed, and He Lanqing still showed no improvement. "How is he, Doc?" Dr. Feng and several other doctors were on duty at night. When they saw the second young master coming, they stood up and saluted him. "My dear second young master, I am sorry for my incompetence. The first young master is seriously poisoned. I can only stabilize his poison, but cannot detoxify him. Do you know what kind of poison it was? The poison that the young master was poisoned with was crane-topped red." He Lanyi clenched his fists tightly. It turned out to be such a toxic poison. If he hadn't been treated in time, I'm afraid my second brother would have died by now. "Who is this person? Who wants to kill my second brother?" "Doctor, I don't care what method you use. You must save his life." Dr. Feng responded reluctantly. "Second master, I can only do my best." Anger flashed across He Lanyi's face, but then he remembered that he was now playing the role of the second brother, and his expression changed. His tone softened. "Please give it your best try, doctor. No matter what expensive herbs are needed, our Heelan family can afford them." "Yes." He looked at Shuquan beside him again. "Shuquan, from now on you will be responsible for taking care of me here. Brother, please do your best." Shuquan is He Lanqing's close companion and has been with him since childhood, so he would never agree to it. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed, saying, "Second master, please have mercy. I want to follow you." He Lanyi's original idea was that Shuquan had always been with He Lanqing, and he should be more attentive in taking care of him. But when he saw Shuquan's humiliated expression, he came to his senses again. If Shuquan was allowed to take care of his second brother with hatred, it would probably backfire. He hasn't adapted to his own identity yet, and he needs to be more cautious in the future. Forget it. He has his own people under him, so he can just find a reason to send someone in. "Please get up. I was inconsiderate." Shuquan cried with joy. "Thank you, second young master." After this episode, Li Yunyan had already finished dressing up. She was wearing a pink lotus embroidered long skirt today. The skirt had a light pink base and was embroidered with delicate lotus patterns. Every petal was lifelike, and as she walked, one could almost smell the fragrance of the lotus. She didn't have many hair accessories originally, so she picked out a red-gold lotus hairpin, which matched the pattern of her clothes perfectly, making her look simple and elegant without being too plain. Meeting He Lanyi at the door, Li Yunyan smiled at him and asked, "Are you feeling better, brother?" He Lanyi withdrew his gaze from her and looked away. Then he thought of the promise he had made yesterday that he would not ignore her in front of outsiders, so he responded gently, "She is still receiving treatment." Li Yunyan stood beside him, raised her head and looked at him, saying, "Husband, when we come back from Grandma's place, can you let me go see my elder brother?" He Lanqing was her husband, and He Lanyi wished she could take care of him herself. So, why wouldn't she do so? She nodded and said, "Yes." Li Yunyan looked at the man lying in the room, then looked at her husband. "Husband, let's go." He Lanyi led Li Yunyan towards the old lady's yard. Chingen and Shuquan followed behind them. From their perspective, the more they looked, the more they felt that the two people in front of them were a perfect match. The Heelan mansion was very large. Although there were not many masters, there were many servants. They all had their own responsibilities. When they saw Li Yunyan and the other two passing by, they walked at a moderate pace and stopped to salute them. They all knew that a new female master had been born yesterday and would be the mistress of the Heelan family in the future. After they walked over, they all quietly looked at her from behind. "Madam Second Young Master, you are so beautiful." The second young master and his wife are a perfect match, a match made in heaven. "Hush! Stop talking. Get to work." Old Madam Heelan was already waiting in the main hall. Her grandson had finally gotten married, and she was finally half relieved. But there's still the other half left. After a round of formalities, the old lady asked the two to sit down. She waved away the servants and drank her tea as usual. She carefully observed the expressions of the two and found that the bride did not show any shyness of a new wife. She also just heard from her grandmother that no water was called in the courtyard last night and her handkerchief was clean. She smiled and said, "Yena." Li Yunyan replied softly, "Grandma, did you two consummate your marriage last night?" Li Yunyan's face suddenly turned red. No matter how thick-skinned she is, she can't stand having this said outside. She glanced at Hilani quickly. She had agreed with him last night that she would help cover it up for him. She lowered her head and uttered, softly, trying to get away with it. But I never expected to hear the old lady's puzzled voice. Why is there no blood on the Yuanpa? Yuanpa? Falling red? Li Yunyan was stunned. Her 3 views and her heart exploded. How could a grandmother care about such a thing about her grandson? Hilani's heart was also tense. He had not expected that his grandmother would be so concerned about such trivial matters. Looking at Li Yunyan's confused look, he sighed. His grandmother was so eager to have her great-grandson, and he was too careless. He bowed awkwardly and said, "Grandma, it's my fault. I was not in a good mood yesterday. Please give me a few more days." The old lady clapped her hands on the rosewood armrest, neither lightly nor heavily, the sound slow and serious. "I am already half dead, and now I finally see you getting married, so I can hold my great-grandson in my arms soon. You must do this today. If you extend the deadline any further, I don't know if I will live to see that day." Grandmother, seeing Hilani frowning and wanting to retort, Li Yunyan quickly winked at him and shook her head gently. Anyone who has watched the TV series knows that this level is actually very easy to pass. Hilani received her reminder and knew that she should have a way, so he took back his rebuttal and said to the old lady with lowered eyes, "Grandma, grandson knows." The old lady knew that the failure to consummate the marriage yesterday could not be blamed on Li Yunyan. She had deliberately asked her this just now because she wanted to see if her grandson would come out to protect his wife. I didn't expect her to find out so quickly. It seems that the grandson has this granddaughter-in-law in mind. Maybe because that person was injured, they didn't consummate the marriage last night. His grandson was always a man of his word. Seeing that he had agreed, he smiled amiably and said, "That's good. You young people tend to sleep a lot. From now on, you and your wife will be well, and you don't have to come over to pay your respects every day." Li Yunyan's face turned redder. This old lady spoke so boldly. The two of them lowered their heads and stammered in response. After being let out by the old lady with great difficulty, Li Yunyan's face was still hot. She looked around secretly and found that He Lancheng beside her was walking with his hands and feet together. She burst out laughing again. It seems she is not the only one who feels embarrassed. Then she won't be embarrassed. The two returned to the yard and went straight into the next-door house as they had agreed before setting out. "Second young master, second young madam." Dr. Feng stood up and saluted. Hilani waved his hand, asked him to wait outside, and walked to the bed with Li Yunyan. Li Yunyan saw the face of the person on the bed clearly, and her pupils shrank slightly. She turned her head again and looked carefully at He Lancheng's face, comparing it bit by bit, and unexpectedly found that their faces looked exactly the same. Even the smallest details. If the man lying on the bed wasn't so pale, it would be hard to tell which of them was which. Hilani was already used to this kind of scrutiny and said calmly, "My elder brother and I have looked exactly the same since we were young. Even my mother couldn't tell us apart." Li Yunyan gave him 2 thumbs up. She had given birth to many twins and triplets, but none of them looked exactly like them. The resemblance was 100%. After the shock, she sat down beside the bed, pulled out the wrist of the person on the bed, and placed her fingers on it. After a moment, she had an idea. Putting his hand back into the quilt, Li Yunyan asked, "What did the doctor say?" Hilani frowned and replied, "The doctor said that the toxicity can only be controlled temporarily, but there is no antidote yet. Where's the doctor's prescription? Show it to me." When Li Yunyan said this, she looked confident and calm, like a master who had practiced medicine for many years. Hilani developed trust in her for no reason and asked Shuquan to show her the doctor's prescription. She took the prescription and pondered over each medicine one by one. Later, she crossed out one and added 2 more. My dear, if you trust me, you can change the prescription for your elder brother to this one. I will also give him acupuncture every day. Within a year, he will definitely wake up. Are you serious? Hope surged in Hilani's heart. The doctors he invited were all the best in Yongin City. Even they were helpless against the poison, but how could this seemingly weak sister-in-law in front of him be cured? Of course, Li Yunyan smiled confidently. If she wasn't afraid of exposing her true colors after taking a detoxification pill, he would be alive and well within a month. But it's also good this way. She can still use him to practice and improve her medical skills. Maybe one day in the future, she'll have to rely on opening a clinic to make a living. Hilani handed the modified prescription of Li Yunyan to Shuquan. Give this prescription to Dr. Feng and ask him to make medicine for my brother according to this prescription in the future. Yes, master. Seeing that Hilani trusted her medical skills, Li Yunyan was in a very good mood. She asked Chingen to go to the warehouse to get a set of silver needles and immediately gave Hilancheng acupuncture. While she was giving acupuncture, Dr. Feng came over with a prescription in his hand. He was very excited and wanted to ask her for advice. But when he saw Li Yunyan giving acupuncture, he stood aside and assisted her in a learning manner. Hilani felt more relieved when she saw that the skilled Dr. Feng treated her in this way. When giving acupuncture, one must concentrate fully and not make the slightest mistake. Li Yunyan concentrated all her attention, and beads of sweat appeared on her fair forehead. Chingen is very busy now and has no time to spare. When Dr. Feng saw this, he wanted to wipe the sweat off the face of this young miracle doctor, but he felt that it was inappropriate. He looked at the second young master, who was standing like a stake at the side, walked over and said softly, "Second young master, the young lady is sweating from the acupuncture. Please wipe the sweat off her face." Hilani was stunned. He looked around the room and found Chingen had disappeared. Only he, Shuquan, and Dr. Feng were left. "Yes, second young master. Madam, acupuncture is very tiring. If the sweat falls and covers your eyes, it may affect the acupuncture technique." Shuquan had already taken out a clean handkerchief and placed it on his hand, urging him, "Second young master, go and wipe it. Human life is at stake." Hilani knew that now was not the time to be hypocritical. He took the handkerchief and slowly approached Li Yunyan. He squatted down and found that she didn't even notice him coming over. Her eyes were all on his fingertips. He was always calm, but for a moment he was absent-minded. His eyes seemed to be drawn to her face, and his heartbeat inexplicably quickened. Thinking that he was too nervous, Hilani took a few deep breaths and said, "I'm sorry," in his heart. Then he gently pressed the handkerchief on her forehead. First her forehead, then the tip of her nose, then her chin, and finally I noticed that her neck was also covered with sweat, so I wiped it for her. Li Yunyan seemed unaware. He wiped her sweat while she focused on the movements of her hands. Hilani also put away his nervousness and carefully observed her face. If there was any sweat, he would wipe it off immediately. Li Yunyan would occasionally raise her chin slightly to make it easier for him to wipe. A drop of sweat dripped down her delicate chin without being wiped away. It was like water dripping into a pool of stagnant water, causing a slight sound and ripples. About an hour later, Li Yunyan withdrew the needle. She put away the needle and stood up, feeling dizzy. Hilani quickly supported her and asked, "Are you okay?" There was a concern in his eyes that he was not even aware of. "It's okay." Li Yunyan shook her head. "This is normal. I'll be fine after a rest. I'll help you back to your room." "Thank you." At night, the two of them stood in front of the bed and quarreled. There was a clean white yuan handkerchief placed in the middle of the bed, which was brought over by Grandma Wei, who was by the old lady's side, and was spread on the bed by her own hands. If Hilani hadn't almost fallen out, Grandma Wei would have wanted to wait outside the door until they were done, and then go back with the Yuanpa to report. Hilani's ears turned red. He felt that Fong Yuanpa was particularly dazzling. He didn't want to look at him, but he had to face him. "What do you say we should do?" he asked calmly. Li Yunyan picked up the handkerchief and calmly placed it in his hand. "Do you have a knife?" "Have." Hilani leaned against the wall of his calf, took out a small knife, and handed it to her. This outrageous operation has really made Li Yunyan unable to cope with it. Who would keep a knife close to their body for no reason? Aren't you afraid of stabbing yourself? She glanced at him and said nothing. I took the knife and looked at it. The knife was exquisitely made and had a sharp blade. It was a good self-defense weapon. She warmed the blade over the candle flame and said to him, I am afraid of the pain, so I have to use your blood. Lani finally understood what she wanted to do, stretched out his hand, and said angrily, Cut it. You are stupid. Li Yunyan spread the yuan handkerchief on the table and motioned him to sit down. If you cut your palm or fingers, the wound will be easily visible. Lift up your sleeves, and I'll cut a little deeper inside. Lani was stunned by what she said. This sister-in-law has a lot of tricks. So he sat down as she wished and rolled up his sleeves. His arms were long and strong, and beneath his healthy and smooth skin were blue veins with distinct veins that contained vigorous power. Li Yunyan moved his hand above the handkerchief, holding the knife in one hand and supporting his arm with the other. Seeing her white and tender fingertips covering his arm, the subtle touch made Lani clench his fist unconsciously, and his palms were slightly sweaty. She looked focused as she carefully observed the blood vessels in his hand, trying not to accidentally cut the aorta. After choosing the position, she drew a line lightly, and bright red blood immediately oozed out, falling drop by drop on the yuanpa. A few drops were enough. Li Yunyan quickly tore off the yuanpa and skillfully treated the wound on his arm. She raised her head, wanting to see if he was enduring pain, and her gaze met his deep gaze. He was flustered for a moment and quickly looked away. Li Yunyan's eyelashes drooped, and she pulled the corners of her mouth and spoke slowly. Just bear with it. It will be over soon. When she took out a clean handkerchief and wanted to press it on his wound, Lani quickly withdrew his hand, put down his sleeves, and stood up. No need. Li Yunyan suppressed her smile, put away all the things on the table, then folded the square handkerchief neatly and wrapped it in a piece of satin. Seeing that he had his back to her and was not sure what he was doing, Li Yunyan walked over to him and put the things in his hands. I'll leave this matter to you. I don't care anymore. After saying that, she called Chingen in and asked her to prepare some water for her as she wanted to take a bath. She sweated a lot during the acupuncture treatment today, and now she feels a little uncomfortable. Chingen was very capable and soon prepared the hot water. Lani felt a little uneasy when he saw the white mist rising from behind the screen. I'm going to go next door to see Big Brother, husband, Li Yunyan called him. Lan stood still, not daring to look back. Li Yunyan asked Chingen to go out and close the door. Then she walked to his side, tiptoed, and whispered, Husband, you can't go out tonight. Why? Lani looked straight ahead with an extremely determined look. Have you forgotten? Li Yunyan said softly, a little shyly, Now we are consummating our marriage. His ears suddenly turned red.
Now.
Don't think too much. I can't expand my thinking.
No.
It is totally unthinkable. Li Yunyan seemed to be afraid that he hadn't understood yet, so she continued, If my husband goes out, then all our preparations will be in vain. The preparation just now? Lani thought of the yuanpa in his arms, and now he felt it was particularly hot. Her voice sounded a little aggrieved. I know you don't want to do this, but for the sake of once and for all, please bear with me. Lani wanted to tell her that it was not what she thought. But he couldn't say anything. He pursed his lips and nodded. He walked outside, as far away from the screen as possible, so that he could not hear the sound of water behind him. But the sound was extremely clear, and it all squeezed into his ears without any explanation, leaving him with no way to avoid it. The sound of her undressing, the sound of her stepping into the water, the sound of water dripping down her skin, and her barely perceptible sighs. He felt like he was about to explode. He could only try to think of other things to divert his attention. What should I think about? That's right. He wants to ask someone to come next door to look after his second brother, and also to have someone investigate who poisoned his second brother, and the previous things have already been figured out and we need to continue investigating. And did he take a shower today? Lani rubbed his brows vigorously, and sweat broke out on his forehead. When he wanted to rush out, the sound of water behind him finally stopped. Li Yunyan was wearing a rose-pink bedgown. The smooth satin wrapped around her exquisite body. Her long dark black hair fell behind her like a waterfall. The hair was still noticeably wet, wetting the fabric on her back and sticking tightly to the skin of her back. She sat in front of the mirror, brushing her hair, raised her sparkling eyes, and said to him, "Husband, do you want to take a bath?" Lani wanted to tell him to go out and take a shower, but then he thought of what she had just said. The way he looks now, he must take a bath. He cleared his throat and said, "Yes, you take a rest first. I'll ask Shuquan to fetch some water later." Oh, Li Yunyan wiped her hair half dry, as if she remembered something, and turned around to ask him, "Husband, do you know martial arts?" Li Yunyan picked up her black hair and said, "I read in a storybook that some people can use their inner strength to dry their hair. I wanted to ask if my husband knows martial arts. It's okay if you don't know how to do it. I'll just sit there for a while until my hair is dry before going to bed." Sure. Lani walked behind her, raised his hand, and lifted her hair starting from the back of her neck. He tried his best not to touch an inch of her skin, but the sweet fragrance emanating from her body penetrated into his nose through every pore. He felt his breathing was a little difficult, and his hands were shaking slightly. Li Yunyan rested her hands on the dressing table, held her chin, and watched his movements through the bronze mirror. Her eyes sparkled as she looked through the mirror and saw her hair getting drier and drier. She said to him in the mirror, "Husband, you are so amazing." She didn't know what was going on in Lani's mind. When Lani heard her words, his already red ears turned even redder. All right. His voice was extremely hoarse. He stopped, grabbed her arm without saying anything, put her on the bed, pulled the quilt over her, and lowered the bed curtain. All in one go. Li Yunyan was confused by his action, and then she heard him standing beside the bed and saying, "You take a rest first. I'll ask Shuquan to fetch some water." Oh, Lani stood behind the door for a long time until his breathing calmed down. Then he opened the door. "Shuquan, sir. Get some water." "Yes." Chingen heard what her aunt said, covered her mouth and laughed, feeling happy for her young lady. "This is the second time I've called for water tonight." After Lani finished taking a shower, he quietly lifted the bed curtain and saw a pair of blinking eyes. "You're not asleep yet. Waiting for you." Her voice was lazy, with a vague temptation. "Well, what's the matter?" Li Yunyan really had something to do. "My dear, tomorrow is the 3rd day of our marriage. You must remember to go back with me." She remembered that in the plot, Lancheng did not accompany the original owner back to her parents' home, which not only made the original owner sad, but also made her lose face. Good. He agreed readily. Since he promised her that they would act like a loving couple in front of others, he would keep his word. Her eyes instantly curved into crescents, and her voice was soft and sweet. "Thank you, husband." Lani was distracted for a moment. He just did what a husband should do, and she was so happy. It's so easy to satisfy. Unconsciously, he curled his lips and said, "Go to sleep." Oh. Li Yunyan got his promise and no longer felt worried. She hugged the quilt and closed her eyes. He fell asleep in a short while. Lani looked at her intently, and just like last night, she turned over and put her hands and feet on her body. A dishonest hand was searching everywhere through the quilt. This sleeping posture. It gave him a headache. He had tried it last night. After pulling her hand down, she put it up again, so there was no need to waste any more effort. I simply held her wrists so that she couldn't move and could have a good sleep. All I have to do is get up earlier than her tomorrow morning, just like today. When Li Yunyan woke up, Lani was already dressed in new clothes. She sat up and said, "Husband, why didn't you call me? It's still early. You can sleep a little longer." "I'm not going to sleep anymore." Li Yunyan rolled over and got out of bed, saying happily, "I'm going to go back home today. I'm really looking forward to it." Lani glanced at her, then immediately turned away. Ahem, clothes. Li Yunyan lowered her head and found that the top 2 buttons of her shirt were unbuttoned, revealing the bright red underwear underneath. "Ah," she exclaimed softly and raised her hand to button her clothes. Then he didn't take it seriously and called Chingen to come and help her wash up. After breakfast, The two of them got on the carriage specially arranged by the mansion. As the mistress of the Helan family, Mrs. Helan had already prepared generous return gifts for them in advance. It also allowed Grandma Wei to get the Yuanpa back. When she heard that they had ordered water twice last night, she was so happy that her teeth were not visible, and she felt that her beloved great-grandson was already waving at her from the front. The carriage left the spacious street and gradually drove to the entrance of a busy alley. This is Li Yunyan's mother's home in this small world. Li's father, mother, and her younger brother Li Yungue had already been standing at the door, eagerly waiting to see her. Some neighbors, who heard that today was Li Yunyan's return home day, also crowded at the door to join in the fun. As soon as the carriage stopped at the gate, people crowded in. Helan frowned slightly, a little unaccustomed to such a lively scene. He got off the carriage with a stern face, turned around and pulled Li Yunyan down. "Hey, this is Xiaoyan's husband, right? He looks very handsome and he is a perfect match for Xiaoyan. I heard that he is the person in charge of the Helan family. What's wrong with the Helan family? They are just a merchant family. Xiaoyan is a legitimate official lady. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It will be even more exciting later. Xiaoyan is such a good child, and she married into the Helan family. This is a blessing for the Helan family." Everyone was talking at once, and these neighbors were all supporting Li Yunyan in their words, which made her feel relieved. "This is where I grew up, and the neighbors are all very friendly." She got out of the car, bowed to everyone, and said politely, "Uncles, aunties, and sisters-in-law, how are you? Okay. Our Xiaoyan is married, but her little mouth is still so sweet." Li Yungue finally squeezed over, took Li Yunyan's hand and said, "Sister, brother-in-law, you are finally back. My parents and I are waiting for you." After saying that, he pulled her out of the crowd. If she waited for these uncles and aunts to finish talking, it would be dark. Li Yunyan only had time to greet everyone, then grabbed Helan's sleeve, followed Li Yungue's movements, and pulled him out of the crowd.
Dad. Mom.
"I'm back." Li Yunyan looked at Li's father and mother with tears in their eyes, and a feeling of admiration naturally welled up in her heart. Helan also called out woodenly, "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, okay? I'm glad you're back." Li's mother blinked quickly and pulled Li Yunyan's hand. "Aching. Come in too." Father Li pulled Helan over and led them both into the yard affectionately. Li Yungue was responsible for closing the door. He spoke to the neighbors gathered outside for a long time before he was able to close the door. Since growing up, Helan has never had such contact with others again, and she has endured it again and again. Only then did he resist the urge to shake off Li's father's hand. This small courtyard is not big, with only one entrance and one exit. But the inside is very tidy and clean, and there are flowers and plants planted in the corners of the yard, which looks peaceful. Helan's eyes became gentle. Did she grow up here? Xu Quan and Chingen moved all the gifts back to the parents' home, and the small courtyard suddenly seemed even smaller. Li's mother smiled and said, "You all go into the main room and sit down. I'll pack up the things. Mom, I'll help you." Li Yunyan liked this mother and wanted to be closer to her. "Why do we need you?" Li's mother pushed Li Yunyan to the side of Helan. "You guys go in and sit down. Yungue and I will be done in a moment." "Yes, sister." "You and your brother-in-law should go in quickly." "Oh well." Li Yunyan raised her head and smiled at Helan, fearing that he would be cold to her later. There was a hint of flattery in her smile, which made Helan feel uncomfortable. He was too cold to her before, and I'm afraid he hurt her feelings. He took her hand for some unknown reason and said gently, "Yunyan, let's go in." Li Yunyan was a little flattered. She didn't expect him to give her so much face. She thought to herself that maybe this guy was a passive type, so she had to be direct when asking him for something. If she was too tactful, he might not know what she needed. A surge of hope rose in her, and she felt as if she had the confidence to win him over. But she didn't know when his hidden illness would be cured. If she had to wait a year, she would have no choice but to change someone else. Li Yunyan had a plan in mind, so she changed her mode and gave him a touching smile. Helan did not miss the fleeting light of tears in her eyes and could not help but hold her hand tighter. Mr. Li was an upright and conservative man who was not good at speaking. And Lani happened to be a talkative person too. After a round of greetings, the main room became quiet except for the sound of Li Yunyan drinking tea and eating snacks. Li's mother and Li Yungue came in after a while. Li Yungue was a lively person and was responsible for adjusting the atmosphere. Li's mother took Li Yunyan back to the room where she lived before she left the palace. Mother Li looked at her daughter and finally couldn't hold back her tears. She hugged her and cried for a long time. Li Yunyan quietly felt the warm embrace of her mother, with tears in her eyes. Yener, are the Heelan family treating you well? Very good. The old lady is also very kind. Mother, don't worry. Li's mother held her face and looked at her carefully. Have you been wronged? Li Yunyan's tears flowed down. She had been wronged, but she was fine. No, mother, I am living well in Heelan's house. That's good. Li's mother wiped her tears. When Heelan's family first proposed marriage, we didn't want to agree. After all, their family's threshold is so high. Your father and I were worried that you would be wronged after you married into their family. She took a breath and smiled. But later, Master Heelan came to our house in person and talked to your father in detail. He vowed to treat you well. Only then did we agree. Heelan, Li Yunyan was a little confused. Mom, are you saying that Heelan already knew me before? Yes. He told your father that he fell in love with you at first sight and was determined to marry you. After saying this, Li's mother was very proud again, and she held her and swung her back and forth. Our Yener is so good. If those gentlemen saw you, they would definitely fall in love with you. Seeing that Li Yunyan was still in a daze, Li's mother pinched her nose and said, after seeing how Ching treated you just now, I can finally let go of my worry. But this is not right. The look in Heelan's eyes when he saw her the first night was clearly as if he was looking at a stranger. Could it be that she saw it wrong? But she is already married, so none of this matters now. What matters is having a baby as soon as possible. With such a good family, she doesn't want to die so early. Seeing that she seemed to be daydreaming, Li's mother smiled indulgently and pinched her nose to bring her back to her senses. Li Yunyan stared at her with his big eyes, which were clearly black and white, and then she heard Li's mother ask in a low voice, "Is he considerate to you in the room?" After asking this question, Li's mother's ears turned red. She was not a thick-skinned person, but as a mother, she had to care about her daughter's affairs.
Li Yunyan blusha.
She had been married several times, but this was the first time a mother asked her such a question. She lowered her head and nodded randomly. Yeah, Li's mother also suppressed her shyness and warned, men are young and full of vigor, so be careful. Don't be greedy. Take care of your own body. Li Yunyan couldn't listen any longer, so she simply buried her head in her arms and said coquettishly, Mom, please don't say anything. Hey. Okay. Mom won't say anything more. Li's mother held her and chatted with her for a long time, then she heard Chingen coming to call them for dinner. The meal was a very homely set of 6 dishes and 1 soup, which they made especially for Li Yunyan's return visit. Normally they would have 3 or 4 dishes. Li Yunyan looked at the faces of the family members and could see that they were all in good health, but she also gave each of them a pill of Shirkwan Dabu pill in the name of serving them soup. As for Heelan, forget it. After all, he is still taking medicine. After his hidden disease is cured, she will see how it goes later. I will secretly find an opportunity to check his pulse later. The Li family does not follow the rule of not talking while eating or sleeping. Instead, the family chats lively and even passes food to each other from time to time. Heelan's bowl was piled with food that everyone had given him. He concentrated on eating and listened to their conversation. Huh? My brother will be gone next year. Yes. Yungue's teacher said that he has learned enough now and can give it a try next year. If he fails, it doesn't matter. It's good to gain experience. That's great. Li Yunyan nodded. If there's anything you need to prepare, I'll prepare it for Yungue. Heelan also spoke up. The Heelan family has a special caravan that can escort Yungue to the imperial examination and ensure that he has no worries on the journey. We appreciate your kindness. Li's mother said, I have prepared all the things Yungue needs for him. And he will have someone to accompany him along the way. Who is it? Li Yunyan asked casually. Li Yungue spoke excitedly. It's brother Suzhan. He's also going to take the martial arts exam, and he said he wants to come back as the top martial arts champion. After saying this, he chuckled and said, I also want to take the exam and become the top scholar. Li's mother hit him on the head with a chopstick. It's not that easy to get the top spot in the imperial examination. You are so careless with your words. If others hear you, they will laugh at you. Li Yungue rubbed his head and said, Mom, I'm just saying it. What if I pass the exam? Li Yunyan blurted out Suzhan's name when she heard it. Brother Zhan? Li Yunyan was in a very good mood and continued to ask, Husband, can you promise me one thing? He turned his head and looked at her crooked eyebrows. His tone softened unconsciously. What's the matter? Can I come back often in the future? Thinking that she was at home, and if he went out to do something, she would have no one to accompany her, he nodded. Added, no overnight stay. Great. Thank you, husband. Her smile was bright and full of vitality. Hilani looked at her face and also curled his lips. After returning to the mansion, Hilani asked Shuquan to tell the old lady that they were back, and then he and Li Yunyan went to Helanqing's room. Li Yunyan gave him acupuncture, as she did yesterday. Chingen took a handkerchief and wanted to wipe her sweat, but was called away by Hilani. Let me do it. Yes, Aunt. At night, Hilani took the initiative to ask Shuquan to fetch water so that Li Yunyan could take a bath. Thank you, husband, for your thoughtfulness. She chose a light blue middle-length dress and went behind the screen. Hilani sat outside, distracted, thinking to herself that the clothes she wore today when going out were beautiful, and she would ask the embroiderer to make more for her in the future. After Li Yunyan finished washing, he walked over to dry her hair and advised her to rest early. Acupuncture is extremely tiring, and Li Yunyan had just gone out today and felt very tired, so she went to lie down on the bed. While half asleep, she felt that there was another person on the bed beside her, so she moved over automatically and put her hands and feet on top. It wasn't until her wrist was held by a hot body that she suddenly woke up. She's at it again. He suddenly opened his eyes and met those dark eyes. She retracted her hands and feet awkwardly. Husband, I'm not pressing you, am I? No problem. Li Yunyan obediently retracted her hands and feet back into her quilt. The more she thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. With such a handsome man in front of me, even if I can't be happy with him, there's no need to be a completely vegan. It's okay to eat half a piece. She put her hands and feet on him again and met his doubtful eyes with confidence. Husband, actually we can kiss. What? Li Yunyan placed her hand on his chest, exerted force, raised her head and kissed the corner of his lips lightly. Hilani's pupils trembled, and his hands suddenly grasped the quilt. Seeing that he looked like he was being flirted with, Li Yunyan chuckled and said softly, Husband, we are husband and wife. Before you get better, we can actually do something else. Seeing that he still hadn't reacted and his eyes were wide open, Li Yunyan gradually approached him. Hilani only felt a ball of warm and soft jade gradually approaching him. His nose was filled with her unique fragrance. In his heart, he yelled not to let her get closer, but his hands did not listen to him and tightly grasped the quilt. Until I felt her soft thing against my chest and a charming little face getting closer and closer to me, something in my heart couldn't help but soar into the sky. He then pushed her back onto the bed, pulled up her quilt, wrapped her from head to toe, then extinguished the candle with a fan and turned his back to her. Go to sleep, his voice was extremely hoarse, as if he was enduring some pain. Li Yunyan finally managed to crawl out from under the quilt, but could only see his back in the moonlight. Quite shy. That's it for today.
See you next time.
She was heartless and fell asleep in a short while. Hilani, however, kept his eyes open and was shocked for most of the night. There were so many things that shocked him. Shocked by her initiative, shocked by the softness of her lips, shocked by her body leaning towards him, and even more shocked by his own lack of courage to refuse and his own violent body reaction. He knew it was wrong. She was his brother's wife, and one day he would return to his place and give her back to him intact. But Why does the feeling in my heart feel so strange? Finally, his breathing slowed down, and in the darkness, he felt her turn over. His body turned automatically and spread his arms. She immediately put her head on his head and laid her hands and feet on him. His heart suddenly felt much more at ease, and he deceived himself into thinking that he just wanted her to sleep more comfortably. That's all. After a few days of the honeymoon period, Hilani became busy. He already had a lot of things to do, and he also had to help Launching manage the family business, so he went out early and came back late every day. Li Yunyan was not idle either. She took advantage of her free time to study her eldest brother's illness in the next room. I went to the next room and saw a strange boy. Who are you? Madam, my name is Qianfan and I am the master. I was specially sent by the second young master to take care of the eldest young master. The boy had a face that people would forget as soon as they saw it. Li Yunyan tried hard to remember it and asked, Qianfan, do you know martial arts? Yes, that's it, the eldest brother was poisoned, so sending a kid who knows martial arts to take care of him is better than an ordinary person. Okay, I got it. Li Yunyan took her eldest brother's pulse and took out a bag of silver needles. Brother, I'm going to give you acupuncture now. Comatose patients can occasionally still hear sounds from the outside world, and with sound stimulation, patients can also perceive the outside world earlier. Then she slowly began to give the needles. Now that she had more time, she could insert the needle a little slower than before, and she had enough energy to observe his body's reaction after each injection. Chingen wiped her sweat dutifully and responsibly, and from time to time, she would pass the tea of suitable temperature to her mouth so that she could drink it as long as she opened her mouth. Li Yunyan's grandfather was a doctor, and she had studied under him for a period of time when she was a child, so Chingen had no doubts about why her young lady knew medicine. She was quite proud in her heart that her young lady had learned so much and her medical skills had become so amazing. By the time Li Yunyan had put away the needle, it was already dusk. She said softly, Brother, today's acupuncture is finished. I will come again tomorrow. With the help of Chingen, Li Yunyan stood up and instructed Qianfan, wipe his body with hot water later. Be careful not to let him catch a cold. Also, talk to the patient more every day. You can say anything as long as you make some sound. Qianfan had already received orders from his lord to obey the lady's orders, so he agreed immediately. Yes, ma'am. Hilani returned under the starlight and saw Li Yunyan sitting under the candlelight with a book in his hand. With tenderness in his eyes, he walked into the house and saw her raising her head with joy. Husband, you're back. Why haven't you rested yet? Li Yunyan came over and took off his outer robe very smoothly. I'll wait for you to come home. Wait till I get home. Hilani savored these 4 words with great care, and his cold heart was gradually filled with warmth. Hilani stared deeply at her face. This absolutely beautiful face lingered in his mind for the entire day. He wanted to say, don't wait for me anymore, but his fingers tightly grasped her hand. Li Yunyan asked gently, My husband, have you had dinner yet? Brought back to his senses by her words, he suddenly let go of her hand, turned around and pretended nothing had happened.
I have.
Then I'll have someone prepare water for you to bathe. Thank you. Before going to bed, Li Yunyan gave him a good-night kiss as usual. After receiving the kiss, Hilani's restless heart finally settled down. When she fell asleep and leaned against him, Hilani hugged her weakly and slept with her. 3 months passed in a flash. In the past 3 months, Li Yunyan's progress has been slow. Now it has only developed to the point where she wakes up in his arms in the morning, and he will not run away early. Her unfailing goodnight kiss every night seemed to be fed to a dog, and he did not respond at all. Li Yunyan gritted her teeth. The progress was too slow. She needs some big moves. That night, she changed into a translucent gauze dress. The orange-red suspender top is faintly visible under the gauze, and just one look at it is enough to make your blood boil. When Li Yunyan crawled out from under the quilt, Hilani stared with his eyes wide open. He turned away in panic. What are you doing? I can't even explain it clearly. Li Yunyan crawled towards him step by step with a smile in her eyes. Husband. Her voice seemed to carry a hook, and Hilani shuddered at the sound. She straddled him and looked at him with misty eyes. Husband, good night kiss. Lani closed his eyes and tightly grasped the quilt beneath him, thinking that he would cover his head with it after her kiss was over. Unexpectedly, her kiss today was particularly long and lingering, unlike the light kiss in the past. She nibbled gently on his mouth, gradually moving towards his neck and shoulders. No, he hurriedly grabbed her shoulders, and they felt soft and smooth. The fabric she was wearing was so thin that he could feel the smooth texture of her skin. He retracted his hand again as if he had been electrocuted, his voice helpless and hoarse. Yunyan, that's enough. No, not enough. Li Yunyan sat up and pulled off the loose straps on her gauze dress, and the thin fabric fell off. A piece of skin as white as jade was revealed. The unprotected arm hooked up again and whispered in his ear, "Husband, I want you, hug me." Yunyan, stop. Lani closed her eyes and tried to resist, but no matter where his hands touched her, it felt smooth and tender. His hands touched her skin. Li Yunyan's voice was a little choked. "Husband, actually, do you not like me?" A drop of boiling tear dripped onto his face, and Lani suddenly opened his eyes. Looking at her aggrieved and tearful eyes, Lani was somewhat at a loss and argued feebly, "No. No. Then why are you so cruel to me?" Her tears began to fall again, and she bit her lower lip and said, "If my husband really doesn't like me, then I will have to leave." "No." He finally grabbed her shoulders and said firmly, "I don't agree." Li Yunyan put one hand on her chest, looking aggrieved and sad, "But I am sad too. My husband is avoiding me now, which makes me feel that my efforts are not worth mentioning in your eyes." Looking at her determined eyes, Lani felt a pain in his heart and felt as if she would really leave him. "No." He rolled over and held her down, as if that would keep her from suddenly running away. "Yunyan, He was torn between his conscience and his desires. Looking at her red eyes, he could no longer bear to say anything that might hurt her. However, Li Yunyan pulled him down and kissed him hard on the lips. Their lips were pressed together, and their breathing became heavier. "Don't say anything, just kiss me." Lani's head exploded, and he lost all his rationality in an instant. "Don't say anything, just kiss her. Just kiss her." He was like a wild beast that had just been released from a cage, releasing all the pent-up desire in his heart and crushing her lips hard. The hot, big hands wandered over her smooth skin and gradually began to move upwards. The thinly wrapped hand nimbly reached into her underwear and fiddled with it gently. Li Yunyan trembled all over, hugged him tightly, and put her fingers into his collar. His breathing became heavier, and he unconsciously increased the strength in his hands.
Li Yunyan murmurat impatiently.
This murmur instantly brought Lani back to his senses. What is he doing? Looking at the person with a red face under him, he suddenly withdrew his hand. Darn him! Lani instantly turned over and got off the bed, then rushed out. Li Yunyan looked at his back and gasped. "I was so irritated by him, but he just ran away like that." "Don't be afraid." Li Yunyan cheered herself up secretly. If she succeeded halfway tonight, she would succeed the other half tomorrow night. As long as she had a closer relationship with him, she would have the opportunity to take his pulse. As a result, she waited until midnight the next day, but Lani didn't come back. The same happened on the third day. He seemed to be avoiding her on purpose. Chingen said that he did come back in the middle of the night, but just lingered outside the door and left again before dawn. Early in the morning of the fourth day, Li Yunyan asked Chingen to pack her bags and return to her parents' home. Everyone in the family was surprised to see her come back suddenly. "Yener, why are you back?" Li Yunyan smiled faintly. "I just missed you guys, so I came back to stay for a few days." Chingen was behind her, shaking her head at Li's mother. Mother Li's eyes flashed with worry. "Did you have a fight with your aunt?" Li Yungue shouted. "Sister, did your brother-in-law bully you? I will seek justice for you." "No." Li Yunyan walked towards her own room. "I just want to come back and stay for a few days." "Don't you want to welcome me?" Li's mother winked at Li Yungue, asking him to follow. He pulled Chingen aside and asked, "What's going on?" Chingen replied in a low voice. "The young lady and the aunt seem to have had a quarrel. The aunt has been leaving early and returning late these days, and the young lady can't even see him." "What are you fighting about?" "I don't know. How could this happen? Lee's mother was secretly worried. It had only been a few months since Yenner got married. Could it be that He Lanqing's true colors had already been revealed? Did she marry her daughter to the wrong man? Seeing Lee's mother pacing anxiously, Chingen comforted her. Madam, I don't think the aunt is a bad person. Maybe it was just a small misunderstanding. It will be fine in a few days. I hope so. Husband and wife quarrel at the head of the bed, but make up at the foot of the bed. If He Lanqing comes to pick up Yenner today, then everything will be fine. There was a flash of worry in Chingen's eyes. Her aunt had been coming back only in the middle of the night recently, and she might not know that the young lady had already returned to her parents' home. She prayed in her heart, asking the aunt to come and pick up the young lady as soon as possible and not to let a small matter turn into a big one. Li Yunyan was depressed in the room for only half a day. In the afternoon, she was amused by Li Yungue. Li Yungue saw that her sister finally smiled and breathed a sigh of relief. She said, Sister, how about I take you out for a walk? There are so many new shops on the street, and there are also new pancake stalls. They smell so good. She looked at the sky and said, It's too late today. How about tomorrow? Okay. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you out, and we can have a good time together. Good. When Lee's father came back in the evening, he was surprised to see his daughter at home. Lee's mother pulled him back to the room and said, Don't ask anything. My daughter is feeling very upset. But there was a quarrel? Lee's mother nodded. Whose fault is it? Lee's mother shook her head. I haven't dared to ask yet. This brat. What did he promise me when he first proposed marriage? Now, not even a few months have passed, and he has already angered my daughter and sent her back to her parents' home. I will teach him a lesson. Mr. Lee has a mild temper, but he is also very protective of his son. If something happens to his family, even this good man will lose his temper. Hey, keep your voice down. Lee's mother pulled him aside and whispered, Our daughter just came back today. Don't ask her anything these few days. Let her stay at home and be quiet. When she is willing to talk, we will know what is going on. Father Lee put his hands on his hips and said, Then listen to Madam first. If I'm not here when that kid comes looking for you, don't just let him take your daughter away. Of course. I will make him pay for it. Hilani returned home in the middle of the night, and just like he had done in the previous few days, he sat in the yard with his eyes closed all night. When it was almost dawn, he tiptoed into the room to change his clothes, and then he realized something was wrong. Why is there no sound of her breathing in the room? He suddenly drew aside the bed curtain and found no one inside. Yunyan? Yunyan, where are you? After searching the whole house and not finding anyone, Hilani realized something was wrong. He knocked on the door of the next room hurriedly, and Xianfan came out yawning. My lord, Hilani's face was as black as ink. Where's the madam? My wife went back to her parents' home yesterday. Doesn't my lord know about this? Darn it. Hilani uttered a curse and flew out instantly. Li Yunyan was recruited by Li Yungue early in the morning. He urged her excitedly, Sister, hurry up. There is a new noodle shop that has opened. The food is really delicious. If you go too late, the noodles will be gone. Li Yunyan turned over and said, It's too early. Sister, please get up quickly. Chinin, come and help your sister wash up. Here I come. Li Yunyan had just opened her eyes when she was dragged out of the door by two people. Then I met Su Zhan. Su Zhan was dressed in black, his face was tired, and his hair was covered with lingering mist. What is this? Standing outside all night? Than, brotershu. Why are you here? Li Yunyan asked. Hearing her name, Su Zhan's eyes dimmed slightly, but then he smiled again. I heard you were back, so I came to see you. Brother Su Zhan. You've come just in time. We're just about to go to the noodle shop on the next street to eat noodles. Do you want to go with us? Li Yungue was a big mouth and didn't think before speaking, so Li Yunyan was too late to stop him. I could only smile faintly and said, Brother Su, if you don't have breakfast, why don't you join us? Good. The street next door was not far away, and they walked there in less than a cup of tea. However, the three people who were traveling together now became four. Li Yungue chattered all the way, but he didn't feel embarrassed. When we arrived at the noodle shop, The door had just opened for a short while, but there were already many customers inside, and it seemed that they all came just to grab a bite. Fortunately, they arrived early, so there were still plenty of salt and other things.
Boss.
Give me 4 bowls of braised noodles. 1 bowl without scallions, Li Yunggui shouted in a loud voice as he entered the store. Okay. 4 bowls of braised noodles. Please wait a moment, sir. When the 4 bowls of noodles were served, Li Yunyan was dumbfounded. All 4 bowls of noodles were topped with green onions, which gave her a headache.
Boss.
Did you remember it wrong? I just said I don't want scallions in this bowl of noodles, Li Yunggui shouted again.
Ouch.
Sir, I'm so sorry. I didn't hear you clearly just now. How about I take this bowl of noodles away and make you another one? Li Yunggui asked. Do you still have this halberd? The shopkeeper slapped his head and said, We don't have it today, but I can change it to another flavor for you. How about Yangchun noodles? Li Yunggui shook his head. No. We came here just for this bite. Yunggui, forget it. Li Yunyan was always afraid of trouble, so she said softly, It's okay, boss. I can just pick one myself. The shopkeeper was relieved and said with a smile, Thank you for your visit. I will get busy now. Li Yunyan picked up the chopsticks and was about to pick up the chopped green onions when she saw Su Zhan bringing the bowl over. Let me choose. I like eating chopped green onions. This matter is a bit ambiguous even in modern times. She looked at Li Yunggui and Chingen, hoping they would smooth things over. But the 2 heartless people just buried their heads in their groaning and didn't hear what they were saying. Su Zhan didn't look up. He picked and said, You have to eat the braised noodles while they're hot. I picked quickly, so they'll be ready in a moment. Thank you so much, Brother Su. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. As expected, Su Zhan finished choosing quickly. He placed the bowl of noodles without scallions in front of Li Yunyan and handed her a pair of clean chopsticks. She said gently, I've picked them all. Xiaoyan, eat quickly. Thank you. The other side. Lani has already rushed to the Li family. Li's mother opened the door and looked a little surprised when she saw the visitor. In a light tone, Is it my aunt who is here? Lani bowed in a proper manner and said, My son-in-law has met your mother. Li's father had not yet gone on duty. When he saw him come in, he snorted. My son-in-law has met my father. Father Li snorted again. Master Helan is here, but I dare not call you my father. Li's mother thought that Li's father was a little weird and glared at him. Father Li turned his head away arrogantly. Lani walked up to him and bowed deeply again. Father, mother, your son-in-law is here to take Yunyan home. What home are you going back to? This is Yenner's home. Although our Li family is not as wealthy as your Helan family, we can still afford to raise a daughter. It seemed as if Father Li had been holding it in for a long time, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he spoke a long string of words. Lani lowered his posture and said, Father, you are too kind. Li's father got angry when he saw his face. At that time, he thought he was good-looking and his attitude was sincere, so he was frightened by him and actually betrothed his daughter to him. He also saw how Su Zhan treated Yenner. If he had betrothed his daughter to Su Zhan at that time, they would be neighbors and live on the same street, so at least he could see her every day. Father Li started scolding again. Lancheng, you brat. What did you tell me at that time? You said you would be devoted to Yenner, and as long as I agreed to marry her to you, you would never let her suffer any grievances. But now, after only 3 months of marriage, you have already made Yenner angry and sent her back to her parents' home. Do you still keep your promise? Father, my son-in-law's words always count. Lani was confused. He wanted to find Li Yunyan immediately, but he didn't know how to face her. Caught in a dilemma. But the most urgent thing now is to take her back. He was restless whenever he thought about her not being by his side. He bowed and said, Father, mother, this is all my fault. Please give me a chance. I swear I will never let Yunyan suffer any injustice again. Seeing that Li's father wanted to perform further, Li's mother pulled his sleeve. That's enough. Are you really going to make things so embarrassing that Yenner has to live in her parents' home for the rest of her life? She pulled Li's father behind her, walked forward, and said to her son-in-law, Aunt, Our Yenner has never suffered any grievances since she was a child, but she has a gentle personality and rarely loses her temper. If she accidentally breaks any rules of your Heelan family, please bear with me. Our family is a small family, and we really can't climb up any high branches. After hearing this, Mr. Lee rolled his eyes. His wife complained that he spoke too harshly, but her voice was just a little lower than his, and the content of her words was no worse than his. After hearing this, Heelani felt as if he was facing a powerful enemy and bowed deeply again. Mother, you are too kind. Yunyan is gentle and kind, and she has never broken any rules in our family. It's all my fault. It's my fault. Please forgive me, father and mother. Having said this, Lee's mother felt that the time was right and she would leave the rest to her daughter. She sighed lightly, and her voice returned to a friendly tone. Aunt, you came at an inopportune time. Yeneo and Yungue went out to play, and they should be having breakfast in the next street now. Thank you, mother. Heelani bowed to the two elders, ran out quickly, and climbed onto the carriage. Go to the next street. Yes, Li Yunyan and the other three had finished their noodles and were taking a leisurely walk to digest their food. Su Zhan and Li Yungue protected her on either side. Chingen could only walk beside her young master and look at her young lady with her head tilted. Sister, I didn't lie to you, did I? Is this braised noodle delicious? Well, not bad. Just a few steps further, we'll find the newly opened pancake stand. Let's go down and try it. Li Yunyan laughed and said, We said we were going out to have fun, but we ended up spending all our time eating. Li Yungue put his hands on his hips and said, It's fun to eat and play at the same time. Su Zhan listened to them quietly, a happy smile on his lips. When we got to the pancake stand, there was already a line forming. Su Zhan said, Xiao Yan, you guys wait here for me, I'll go buy it. Okay. Thank you, Brother Su. Su Zhan looked at her and said, Xiao Yan, you have thanked me many times today. We were not so unfamiliar with each other before. Li Yunyan lowered her eyes. I understand. Seeing how well-behaved she was, Su Zhan really wanted to touch her head like he did when he was young, but he held back in the end. Wait for me. When Heelani found her, he happened to see Li Yunyan and the other two standing on the side of the street. She was wearing a long green dress today. The morning sunlight fell on her hair, making it shine brightly. A breeze blew, lifting her layers of skirt and the two long ribbons on her slender waist. She looked like a fairy from a Yaoqi lake who had just descended to earth. She was so beautiful that one could not take their eyes off her. He jumped off the carriage and was about to stride towards her when he saw a tall man striding towards her with a very happy pace. She took the things handed to her, looked up, and smiled brightly at him. Thank you, Brother Su. Su Zhan looked at her pretending to be unhappy. Li Yunyan smiled playfully. I forgot again. Su Zhan looked down at her with a hint of tenderness in his eyes. Li Yunyan smelled the pancake and found it fragrant. Just as she was about to put it in her mouth to taste it, a big hand grabbed her wrist. She looked up and immediately stopped smiling. Yunyan, come home with me. Li Yunyan turned her head and ignored him. Doesn't he like cold violence? Then she will be cold to him too. Su Zhan grabbed his hand and said in a deep voice, Don't grab her like this. You will hurt her. Heelani's face darkened. Why are you everywhere? I'm Xiaoyan's friend. I am her husband. You've already made her angry and taken her home. How can you be her husband? None of your business. I'll take care of it. What do you want? The two people got closer and closer as they argued, and a fight was about to break out. Li Yungue hurried over to mediate, but he also stood on Su Zhan's side. Brother-in-law, how could you let my sister suffer? Don't blame me for not standing by you. If you weren't my brother-in-law, Brother Su Zhan and I would beat you up together. Li Yunyan was speechless. Why did he, who was the one trying to persuade others to fight, sound like he was going to fight? Her hand was still held by Heelani, but his grip was not strong, so Li Yunyan easily broke away. Stop arguing. Heelani looked at her and softened his voice. Yunyan, come home with me. Xiao Yan, don't go back with him. Heelani could no longer bear it and rage emanated from his body. Do you want to die? Su Zhansi was not afraid at all, and said with her chest puffed out, Do you dare to fight with me? Seeing the murderous intent in Heelani's eyes, Su Zhan is still inexperienced and will definitely not be able to defeat him. Li Yunyan grabbed Su Zhan's sleeve and shook her head at him. Brother Su, he is my husband. There was a trace of sadness in Su Zhan's eyes. This title was a natural gap between them, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not get over it. Xiao, his expression was a little depressed. Li Yunyan smiled, as if saying goodbye. Brother Su, you must do well in the martial arts exam. I believe in you. Xiao, I will. Listening to their chattering, Lani had already lost his patience. He stared at her hand on Su Zhan's clothes 800 times, wishing he could burn a hole in the clothes. He couldn't help it, so he simply pulled her over, picked her up horizontally, and strode towards a carriage. Chingen hurried to catch up. If she couldn't catch the carriage, she would have to walk back to Helan Mansion. Lani put her into the carriage a little roughly, snatched the greasy thing from her hand, and shot it at Su Zhan like a hidden weapon. Su Zhan raised his hand to catch it, his lips tightly pursed, his eyes bloodshot. Lani narrowed his eyes slightly, with a strong warning in his eyes. If he sees this guy being obsessed with Yunyan again, he will definitely kill him quietly. In the carriage, Li Yunyan and Lani sat side by side. It was so quiet that the only sound they could hear was each other's breathing. Chingen sat on the carriage and listened attentively to what was going on inside. Quietly. Between the two of them, it was always Li Yunyan who took the initiative to talk and find topics. When she stopped talking, the atmosphere became maddeningly quiet. Lani really wanted to go crazy. He really wanted to talk to her, but he didn't know what to say. He was also afraid that she would ignore him after he talked. The two did not speak a word to each other until they returned home. Li Yunyan did not return to her room, but went straight into the room of her eldest brother next door. Qian Fan is very careful in his work. He disinfects the silver needles she needs carefully every day. Li Yunyan cleaned her hands carefully, took the silver needle, and did not insert the needle immediately. Instead, she adjusted her mood. When giving acupuncture, one must avoid being in an upset mood. She cannot harm the patient because of her mood. She felt his pulse first. As he had not received any acupuncture yesterday, his tendons and veins showed some signs of congestion again. She apologized softly. Brother, I'm sorry. I didn't give you the acupuncture yesterday. It might have hurt you. You may not wake up for several nights. Lani felt very sad when he saw that she would rather talk to a deaf person than to herself. But he did not get angry. After all, the person she was facing was her real husband. And I am nothing more than a substitute for a pigeon occupying a magpie's nest. Yunyan, he ignored the presence of others and said bitterly, if it was me lying there, would you have saved me like this? Li Yunyan's tone was calm, and she said calmly, it doesn't matter if the patient is rich or poor. As long as I can do it, I will save them. After saying this, she felt that her mood had calmed down and began to give acupuncture. Lani wanted to go over and take the handkerchief from Chingen's hand, but Chingen acted as if she didn't see him and didn't even raise her head. Humph! The aunt dared to bully her young lady. She shouldn't give him a good face. Lani couldn't get any work, so he just stood near Li Yunyan with his hands hanging down, looking at her deeply. Finally, the acupuncture was completed. Li Yunyan just stood up, but before she could stand steadily, Lani picked her up and carried her directly back to the room. No one noticed that after they left, Lancheng, who was lying on the bed, moved his fingers slightly. Lani carried Li Yunyan back to the room and kicked the door shut to stop Chingen from following them. Chingen didn't dare to push the door open, so she just stood outside and eavesdropped. He put Li Yunyan on the bed, and without waiting for her to get up, he pressed on her. He grabbed her and beat her hands, pleading in his voice, Yan Yan, I was wrong. Forgive me. When Li Yunyan found out that he had changed his address, he stopped struggling, lowered his eyes, and remained silent. Lani buried his head in her neck, greedily breathing in her scent. Yan Yan, don't ignore me. Li Yunyan didn't say anything. She was indeed a little tired. I've been here for a few months, but I haven't made any progress. He's too hard to conquer. No matter what I do, it's useless. It would be faster to change the target. Don't blame her for being heartless, because she wants to live. Seeing her disheartened look, Lani wanted to tell her the truth. It wasn't that he didn't like her, but that he couldn't like her. In fact, he likes her so much that he is almost going crazy. He even thought about becoming a real couple with her, and then making amends to his brother after he wakes up. He could even pay with everything he had. But now the murderer who poisoned him has just been found out, and he may strike again at any time. If he is poisoned by then, he may die directly. So, what should she do? Yen. He lowered his head very low, with sincerity in his eyes, and asked carefully, "Can you give me some more time?" Li Yunyan's eyes moved, but she didn't have much time left. Li Yunyan decided to give him one last chance. She looked up into his eyes and asked, "Lancheng, what is your problem? If it is because of your hidden illness, let me take your pulse. I promise I can cure you." After hearing this, Lani retracted his wrist reflexively. Li Yunyan saw his action and smiled self-deprecatingly. "If you don't want to be my wife, then let me go." Lani didn't expect her to say such decisive words. His heart felt like it was torn open, and the pain made him unable to breathe. "What did you say? You actually want to leave me? You are always on guard against me and never treat me as your wife. Why can't I leave?" "No, I won't." Lani hugged her tightly, feeling extremely bitter. "I won't let you leave. Yen. Don't leave me." He suddenly kissed her madly. This was the first time he took the initiative to kiss her, with a forceful force, as if he wanted to eat her into his body. Li Yunyan did not respond because she knew he would stop. Maybe he'll get up and run away. Sure enough, after he tore her clothes and left glaring red marks on her skin, he came to himself again. He pulled the quilt next to him to cover her. Yen, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it." After saying that, he stood up and shouted outside, "Shuquan, prepare some water." Li Yunyan was distracted at this time and thought that he didn't run away, which was considered a kind of progress. Since she had decided to give up on him, she no longer thought about how to win him over, but instead was thinking about how to leave. In ancient times, there were only a few ways for a woman to leave her husband's home: divorce, demise, or faking her own death. Don't think about the last 2 points for now. Being divorced doesn't give you a good reputation, so it's best to divorce him in a decent manner. She decided to let Chingen go to the street tomorrow to buy some related books to study. With a plan in mind, Li Yunyan went to bed after taking a bath. She wrapped herself tightly, faced inwards, and slept at the foot of the bed. After Lani went to bed, she neither turned around nor spoke to him, let alone kissed him goodnight. Lani looked at her thin back, raised his head and touched her long hair, feeling that it was still a little damp, so he used his inner strength to dry it for her. It doesn't matter if she ignores him, as long as she is by his side, he is content. Lani sighed silently, tangled his fingers with her hair, and watched her fall asleep. In the middle of the night, he felt a warm and soft body pressing into his arms. He couldn't wait to hug her, feeling extremely at ease. Everything seemed to be reversed. Li Yunyan gave him a cold face and refused to talk to him. However, Lani racked his brains to find topics to talk to her every day. If he could get the slightest response from her, he would be happy for a long time. He would also take the initiative to kiss her every night and give her a long goodnight kiss. In the blink of an eye, it has been half a year since Li Yunyan married into the Helan mansion. On this day, old lady Helan suddenly called Li Yunyan over to talk. When he came back, there was a pretty maid beside Li Yunyan. Lani returned home in high spirits, holding a food box in his hand. As soon as he entered the house, he said, Yen, I bought your favorite today. I am Furong, your servant, and I have met you, sir." Lani frowned, looked at the uninvited guest in the room, and asked in a hostile tone, "Who are you?" Furong bowed to him again, raised her head and looked at him shyly, and said hesitantly, "I am Furong. The old lady sent me here to serve you. I don't need it. Get out, sir. Get out." He looked at her sinisterly. "Don't make me say it again." Li Yunyan came out from the inner room and gently advised, "Furong is my grandmother's friend. My husband should treat her with courtesy." Lani put the lunch box heavily on the table, walked closer, and asked her, "What do you mean?" Li Yunyan raised her eyes, without a trace of warmth in them. "Don't you understand my husband? Your side is lonely. From today on, I will make the decision and make Farong your concubine. Farong smiled happily and knelt down to express her gratitude. Thank you very much, madam. Get out of here, Lani yelled at Farong, with a storm brewing in his eyes. Farong was frightened by his sinister face. How could the second young master, who was always gentle and polite, have such an expression on his face? Sir, Chingen outside the door couldn't hold it in any longer. She heard that her aunt had chased people away several times, so she must not accept this concubine. The anger in her heart was slightly reduced. She ran straight into the room, grabbed Farong and dragged her out. Come out to me. After pulling the person out, he considerately closed the door. Finally, there were only 2 people left in the room. Lani grabbed Li Yunyan's shoulders and asked, What do you mean? Are you going to force a woman on me? This was really unfair to Li Yunyan. Although she didn't want to live with him anymore, she also didn't like the ancient system of 3 wives and 4 concubines. The old lady forced it on her because she saw that she was not able to get it. She won't take the blame if it's not her fault. Li Yunyan said truthfully, there are 3 kinds of unfilial behavior, and the worst is to have no offspring. It is because I am incompetent and cannot give birth to a child for the Helan family. My grandmother was very worried and specially asked Farong to come here to share my worries and serve my husband. It's not your fault. You knew. I promised to keep my husband's secret, and I will not break my promise. Lani hugged her tightly and confessed affectionately. I don't want anyone else. I only want you. Li Yunyan took a step back, pushed away his embrace, and sincerely suggested, Husband, why not give it a try? Maybe if you change to another woman, your illness may be cured without medicine. Lani was mad at her again. He grabbed her waist and pulled her back, angrily questioning, Li Yunyan, are you heartless? You are my wife. But you pushed me to another woman. Don't you feel sad at all? He grabbed her hand and placed it on his chest, his eyes full of dark clouds. Can't you feel my feelings? Li Yunyan felt the violently beating heart under her palm and sighed softly. She felt it, but she really couldn't wait any longer. Now there was less than half a year left, and she didn't have time to play this guessing game with him anymore. He clearly had feelings for her, but why didn't he let her treat him? She was tired and didn't want to guess anymore. Li Yunyan withdrew her hand, looked at him intently, and opened her red lips slightly. Let's get divorced. What did you say? Lani never thought that he would hear the word divorce from her mouth. He thought that at most she would cry, make a fuss, lose her temper, and ignore him, and he could accept all of these. If you just give him some more time, he will definitely tell her everything. Then she will understand him. But he didn't expect that she wouldn't even give him more time. She was so cruel as to want to divorce him. Li Yunyan had recently learned all the relevant information about the divorce. She took out the divorce letter she had written in advance from her arms and showed it to him. After we divorce, I will not take a single cent from the Helan family. From now on, we will part ways and owe nothing to each other. I don't agree. Lani tore the divorce letter to pieces without even looking at it. A bloodthirsty light rose in his eyes, and he looked at her with bloodshot eyes and said fiercely, Don't even think about leaving me. Li Yunyan was not upset that the divorce letter was gone, as this was just the first option. She continued, I am Li, and I have been childless since I married into the Helan family. I have violated the 7 grounds for divorce. I am deeply terrified, and I am asking to leave the marriage. Or, she raised her red eyes, you can just divorce me. Li Yunyan, Lani was extremely angry. Every word she said was like a knife, cutting into his heart. He roughly pinched her neck and made her look into his eyes. You are so anxious to leave me. Are you going to find that boy? Who I look for is none of your business. Do you believe I killed him? There was murderous intent in Lani's eyes. Li Yunyan knew that if she protected Su Zhan at this time, she might really kill him. She sneered and replied, Even if you kill him, there will be other men. Can you kill all the men in the world? Lani was so angry that his blood boiled. Li Yunyan, you keep talking about other men. Don't forget. You are still my wife. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. You and I are not actually husband and wife. Once I leave you, the world is vast, and I can do whatever I want. Lonnie didn't want to hear her say those words anymore. He had lost all his rationality and just wanted to keep her. Since she said that they were not actually husband and wife, then he would confirm this status today. He pulled hard, and all the clothes on Li Yunyan's body were torn into pieces and scattered all over the ground. Lonnie carried her into the bed and stretched out his long legs to hold down her struggling legs. Lancheng. Let me go. Lonnie wouldn't listen to anything now. He just lowered his head and kissed her hard. The big hand reached into her clothes without any scruples. Li Yunyan truly felt that his aura today was different from before. In the past, he was always reserved, restrained, and cautious. But today, he has a domineering attitude that doesn't care about anything and is ready to risk everything. Li Yunyan was a little confused by his kiss. Before she could figure out what was going on, she felt something was wrong. Her eyes suddenly widened, and she forgot to struggle. You're not? I'm fine. Lonnie's breath was a little disordered, and he looked at her deeply. Yan is a doctor. You have to feel it carefully. Am I really cured? He took all the broken syllables into his mouth, and the bed curtains, which had not yet completely fallen, could not hold up and fell all down, blocking the view inside the couch. Li Yunyan felt a little unreal. The task that had been worrying her was completed so unexpectedly. She didn't even know whether she should take the pill to have a baby. She pushed him away weakly, trying to escape from his hot embrace. Lancheng. Let me go. Woo-woo. Lancheng. You have no shame. Smoke. Don't call me Lancheng. Call me husband. Lonnie touched her tear-stained little face lovingly, asked Chingen to prepare some water, and he personally carried her to take a bath. He brought Li Yunyan into the quilt and hugged her tenderly. She had no strength left in her body and couldn't even push him away. Yan, he said breathlessly. Call me husband. Woo-woo. Husband. Good girl. Lonnie kissed her. The next day, Li Yunyan slept until the afternoon. She felt sore all over that she even had difficulty turning over. At this time, she took a pill of Shirkwan Dabu pill for the first time. Her body finally relaxed, and she called Chingen in. The big brother next door hasn't had his acupuncture treatment yet. She can't fall behind. Chingen helped her wash up and then brought her food. Li Yunyan asked while eating, Where's the lotus from yesterday? Chingen covered her mouth and laughed secretly, whispering, My aunt had her sold out early in the morning, and then asked Shuquan to go to the old lady and told her not to interfere in his room anymore. What did the old lady say? What else can I say? The old lady has always loved the second young master the most, so I can only agree. Li Yunyan nodded to show that she understood. She could understand the old lady's behavior. As an old lady, she wanted her daughter-in-law to be pregnant on the first day she got married. She had been waiting for half a year, so it was understandable that she was a little anxious. But now, she and Lancheng are real husband and wife, and she will never let other women get close to her husband again. After finishing her makeup, she went to the next room, and Li Yunyan sat down readily. She first raised her hand to feel the patient's pulse, then observed the patient's complexion. In the past few months, he has been relying on liquid food to maintain his vital signs, and his body has become so thin that his bones are visible. Looking at it this way, her original resemblance to her husband had become only 8 points. She said softly, Brother, I am here to give you acupuncture. Can you hear us talking today? Li Yunyan did not expect his answer and began to give acupuncture skillfully. During the acupuncture treatment, the fingers of the person on the bed trembled slightly. Li Yunyan saw that this was the patient's unconscious reaction, and he was not really awake. But this also means that his health is starting to improve, and he will be able to wake up soon. After collecting the last needle, Li Yunyan was about to get up. Her hand was grabbed by a thin, pale hand. Brother? Li Yunyan was surprised and looked up at his face. He was still unconscious, his eyes tightly closed. Not awake yet. Li Yunyan gently pried open his fingers and soothed him softly. Don't worry, brother. Your body has improved a lot, and you will wake up sooner or later. The hand still did not let go, holding her tightly. Li Yunyan sighed softly, patted the back of his hand soothingly as if coaxing a child, and started chatting with him. Brother, don't worry. No matter when you wake up, my husband and I will always be by your side. The flowers outside are blooming. They're very beautiful. I wonder what kind of flowers do you like? Today's weather is pretty good. Winter is coming soon, and the sun is shining brightly, but it's not blinding at all. After she finished speaking, she suddenly remembered and turned to Qianfan and said, "You can take Big Brother out to bask in the sun. Be careful to protect yourself from the wind and don't catch a cold." Qianfan looked at the hand on Madame's wrist. "Yes, Madame." Li Yunyan continued to speak softly, and when she felt the hand on her wrist finally loosen its grip, she put his hand back into the quilt. "Brother, I'll come see you tomorrow." When He Lancheng came back in the evening, Li Yunyan told him the news. "Husband, I have good news for you. Big Brother's hands can move. Although he is not conscious yet, if he continues to recover at this speed, Big Brother will wake up soon." Li Yunyan finished speaking excitedly, but she didn't feel his happiness. Instead, she felt that he was hugging her tighter and tighter. She patted his hand and groaned coquettishly. "It hurts." He Lani finally withdrew his chaotic thoughts, loosened his hand slightly, and looked down at her. "Sorry. Yan, you just said that Big Brother is about to wake up? Are you serious?" "Yeah," Li Yunyan nodded. "Husband, your brother is about to wake up. Aren't you happy?" He Lani felt mixed emotions and nodded randomly. He Lancheng is about to wake up? What should he do? His identity. He looked at her with complicated eyes and asked, Yan, have you heard about He Lani's past? Some. Chingen is a social bully. She is very familiar with all the maids and servants in the mansion and can find out everything about them. Li Yunyan said gently, "Although I heard it, I think there must be something hidden behind it. After all, he is an excellent man certified by the system, so his character must be good." He Lani's eyes flickered. "Even my grandmother doesn't believe him." "Why do you think so?" Li Yunyan thought for a moment. "It must be my intuition. He is your brother, and your attitude towards him doesn't seem like you are treating an enemy, so I think there must be something else going on." He embraced her with emotion. Yan, thank you." She was the second person willing to believe him. How could he bear to let her go? He lowered his head and kissed her lips, murmuring, Yan, don't leave me." Li Yunyan raised her hand to cover his bulging lips, pouted, and said, "If you use cold violence against me again in the future, I will definitely leave you." Cold violence. He was very cold to me, ignored me, left me alone, and disappeared without saying a word. This is cold violence. He Lani thought back to all the things he had done to her in the past, and found that every one of them matched hers. He felt extremely guilty. Yan, I swear to you, I will never do that again. Believe me. I'll trust you one last time." He Lani was finally satisfied, feeling that his heart was filled with her. With a smile on his face, he hugged her and fell asleep. Li Yunyan was forced to have a very regular schedule. She slept until noon every day, had lunch, went to give acupuncture next door, and then it was dusk. When He Lancheng came back and had dinner with him, he hugged her. However, she found that He Lancheng's mental state was getting better and better. Before, he rarely smiled, even when facing me. She felt that he always had a hint of death in his eyes, and when he frowned, it seemed like he could kill someone at any time. But now, his expression became more and more gentle, his lips were often raised, and his eyes were filled with tenderness. Li Yunyan covered her lips and smiled secretly. Could this be the power of love? Thinking of this, she raised her fingers, placed them between her wrists, and raised her eyebrows slightly. That day, Li Yunyan gave He Lani acupuncture as usual, and then felt dizzy. She quickly took out a pregnancy-preserving pill from her system. Only after taking the medicine did she feel much better. Acupuncture was too stressful and might affect the fetus. Fortunately, she had a system of pregnancy-preserving pills in hand, and He Lani's internal organs and tendons had almost recovered. Maybe if he could hold on for a few more days, she wouldn't have to give him acupuncture anymore. He's about to wake up. With her wrists still held by him as usual, Li Yunyan carefully observed He Lani's facial expression and found that his eyelashes were trembling slightly, as if he was trying very hard to wake up. "Brother, don't worry. It should be soon. You will wake up in a few days, she said softly. How could he Lancheng not be anxious? He had long recognized that the sound that pulled him out of the darkness was his cigarettes. Her voice was so gentle, he could even imagine what she looked like when she spoke. She must be very beautiful. He really wanted to open his eyes and look at her right away. After Li Yunyan put his hand down, she turned and walked out without noticing his lips starting to move. Smoked at smoke. The sound is very, very soft. Heilani came back a little later than usual today. It was almost the end of the year, and Helan's business had a small peak, keeping him very busy. When he returned home and saw Li Yunyan waiting for him with a smile on her face, all his tiredness of the day was swept away. Smoke, husband. Li Yunyan did not go to greet him as usual, but sat at the dining table, pouting and waiting for him to come over. This is the first time she is so weak that she needs to take pills to preserve her pregnancy. It is better to be careful. Seeing that her face looked a little pale, Heilani sat down next to her and asked, Yan Yan, are you feeling unwell? Li Yunyan responded softly, and took his hand while looking at his worried eyes. Place it on your lower abdomen. Yan Yan, what's wrong? Li Yunyan smiled softly. Husband, I'm pregnant. His eyes turned from worry to joy. Really? Of course. I'm a doctor. Absolutely, she said proudly. Very good. Heilani was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. He has a child. Him and the smoking kid. Second young master. Qian Fan knocked on the door urgently. What is it? Qian Fan. Second young master. The eldest young master is awake. Very good. This voice was said by Li Yunyan. She stood up, pulled him up and walked out, saying happily, Husband, if big brother really wakes up, then today is a double happiness. Helan stood there in a daze as she pulled him away. There was so much sudden news that he didn't know how to react. Just when he found out that his wife was pregnant, her legal husband woke up. So, where should he go? Walking into the next room, Li Yunyan saw that Heilani had opened his eyes and turned to look at her. She walked up to him with a smile on her face, sat down on the stool where she usually gave acupuncture, and spoke while looking at him expectantly. Brother. Seeing the way he was looking at her, Li Yunyan said gently, Brother, I am Helancheng's wife, your sister-in-law, and my name is Li Yunyan. After saying that, she skillfully pulled his hand out from under the quilt and raised her hand to feel his pulse. After lowering his eyes and feeling for a moment, Li Yunyan put his hands back into the quilt and said with a smile, Brother, the remaining poison in your body has been cleared, but now you have just woken up, so your speech and limbs are not smooth yet. Once your strength is restored, you can practice more. After saying that, she turned around and told Qianfan some precautions. Smoke, smoke. Helancheng hadn't spoken for a long time, so his voice was a little rough. Li Yunyan heard him calling her and turned around. Brother, my name is Li Yunyan. Don't rush to call me. Wait until you can speak clearly. After saying that, she felt that Helancheng was too silent. Her brother had finally woken up, but he didn't even say a word. She grabbed his hand and pulled it down with a hint of pride in her tone. Husband, sit down and talk to big brother. Helancheng looked at their clasped hands and then glanced at Heilani. This is how his brother takes care of his wife. Heilani was a little at a loss what to do when he was looked at by him, but he kept holding Li Yunyan's hand. He had already decided that he would never let her go. He said harshly, Brother, I will talk to you in detail when you can speak again, yes. Helancheng took a deep breath. It was he who asked his brother to look after Yan Yan for him. If he didn't act realistically, Yan Yan might notice something. But he is awake now, and as soon as he fully recovers, he will switch back with his brother. Then, he and Yan Yan can become a loving couple. He turned his head and looked at Li Yunyan with tender eyes, as if he had 1,000 words to say. Heilani was really afraid that Li Yunyan would find out something, so he pulled her up and left. Brother, you just woke up. You need to rest. Yan Yan, and I will leave first. Helancheng followed them until they were out of sight. Then he withdrew his gaze. His eyes were filled with joy and his hands under the quilt were clenched into fists. He would definitely get better soon. As soon as she returned to the room, Li Yunyan was hugged tightly by Heilani. He used a lot of force, as if he wanted to rub her into his body. Li Yunyan held her belly tightly and called out in confusion. Husband? What's wrong with you? You look weird. Why doesn't he smile when double happiness comes to his door? Judging from his expression, he seems to be quite worried. She raised her hand, gently rubbed his wrinkled brows, and said softly, Husband, what are you worried about? Lani grabbed her hand tightly. Yen, I'm scared. What are you afraid of? He looked at her deeply, and after a long while he spoke in a low voice. I'm afraid of losing you, Li Yunyan laughed. It turned out that he was worried that being pregnant would be dangerous. She stood on tiptoe and kissed his chin, smiling. Silly. I'm a doctor. It's just giving birth to a child. Nothing will happen. Niasai was not comforted at all and asked anxiously, Yen, if someone wanted to snatch you away from me, who would you choose? Li Yunyan didn't know why he felt so insecure. Could it be that she had used cold violence against him before and pued him into being scared? She patiently comforted him. I am already your wife, and I am pregnant with your child. I will not leave no matter who tries to take me away. I am determined to be with you. He smiled a little and held her in his arms again. Are you serious? More real than pearls. He held her face carefully with his bony hands and kissed her lovingly, as if he was kissing a rare treasure. Li Yunyan's head was dizzy from his kiss, but she didn't forget to remind him. Husband, we can't do this now. I know, Lani said. Yen, I won't do anything to hurt you. He just kissed her politely, moving his hands to her still slender waist, gently supporting her and kissing her lips and teeth. Lancheng kept paying attention to what was happening in the next room. Fortunately, there was no movement. He felt that he was judging others by his own standards. His brother had always been self-disciplined and well-mannered, and had never been interested in women. He would never do anything immoral. He was just being over-concerned. He felt so ashamed of his brother. The most important thing now is to get well as soon as possible. It was the next morning that Lani asked Shuquan to inform the old lady of the news that Li Yunyan was pregnant. Li Yunyan also asked Chingen to take a carriage back to her parents' home to report the news and tell them that everything was fine, and asked her parents not to worry. When the old lady heard the news, she came over in person with great joy. When Li Yunyan saw the old lady coming, she immediately bowed to her and said, Granddaughter-in-law greets grandmother. Sit down. Sit down now. The old lady did not let her salute, but happily held her hand, looking at her flat belly, and said, That's great. That's great, Grandma. Why did you come here in person? Lani asked. He had originally planned to bring Yen to pay his respects in a few days. The old lady smiled with wrinkles on her face. My great-grandson is here. I have to come and see him. She pulled Li Yunyan aside and asked about her health. Are you okay? Are you feeling nauseous? Li Yunyan shook her head. Grandma, I don't feel anything yet. The old lady said warmly, You are still young now. Although you haven't shown any signs of recovery, you still have to be careful. If you want to eat something, just tell the kitchen to make it for you. Even if it's dragon liver or pheasant marrow, I will have someone get it for you. Li Yunyan smiled gently. Grandson's wife knows. Thank you for your concern, Grandma. The old lady patted her hands and turned to Lani with a serious look on her face.
And you, Chenge.
Yenner is in poor health now, so don't make trouble at night. She knew that Chenge had been particularly naughty recently, and there was no rest every night. She used to sigh that young people had good physical strength, but now that she had a great-grandson, she couldn't do that anymore. Everything had to be put first for her little great-grandson. Lani blushed and said, Grandma, I know. Li Yunyan's ears also turned red. Could it be that the old lady knew everything that happened between the couple in their bedroom? That's too embarrassing. Seeing her grandson and granddaughter-in-law getting along just like each other, the old lady smiled with satisfaction. It's a good thing that the young couple has a good relationship. After having a great-grandson, she, as a grandmother, no longer has to worry about their bedroom affairs. The old lady had a lot of supplements sent over, as well as a lot of cloth and jewelry, filling up the storeroom in the yard. Lani saw that the old lady was about to go back, so he thought for a moment and reminded her. Grandma, my eldest brother is awake. He looked at her expectantly. trying to see a hint of concern in her eyes. A complicated look flashed across the old lady's eyes, and she said slowly, "He's lucky. Now that he's awake, take good care of him. Grandma, do you want to go next door?" "No need. I'm tired, I'll go back first." The old lady stood up, held Grandma Wei's hand, and slowly walked out of the yard. He Lancheng was awake. He knew his grandmother was coming over, but he couldn't hear what they were saying next door. Seeing his grandmother come and go without coming in to see him, He Lancheng felt uncomfortable and guilty. So it feels so bad to be treated coldly? In the past few years, my eldest brother has been misunderstood by my grandmother. He must feel very uncomfortable, right? Before Hilani went out, he came in and saw He Lancheng once. He asked Qianfan to guard the door outside so that the two of them could truly be themselves. "Brother, elder." Hilani walked over and sat down next to him. "Are you feeling better today?" He Lancheng nodded with difficulty. Hilani hesitated for a while and decided not to tell him about Yen Yen for the time being. My younger brother had just woken up and was weak, so he couldn't stand too much stimulation. Besides, he is not speaking fluently now. If Hilani argues with him now, he will feel that he has won unfairly. Hilani coughed lightly and whispered, "Take good care of yourself. When you are well, I want to talk to you about cigarettes." "Smoke, smoke." When he recovers, he will exchange identities with his brother. What else is there to say? There was a flash of doubt in He Lancheng's eyes, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. He felt that was definitely not what he wanted to hear. In the afternoon, Li Yunyan came to the next room as usual to take Hilani's pulse. He Lancheng looked at her serious little face greedily. The woman in front of him was the one he had been thinking about and waiting for a long time. Now she is finally his wife. After taking Hilani's pulse, Li Yunyan put Hilani's hand back into the quilt and tucked the corner of the quilt for him. He Lancheng was filled with happiness and looked at her with a smile. Li Yunyan felt that this elder brother had a very kind personality and was not as cruel and unkind as others said. Don't trust everything people say. Brother, you don't need acupuncture anymore. Just take your medicine on time every day and move your hands and feet more often, and you'll be able to get out of bed in less than a month. Thank you very much. Li Yunyan gave him a faint smile. This is what I should do. She gave Qianfan a few more instructions, then bowed to Hilani and said, "Brother, I'll be leaving first." Good. He Lancheng really wanted her to spend more time with him, but he knew that would scare her. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It will be even more exciting later. There is a long way to go, and they will have plenty of time in the future. 1 month later. He Lancheng can now speak freely and, with Qianfan's help, can get out of bed and walk a few steps. Brother. Li Yunyan came in wearing a fox fur coat. It was freezing cold, and although her room was only a few steps away, Chingen still nagged at her for wearing so much. Sister-in-law. He Lancheng looked at Li Yunyan with gentle eyes as she walked in. He saw her take off the fox fur coat very easily and let Chingen hang it on the shelf beside her. I felt happy about her subconscious action. In fact, now that Hilani's poison has been cured, there is no need for Li Yunyan to come over every day. But Li Yunyan had nothing to do, and secondly, he was her husband's elder brother. Since he lived next door to her to recuperate, she couldn't just not come over to see him all day. That would be too rude. Li Yunyan sat for a while, and seeing that Hilani was walking much better than in the previous few days, she wanted to get up and say goodbye. Chingen grabbed the fox fur and put it on her shoulders. "Miss, I will put it on for you." "No need. It's just a few steps." "No." Chingen put the fox fur on her stubbornly. "Your health must not be in trouble now. Otherwise, when my aunt comes back and finds out, she will scold me." "You are exaggerating," Li Yunyan said with a smile. "When has your husband ever scolded you?" "He will." "Miss, just listen to me. Sister-in-law, are you feeling unwell?"
Helan asked worriedly.
"It's nothing." Li Yunyan turned around and said shyly. "They are just too nervous. I'm just pregnant." "What did you say?" He Lancheng was shocked and looked incredulous. "What did you say?" Li Yunyan thought he didn't hear clearly, so she slowly said again. "Brother, I am pregnant and have been pregnant for more than 2 months." As she spoke, she crossed her hands in front of her belly, with a gentle smile on her face, and her eyes were full of love for the baby in her belly. He Lancheng was struck by lightning. His pupils grew wider and wider as he stared at her belly, his mind going blank. Pregnant. You guys, how is that possible? He clearly promised me. Puff, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, which scared Li Yunyan. Brother. Young master. Qianfan caught his fallen body and put him on the bed. Li Yunyan checked his pulse urgently and found that he was extremely angry. She quickly gave him acupuncture to protect his heart. I don't know why my brother, who is fine, suddenly became so angry. She wrote another prescription and asked Qianfan to get the medicine. Now is the recovery period, so don't let anything go wrong. When He Lani came back, He Lancheng had not woken up yet. Husband, what's wrong? He Lani took off her black cloak and hung it together with her fox fur coat. Li Yunyan was confused and anxious. I don't know why. My brother was fine in the afternoon, but suddenly he vomited blood. Vomiting blood, He Lani walked up to her and comforted her. Don't worry, talk slowly. How is your brother now? He's stable now, but he just vomited blood and is weak. He may not wake up until tomorrow. He Lani looked at He Lancheng, whose face was pale, lying on the bed, and felt a little uneasy. What were you talking about before he vomited blood? Li Yunyan looked bewildered. I just told him about my pregnancy, and he suddenly vomited blood. I don't know why. He knows? He Lan clenched her fists tightly and finally suppressed her anxious emotions. He pretended to be calm. Then I'll come back to ask him tomorrow. Yan, I'll take you back to your room first. Good. In the room, Li Yunyan lay on He Lancheng and felt that he seemed to be worried about something tonight. She habitually counted his abdominal muscles with her fingers and whispered, Husband, my brother is fine now. He will wake up soon. You don't have to worry about it. He Lani was worried, thinking about how to keep her by his side. He said calmly, I'm just thinking about some business matters. Don't worry, Yan. Then smile. Li Yunyan raised her little face and made a face at him, trying to tease him. As expected, he smiled, and a layer of softness and tenderness appeared on his handsome and resolute face. He couldn't help but lower his head and kiss the top of her head. After the kiss, he felt unsatisfied, so he moved down to her forehead, nose tip, chin, and finally sealed her lips. He held her tightly and kissed her deeper and deeper. Li Yunyan hugged his neck and responded to his kiss tenderly, trying her best to soothe his uneasy heart. Feeling Li Yunyan's dependence on him, He Lani's heart was already satisfied. Yan is his wife. She is the wife with whom he has worshipped heaven and earth. She is in his arms right now, relying on him wholeheartedly. He won't let her leave him. The next day, He Lani went next door early in the morning. Shuquan, please go to the shop and take a look. I have something to talk to my brother today, so I won't go to the shop. Yes, master. After Shuquan left, He Lani looked at Qianfan again. Stay outside the door and don't let anyone get close. Yes, my lord. Qianfan opened the door for him and then stood guard at the door. As soon as he entered the room, he saw He Lancheng sitting on the bed, looking at him with sharp eyes. What is meant to come will always come. He Lani walked closer and sat on the stool where Li Yunyan usually took his pulse. Aching. As soon as he opened his mouth, He Lancheng swung his fist and hit him in the face. He Lancheng's strength has not yet recovered. Although he used all his strength in this punch, He Lani only felt pain and was not seriously injured. He Lani touched the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, it was not broken. Don't hit me in the face. Yan will be worried if she sees it. How dare you mention her to me? She's my wife. He Lancheng's eyes were full of bloodshot. He had just woken up, and when he thought of what he heard yesterday, he felt angry and unwilling to be betrayed by someone close to him. He had used up all his strength in that punch just now, and now he was short of breath when he spoke, gasping for breath slightly. Ah Chung, keep your voice down. Yan is right next door. He Lani had prepared himself mentally for this moment for a long time. When facing He Lancheng, he felt guilty and a little irrational. What can't you do? Are you afraid that Yan will hear it? He Lancheng looked at him with sarcasm. He had always respected, honored, and trusted his elder brother. That was why he entrusted such an important task to him. But he actually betrayed him so completely. Lani lowered his voice, adding a bit of seriousness to his tone. Do you want Yen to hear it? And then what? Force her to die. Lancheng looked up, surprised at his shamelessness. However, he also knew the pros and cons. Yen had been kept in the dark. If she knew that the husband who had always been by her side was not real, she is so weak, she will definitely not survive. He was filled with deep regret. He shouldn't have let his brother get married for him. At that time, the worst that could happen was that the wedding would fail, which would have led to the cancellation of the engagement. This was better than the absurd situation now. It's his fault. Lancheng took a deep breath, lowered his voice to the lowest level, and said, I won't pursue the previous matter anymore. Go away. Never show up in front of Yen again. Impossible, Lani retorted without hesitation. Ah Cheng, I know I was wrong. I will bear it even if you want to kill me. But Yen is already my wife, and she is pregnant with my child. I will never give her back to you. You have no shame. Lancheng's eyes flushed red as he said in a low voice, She is my wife. I begged for her with great difficulty. It is impossible for her to become yours just because you cheated on her, but she is my woman now. Lani's expression was stern, but there was already warmth in his eyes. He took a deep breath, thought for a while, and softened his tone. Ah Cheng, I have never asked you for anything before, but I'm asking you this time. Give me the cigarettes. I will compensate you. I can give up everything. I can take her away from Helan's house. Impossible. Lancheng glared at him and said word by word, I also beg you, brother, to return Yen to me. I can give you the entire Helan family. Why are you so stubborn? Lani was a little angry, so he approached him and said something harsh. Ah Cheng, have you not figured it out yet? Yen is already mine. Her body and everything about her have been given to me. She is pregnant with my child. She is no longer your wife. I don't care. Lancheng's eyes were red and he said firmly, Yen's children are my children. They are also the blood of the Helan family. I will treat them as my own children. Lani never expected that Lancheng would be so in love with Yen. The plan to kill her that he had planned before didn't have any effect on him at all. He didn't know how to argue with him for a moment. They looked at each other, both of them showing a determination to never give in and to win. At this time, Li Yunyan's soft and gentle voice came from outside. Husband. Lani stood up upon hearing the voice and warned Lancheng in his ear. If you don't want to see her die, don't show any flaws. We can talk about our affairs later. Lancheng grabbed the quilt tightly, feeling extremely unwilling, but also knowing that what he said was right. Lani opened the door and saw Li Yunyan standing in front of the door. After seeing him, his anxious expression eased. Yen, what's wrong? Li Yunyan first bowed to Lani, who was looking at them from inside the house, then looked up and said, Husband, it's snowing. I saw your cloak was still in the house, so I thought you had just left the house. Lani pinched her little hand and found it was a little cold, so he covered her whole hand with his palm. It's cold outside. Don't come out. Just let Chingen give it to me. Then I'm worried about you, Li Yunyan said coquettishly. She put the cloak on him and raised her hand to tie the string around his neck. Then I'm leaving. Well, come back soon. Lani looked at her deeply, then lowered his head unexpectedly and left a kiss on her forehead. Before he walked away, he turned around and gave Lancheng a warning look. Li Yunyan uttered a coquettish sound and watched his back as he walked out of the courtyard gate. After he walked away, Li Yunyan turned around, bowed to Lani, who was still looking at her, and walked back to her room. Lancheng was deeply hurt by the scene before him. They bid farewell to each other reluctantly in front of him and were intimate with each other. In their eyes, there was undisguised love for each other. It was as if he was an outsider. They completely isolated him. But it is obvious that Li Yunyan is his wife. If he hadn't been poisoned, the person who had just said goodbye to her would have been him. Lancheng felt that he could no longer sit and wait for death. Although he had not recovered yet, he could still do a lot. He asked in a deep voice, Qian Fan, you are my brother's man, right? Qian Fan replied calmly, Yes, brother. Have you tracked down the person who poisoned me before? Yes, The Lord has been sending people to track it down. Qianfan walked into the inner room and took out a stack of books from a hidden drawer. These are the information we have collected. Now that the second young master has woken up, I believe he has more clues than us. He Lanqing took it and said, I understand. When Li Yunyan came over in the afternoon, He Lanqing was already walking around the house with Qianfan's help. He Lanqing looked at her, his eyes had long since returned to calm, and he called her politely, sister-in-law. Are you feeling better today, brother? Much better. Li Yunyan asked him to sit at the table and raised her hand to feel his pulse. He Lanqing lowered his eyes and looked at the green-white fingers on his wrist with restraint. The fingers withdrew after a moment, and Li Yunyan breathed a sigh of relief and said, Fortunately, nothing serious happened. Big brother needs to control his emotions in the future and never get as excited as he was yesterday. He Lanqing nodded gently. I suddenly remembered something yesterday and scared my sister-in-law. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. Li Yunyan smiled. I'm very brave. He Lanqing also smiled and asked casually, Your sister-in-law has been married into the Helan family for so long. Are you used to it? It's my habit. Everything in the mansion is fine. His eyes twinkled. Is Ah-chung good to you? Then he acted like an elder and said, If he treats you badly, you can tell me and I will teach him a lesson for you. Li Yunyan lowered her head and smiled. My husband is very good to me. Chingen, who was roasting chestnuts for Li Yunyan, pursed her lips and thought, The aunt seems to be a nice person now, but when the young lady first got married, the aunt was not very nice to her. He even sent the young lady back to her parents' home in anger. Alas. But after all, she was her aunt, and Chingen knew that she couldn't say bad things about her in public, so she could only vent her anger on the little Lizzie. Why is the skin so hard? I smash it. He Lanqing saw the maid's reaction completely, and a gleam of sharpness flashed across his eyes. When Li Yunyan stood up to say goodbye, He Lanqing spoke. Sister-in-law, can I borrow your maid? Li Yunyan turned around and looked at him with some confusion. He smiled gently. It's like this, I have a few pieces of clothing that have loose threads, and if I send them to the sewing room, it will be a bit of an overreaction, so I want to borrow my sister-in-law's maid to help me sew a few stitches. Of course, Li Yunyan smiled slightly. Chingen, you stay here and help big brother sew his clothes. Chingen was worried. Miss, I'd better send you back to the house first, and then come over. He Lanqing nodded. That's great. Sister-in-law, just let her take you back to your room first. All right. After seeing them leave, He Lanqing's eyes darkened and he asked Qianfan to help him get some clothes. Qianfan didn't know what he wanted to do. If he wanted to do anything to his wife, he would definitely stop him. He Lanqing said calmly, I am clear-minded. You can tell your brother about this. Since the second young master said so, Qianfan no longer hesitated and took the clothes. He Lanqing gently pulled on each piece of clothing, and the threads broke. Chingen came over after a while. She thought that the eldest son's daughter couldn't even sew a piece of unthreaded clothes, so she probably didn't have any needle and thread, so she carefully took her own sewing basket with her. Master, which clothes do you want me to sew? He Lanqing raised his hand and tapped the table next to him with his slender fingers. He said in a gentle and casual tone, That's it. Just sit here and sew. Yes. Chingen placed the sewing basket on the table, sat down, picked up the first piece of clothing and began to study it. The material of the clothes was luxurious, the threads were exquisite, and the lines were unusual. Chingen concentrated her mind and put all her attention on the work in her hands. Your name is Chingen? He Lanqing's voice was gentle, without a trace of aggression. Chingen was completely unprepared, thinking about her work, and replied without thinking, Yes. How long have you been following your young lady? I've been following you since I was little, and it has been more than 10 years now. He Lanqing knew all this, of course. After all, when he had peeked at Yan Yan before, it was always this little maidservant by her side. His tone became gentler. Were you there when your young lady married into the Helan mansion?
Yes.
Wherever the lady is, there I am. There was a dark light in his eyes, and he said slowly, I happened to be poisoned on the day of the wedding. It won't affect my sister-in-law and Ah Cheng's wedding banquet, right? Chingen had already lost her vigilance due to the previous questions. It definitely had an impact. At that time, the aunt ignored my young lady and stayed here, watching the doctor rescue the young master. My sister-in-law has been wronged because of me. You can't blame me for this, young master. You didn't know you were poisoned, did you? I think it was because my aunt was too cold-tempered at the time. She ignored my young lady and even made her go back to her parents' home in anger. Chingen realized something was wrong after she finished speaking and looked up at him nervously. He Lanqing's expression did not change, as if he had not noticed anything wrong. He pointed at the cuff of his clothes and said, "There's another one here." "Oh, I saw it." Chingen stuck out her tongue and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking back to what had just happened, it seemed that she had not said anything excessive, so she felt relieved. He Lanqing stopped asking questions, as he already knew what he wanted to know. It seems that his brother didn't betray him from the beginning. This made him feel a little better. After He Lanyi came back, Qianfan found an opportunity to tell him everything that happened in the room today. He nodded. "I understand. If he asks you anything, just answer truthfully." "Yes, my lord." He Lanyi knew that He Lanqing must have a lot of questions in his mind. If he wanted to investigate, let him investigate. Anyway, he has no regrets. At night, He Lanyi carefully embraced Li Yunyan and kissed her deeply. Only then could he truly feel that she belonged to him. It's Chinese New Year. Li Yunyan was already showing some signs of pregnancy, and the loose quilted skirt made her slender body look fragile and pitiful, making people subconsciously want to take care of her. Today they are going to the old lady's yard to celebrate the New Year with her. Chingen carefully covered her with a bright red cloak. The hood and surrounding area of the cloak were all wrapped with a layer of white fur, which was both warm and charming. At this important moment of family reunion, He Lanqing would always be by the old lady's side early in previous years, but today, he was not qualified to go. Because he was still using the name He Lanyi and was recuperating, the old lady didn't want to see him. He Lanqing once again had a deep feeling about the poor treatment his brother had received before. Although he believed that his brother had not done those things before, he had never felt so empathetic. The brother was misunderstood by his family and felt sad. It was understandable that he couldn't control himself when he met a beautiful girl like Yan Yan. Combined with the information he had recently heard, he guessed that his brother had also refused and struggled before. I couldn't help but understand him a little. As long as he can return the cigarettes to him, he will still recognize this big brother in the future. After midnight, when he saw the dumplings that Li Yunyan and his brother brought back specially for him, the anger in his heart dissipated a little. What I was thinking was, did my brother ever eat a dumpling during the Chinese New Year in the past few years? He took the lunchbox and said gently, "Thank you, my sister-in-law and Ah Cheng. Happy New Year, bro." Li Yunyan smiled widely, and her small face hidden under the brim of her hat looked only the size of a palm. After she finished speaking, she touched her husband's arm with her elbow. He Lanyi understood what he meant and said awkwardly, "Brother, Happy New Year." "Thank you." It had been a long time since the two brothers had spoken so calmly. When they looked at each other, they felt as if they were in a different world. However, He Lanqing's calmness soon ignited his anger after he heard the noise coming from the next room. He Lanyi is a beast. The next day was New Year's Day. He Lanyi rarely went out. Thinking that He Lanqing looked okay last night, he thought of taking this opportunity to have a frank talk with him. But I didn't expect that as soon as I entered the door, he punched me in the stomach. He Lanqing's strength had recovered about 60% to 70%. This unexpected punch made He Lanqing hesitate for a long time before he could straighten up. Fortunately, I didn't get slapped in the face. "He Lanqing, are you crazy?" "Am I crazy?" He Lanqing threw another punch at him. "I think you're crazy." He Lanyi was prepared and dodged it easily. He lowered his voice and asked him, "What are you going to do?" He Lanqing suppressed his anger in his gentle voice and said in a low voice, "Yan Yan is pregnant now and you a beast actually. He couldn't continue speaking and swung his fist again. He Lanyi's ears suddenly turned red. As he dodged, he recalled the intimacy of last night. Cough. He was in a very good mood last night and the cigarettes were so addictive that he seemed to have used a little too much force without realizing it. The sound of the cigarettes seemed to have not been stopped. But he really didn't mean it. He was so angry that he asked, "Why are you not sleeping so late at night and eavesdropping on what? I eavesdropped around the corner. He launching was about to be driven crazy by him and began to add footnotes. Don't do stupid things. Can I hear you? He Lonnie dodged nimbly. The only sound in the room was the sound of clothes being blown by the wind, and he didn't hit anything. He was also furious. He launching, if you keep chasing me like this, I will be rude to you. Then come on. You piece of shoot. He launching has always been tactful and seldom gets angry, but now that he has been forced to curse at others, it is obvious that he is really angry. It was one thing to just imagine it before, but last night, he heard it with his own ears. Thinking of that scene, he was so jealous that he almost wanted to rush into the room, grab the jerk, and beat him up. He didn't care that he was his brother, he just wanted to beat him to death. Lonnie has never had a good temper. Although he has become much gentler in the company of Yen, he has always been fearless towards others. That's enough. Lonnie started to fight back. You don't need to interfere in what happens between us in the bedroom. How can I just ignore it? You act without scruples. What if you hurt her? How could I possibly hurt her? I know my limits. You beast. He launched and grabbed his collar, somewhat incredulously. Could it be that you still want to continue in the future? Lonnie waved his hand away and grabbed Launching's collar instead, his eyes filled with hostility. You won't understand what happened between Yen and me. If you can't stand it, you can just move out of this yard. Launching was once again so angry at his shamelessness that he was speechless and said angrily, This is my yard, yes. Lonnie got used to living here and almost forgot about it. He said confidently, Then Yen, and I will move out of this yard. Is that okay? Launching felt like he was going to be annoyed by him. You idiot. Yen is my wife, Launching. If she moves to another courtyard, what will outsiders think? Lonnie frowned. Then, why don't you move to another room? A little further away from our room, so you can't hear any noise. Launching wanted to hit him again. Why was he so shameless? This was his yard. If he was too far away, wouldn't he be even farther away from Yen? No, this won't work. That won't work either. Lonnie suddenly loosened his collar, turned around, and left. Then just bear with it. The two parted unhappily. At night, Launching thought that he had a big fight with Lonnie today, and he would definitely take revenge on him. Fortunately, he listened for a while and found that there was no noise from the next room, so he felt relieved. At least Lonnie has some conscience. But little did she know that Yen was feeling extremely uncomfortable at this moment. Her lips were tightly blocked by him, so she couldn't make any sound. She beat him with both hands, and she felt like she couldn't breathe. Lonnie let go of her lips, letting her gasp for air, then kissed her again. On the second day of the Chinese New Year, I went back to my parents' home. Lonnie and Yen dressed formally and warmly, and under the jealous gaze of Launching, boarded the carriage back to the Li family. Launching looked at their backs as they walked away together, feeling both envious and jealous. At the same time, he once again lamented the difficulty of his brother's identity. He vowed in his heart that he would take good care of his body and recover as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be too frustrating. The carriage arrived soon. The three members of the Li family were waiting at home early in the morning. They decorated the small courtyard cleanly and festively, creating a Chinese New Year atmosphere. Dad, Mom, Yungue, Yen was carried off the carriage by Lonnie and walked into the yard impatiently. Sister, brother-in-law, this was the first time Yungue had seen her sister since they had last parted on the street. He looked his sister up and down. She looked healthy and in a good mood. She must not have suffered any injustice. Lonnie bowed to Li's father and mother. My son-in-law greets you, father and mother. After saying that, he asked Shuquan and Chingen to carry in several boxes of gifts. Father Li glanced at Lonnie and snorted heavily. He had not forgotten the last time Yenner was so angry that she went back to her parent home. Lonnie was now very good at dealing with things. He took out 2 bottles of good wine from the box, and with a smile on his face, he went forward to talk to Li's father. Li's mother asked Yungue to pack up the things by himself. She pulled Yen into the house and gave her a good scolding.
Yanea.
Come and let me take a look. How are you doing recently? How is the baby in your belly? We're all fine. Li Yunyan directly pulled Li's mother's hand over, placed it on her belly, and said as if offering a treasure, "Mom, please feel it." Li's mother laughed. "You're almost a mother. How come you're still so unstable?" Li Yunyan threw herself into her mother's arms and said coquettishly, "No matter how much I grow up, I will always be a child in front of my mother." "That's right." Li's mother patted her head lovingly and asked in a low voice, "Are you and your aunt okay? Has he not bullied you recently? Don't keep your grievances to yourself just because you are embarrassed." Li Yunyan shook her head in her arms. "No. It was all a misunderstanding before. My husband treats me very well. That's good. As long as you are doing well, your father and I will be relieved." Li's mother asked Chingen to go to her room and took out a big bag. She took out the small clothes and said to Li Yunyan, "These are the clothes I made for the children recently. I don't know whether you are pregnant with a boy or a girl, so I made some for each. Do you like them?" Li Yunyan took it and found that the stitches on each piece of clothing were very fine, and the fabrics were the softest. She was touched and said, "Mother, we have a sewing room in the mansion and have made a lot of clothes for the children. Don't work too hard. It will hurt your eyes. How can the work done in the needlework shop be the same as mine?" "I am the child's grandmother." Seeing that she didn't listen, Li Yunyan stopped talking. After all, it was the elder's intention. She said in a sweet voice, "Thank you, mother." After saying this, she took out 2 purses from her arms. "Mom, Yungue will leave after the Chinese New Year. I heard that the environment at the place where the imperial examination is held is very bad. It takes several days to take an exam. After coming out, people are covered in peeling skin. I prepared some pills for him. Mom, tell Yungue to take 1 pill of this 10-ingredient pill before going in, and another pill after the exam. This way, his body will be safe." This gift touched Li's mother's heart, and she accepted it happily. He sighed, "You're so careful. I am not afraid of anything, but I am afraid that your brother's body will not be able to bear it. This pill is very precious, right? Was it made by the doctor of the Heelan family?" Li Yunyan responded casually, without arguing. After all, in the eyes of Li's father and mother, her medical skills were just mediocre. If she said she did it herself, they might not be so reassured. She pointed to another purse and said mysteriously, "The pills in this purse are for brother Sujan. I'm afraid my husband will think too much, so I'll give Yungue to him. Just think of it as a way of thanking him for protecting Yungue on the road." Speaking of Sujan, Li's mother also felt a little regretful. What a wonderful child. If she could have another daughter, she would definitely marry her to him. She put the 2 purses away carefully and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely take care of this." After thinking for a while, he reminded her again, "You are in poor health now, so it's not good for you to go out often. Don't come on the day your brother leaves. Wait until he comes back. Okay, then I'll listen to you." At night, Li Yunyan and Heelani stayed at Li's house. In Li Yunyan's ladies' room, Heelani seemed particularly excited. "Yan, is this the room you grew up in?" "Yes. Although this room is a little small, every detail was decorated by my mother and I. It is warm in winter and cool in summer. I like it very much." Heelani was not excited about this. What excited him was that he had the good fortune to enter Yan's ladies' room. With a satisfied smile on his face, "Yan, I can actually get into your room. I feel like I'm dreaming." Li Yunyan laughed at his silly look and pinched his tall nose. "Are you stupid? You are my husband. What part of me is not accessible to you?" She looked at him with a frown on her face, and then saw that his eyes became darker and darker. She pushed his chest and said urgently, "Husband, don't mess around. This is my house. If you dare to mess around, I'll cry to death in front of you." She was really anxious. It would be fine if it happened at the Heelan mansion, but if something happened in her own home, she felt socially doomed just thinking about it. Heelani thought her anxious look was particularly cute. He lowered his eyes and admired her for a long time. Seeing that she was frightened and about to cry, he decided not to tease her anymore and said with a deep smile, "Yan, what are you thinking about? Am I such an ignorant person?" Li Yunyan finally burst into laughter. She punched him and said in a coquettish voice, "You scared me to death." He grabbed her hand, bit it gently, and said hoarsely, "I promise not to touch you now, but after returning home, Yan must compensate me." Li Yunyan knew that he had no good intentions. "What compensation do you want?" Lani smiled happily. "You'll know when the time comes." After saying that, he gently pushed her down and assured her, "Be good. Don't move, or I'll kiss you." Ugh, bad guy. Li Yunyan's body softened from his kiss, and her eyes became misty. After the new year, Qing's health improved visibly. He can now move freely, and as long as he doesn't engage in particularly intense fighting, he is no different from a normal person. Seeing that he had recovered, Lani returned all of Helan's business to him. He also sent Xu Quan away and asked him to inspect the store. He finally got rid of a big burden. He is now focusing on investigating what happened 5 years ago. The truth is almost out, and this is a critical time. He is basically not at home during the day. Qing seized this opportunity and often created chance encounters with Li Yunyan. As soon as Li Yunyan walked out of the room, she saw Lani sitting at the stone table in the yard, apparently looking at an account book. "Brother." Qing raised his head as if he had not expected her to appear. He paused for a moment before calling out gently, "Sister-in-law, did I disturb you?" "No problem." That day, Qing specially wore the same clothes that Lani wore when he went out and appeared in front of Li Yunyan. "Brother." Li Yunyan was walking in the yard supported by Chingen. When she saw him appear, she bowed to him with her big belly. "Sister-in-law." There was a flash of surprise in Qing's eyes. He had tried very hard to imitate Lani's every move, so why couldn't he do it? He asked jokingly, "Everyone says that my second brother and I look exactly alike, and even our voices are indistinguishable. How do you tell the difference between me and my second brother? Could it be that this is the tacit understanding between husband and wife?" Li Yunyan was teased by him and smiled shyly and replied seriously, "Although my brother and my husband look exactly the same, my brother has just recovered from a serious illness, so he looks thinner than my husband, and his skin is also paler." "So it is." Qing lowered his eyes, hiding the gleam in them. Li Yunyan is about to give birth. Her belly is already very big, and she is too lazy to go out for a walk in the yard. Qing hadn't been able to meet her for several days and missed her very much. So he found a free moment and stood at the door of her room. "Husband." Li Yunyan just smiled, but when she looked closer she realized she had recognized the wrong person. She paused and said awkwardly, "Brother."
Sorry.
"I was wrong." No problem." After 10 months of pregnancy, the baby finally falls off the vine. Li Yunyan gave birth to a pair of dragon and phoenix twins. Everyone in the mansion was very happy. The old lady rewarded everyone in the mansion and even recited a Buddhist scripture in front of the ancestral tablet. She loved her 2 great-grandchildren so much that as soon as the children were 1 month old, she brought them and their wet nurse back to her courtyard. The young couple, Li Yunyan, returned to their sweet and happy world. The routine is so tiring. After several months of hard work, Qing has found out that the person who poisoned him before turned out to be a merchant with whom his family has had a long-term cooperation. The mansion was filled with guests that day, and he was not on guard against the guests coming to the banquet, and he actually fell into their trap. Qing is able to support the entire Lan family business, but he is not as gentle as he appears. He solved this big problem very quickly, ruined the merchant's family, and took over all their business. The heavy stone in his heart has been lifted, and now there is only one important thing left in Qing's mind. He calculated the timing. One day, after Lani went out, he changed into the same clothes as him and appeared in front of Li Yunyan. "Husband." Li Yunyan put down her needlework and asked, "Why are you back?" Qing's eyes sparkled and he smiled. "I forgot something. I came back to get it." "You're back just in time." Li Yunyan picked up the purse in her hand and waved it at him. "Come here quickly." He controlled his slightly flustered steps and walked over. Li Yunyan held up a purse that was so finely embroidered that it was unbearable to look at directly, compared it to his waist, and whispered, "I find that Big Brother is becoming more and more like you recently. To avoid making a mistake in the future, you must carry this purse with you every day." Then she raised her hand again, put her arm around his neck, swayed it, and said proudly, You are not allowed to think it's ugly. He Launching looked at the beautiful face so close to him, smelled her fragrance, felt her tenderness, and felt like his heart was about to jump out. His Adam's apple moved, and he said in a deep voice, "No. What Yanyan gives is the best." Li Yunyan stood on tiptoe and bit his chin lightly. "You are good at looking at me." After saying that, she pushed him out. "Hurry up and get your things and go. The sooner you leave, the sooner you can get home." "Oh, okay." He Launching walked out of the door hand in hand. His whole head was dizzy. He touched his chin, which still felt warm and soft. He was overwhelmed by the sudden happiness and felt a little disoriented. Evening. He came back from outside, and He Launching also found the right time to appear with him. The two people look exactly the same and wear exactly the same clothes. He looked at He Launching, whose temperament was different from before, and felt a little surprised. Something seems wrong? Li Yunyan had already heard her husband's footsteps coming back. She waited in the room for a while, but still saw no one coming in. She walked out of the room in confusion to see what was going on. Seeing two identical people in the yard, she was a little confused. But luckily she was prepared. She moved her eyes downward and saw the ugly purse hanging around He Launching's waist, and she smiled. She walked briskly to He Launching's side, bowed to He Lanyi beside her, and called him, "Big brother." She looked up at He Launching again and called out in a sweet voice, "Husband, why don't you go in?" He Lanyi's pupils trembled. He looked at He Launching in disbelief. What did he do? Why didn't Yanyan recognize him? He Launching smiled slightly. The curve of his smile was exactly the same as He Lanyi's, and said to Li Yunyan, "I met my elder brother in the courtyard, and I wanted to say a few words to him." "Oh," Li Yunyan nodded, "then I'll go in and wait for you. You can talk to big brother slowly." After saying this, Li Yunyan turned around and was stopped by He Lanyi. "Smoke, sister-in-law," He Lanyi spoke in a deep voice with a hint of shock in it. "Aching and I have something to discuss, so it may take a while. Don't wait for me." Without waiting for her to say anything, He Lanyi, with a sullen face, grabbed He Launching's arm and led him out of the yard. The two came to a remote bamboo forest. The forest is in the farthest corner of the mansion, and servants seldom come here. This bamboo forest was a place the two brothers often visited when they were children. They practiced martial arts and played together here, and they have many precious memories here. He Lanyi hit He Launching in the stomach without saying a word. He Launching dodged and also attacked him. The two men had long wanted to have a good fight with each other, so they started fighting before even saying a word. The bamboo leaves in the purple bamboo forest rustled and fell, like green snowflakes flying in the sky. The two men's fists and feet clashed. The sound was deafening, but they tacitly avoided each other's faces. The moon was already dim in the sky, and they were finally tired from fighting. They lay on the ground gasping for breath in an ungraceful manner. He Lanyi was in a bad mood and spoke first. "What do you want to do by doing this, brother?" He Launching said in a light tone. "Give the cigarette back to me. Don't even think about it." He Lanyi sat up and glared at him. "Why are you still thinking about this?" He Launching also sat up, leaned against a bamboo tree, and answered him in the eyes. "Brother, Yanyan is my wife. I will never give up her." The unnecessary words had already been said before, and it seemed that He Launching didn't hear a word of it. He Lanyi felt that his mind was not as meticulous as his, and he could not figure out how many tricks he had. He frowned tightly and looked at him with a complicated expression. Could it be that he really wanted to fight to the death with his brother? He Launching understood his silence, raised his eyes with understanding, and said calmly, "Brother, you guessed right. If we continue like this, sooner or later one of us will die. So," He Launching looked at him without blinking, his expression somewhat lost. "Brother, let's make peace." "Make peace? How do we make peace?" He Launching made his decision. "Brother, let's each take a step back and not think about monopolizing her." "What do you mean?" He Lanyi likes to play straight balls, and he couldn't react to such roundabout words for a while. He Launching stared at him with a faint smile. "Because you are my brother, I am willing to take this step back. Now, no one can tell the difference between you and me, including Yanyan." He Lanyi's eyes suddenly widened, and he said in disbelief, "Are you saying?" He Launching nodded silently. "You're crazy." He Lanyi was so angry that he almost laughed. It was a pity that he could come up with such a ridiculous idea. He launching looked at him. Does brother have a better idea? He put his hand on the purse on his waist, lowered his head and sniffed it, then waved it to show off and said to him, Brother, if I want, the situation today can happen thousands of times in the future. Brother, either kill me. Otherwise, I will fight you to the end. I didn't expect you to be crazier than me. He launching raised his eyebrows and did not comment on what he said. After getting angry, He slowly fell into deep thought. The current predicament is what worries him the most, and it is also a huge stone in his heart that he has been unable to solve. It was impossible for him to give up smoking, but it was also impossible for him to really kill his own brother. He pondered for a long time and finally said in frustration, Give me some time, I will think about it. You only have one night to think about it. He launching smiled and said slyly, Brother is going to Yanqing tomorrow to get back the key evidence from 5 years ago, isn't he? How do you know? After being surprised, He became furious and shouted, You idiot! So you timed it well and deliberately chose today to provoke me. He raised his eyebrows and acquiesced. You sinister, cunning jerk. How come I didn't know you were so evil before? He was furious and wanted to punch him again. He grabbed the fist he raised and said patiently, Brother, it's already very late. If you don't go back, Yan will be worried. He looked up at the sky and saw the moon was already high in the sky. He had never expected it to be so late. Yan must be standing anxiously at the door, looking outside. His heart tightened, and he glared at He hatefully. Then he snatched the purse from his waist and walked away. As expected, Li Yunyan was looking around anxiously at the gate of the courtyard. Seeing He coming back with big strides, she went to greet him happily. Husband, why are you here so late? He had calmed down on the way. He held her hand and walked into the room, saying calmly, Brother is going on a long trip tomorrow. He may be away for a month or two, so there are many things to be taken care of. Oh, Li Yunyan was a little surprised. She and her eldest brother only saw each other every few days, and she had never heard him mention this matter. He looked at her deeply. Yan, when brother comes back this time, the injustice against him may be cleared, so he had to go. This is a good thing. Li Yunyan raised her watery eyes and said sincerely, Brother is a good man. He shouldn't live his whole life with a stigma. His voice became deeper and deeper. In your heart, is He really a good person? Of course, Li Yunyan replied without hesitation. He hugged her tightly, feeling extremely reluctant to let her go. Such good cigarettes can never belong to him alone. Yan. He felt a strong desire to possess her and lowered his head to kiss her fiercely.
Ouch.
Stop. Li Yunyan pushed him away coquettishly. He's still in the yard. And we haven't had our meal yet. Seeing that his eyes were still as fierce as a wolf, staring at her straight, Li Yunyan blushed and said, Husband, let's eat first. I'm so hungry. Okay, eat first, then I'll eat you. He waited until the two of them returned to their room before walking out from the darkness and returning to his room. After a moment, there was a very obvious movement coming from the next room. He rubbed his eyebrows helplessly. He knew it. He suffered a great loss, and there is absolutely no way he'll have an easy time tonight. He no longer held back tonight and kissed her domineeringly. Li Yunyan was concerned about the people in the next room, so she hit him hard. Stop kissing. He glanced at the connected wall and said in a hoarse voice, Brother has to go out tomorrow, so he went to bed early today. Really? Li Yunyan felt a little relieved. On the other side of the wall, He clenched his fists tightly and cursed He as a beast thousands of times in his heart. He didn't expect He to be so heartbroken. He definitely did it on purpose. He knew that he did it on purpose, but she couldn't do anything about it. She could only comfort herself over and over again in her heart. It will be fine after tonight. It will be fine after tonight. We sat like this until dawn. He lovingly brushed aside Li Yunyan's sweaty hair and gently kissed her on the cheek. I thought to myself, Yan, wait for me to come back. He got dressed, closed the door gently, and walked to the next room. He stood tall and straight under the window. Seeing him coming, He raised his hand and asked him gently, Brother, purse. Hilani noticed the dark circles under his eyes and realized that he had not slept the whole night, so he smiled at him provocatively. Didn't you get enough rest last night, brother? Why? Hilani smiled. There was an annoying wolf that disturbed my sleep last night. He can only appear at night, but he was so high profile. I wonder what he was showing off. How do you know, second brother, whether the wolf ate some delicacy last night? What's so delicious? I think I should try it. Hilani's eyes suddenly turned dark. You dare? Why shouldn't I dare? Hilani pulled the purse from his waist and carefully hung it around his own waist. He looked at him calmly, with the attitude of a winner, and smiled gently. Brother, from now on, I am the real Hilani. Hilani fiercely grabbed his collar and issued a stern warning. I'm warning you. You are not allowed to have any ideas about her. Although he pretended to be stern, he knew in his heart that as long as Hilani was not determined to kill him, no matter how much he threatened him, it would be in vain. Hilani was indeed unmoved and looked at him with clear eyes. Hilani could even see the eagerness to try deep in his eyes that he tried hard to conceal. I don't know how happy I was in my heart. He cursed. What a jerk. Hilani didn't want to fight with him so early in the morning, so he urged him softly, Brother, it's getting late. You should leave. Hilani took a few deep breaths, but reluctantly let go of his clothes. He turned around and looked deeply at the door, called Qianfan, turned around and walked out of the courtyard. Hilani watched him walk out of the yard, closed his eyes, and sighed deeply. He finally waited for this day. He finally did it. From now on, he finally exchanged identities with his brother and became the real Hilani. Yan finally turned back into his wife. After stepping out of the room where he had lived for more than a year, Hilani straightened his clothes, touched the purse hanging on his waist with care, and walked into the next room. This room was his bedroom before. Now many things have been added to it. It is warm and comfortable, and traces of the hostess's careful arrangement can be seen everywhere. He walked gently to the bed, his heart beating like a drum. The woman on the bed was sleeping soundly. Her lips were red and swollen, and her fair face was slightly flushed. She looked very cute. The woman he had been thinking about for so long was now lying defenseless in front of him. Hilani felt a little nervous. I just sat there, staring at her sleeping face, and I couldn't see enough of it. For fear of disturbing her sweet dreams, I didn't even dare to touch her hand. Li Yunyan slept until the afternoon before waking up slowly. When I opened my eyes, I saw Hilani sitting beside the couch with a book in his hand. Husband. She stood up, and the quilt on her body slipped off. She had been wearing her new lavender undershirt for a long time, and the laces had become a little loose. Smoke. Hilani's eyes flickered slightly. He looked away in panic and took the clothes that had been fumigated beside him. Li Yunyan lifted the quilt, took a breath of cold air, and looked at him coquettishly.
I'm festy.
I'll pour you some water. Hilani put down his clothes, picked up the teapot on the table, poured her a cup of tea, and brought it to her mouth. Drink it. Thank you, husband. Her voice was a little hoarse, and after drinking the water, she smacked her lips with satisfaction. I want my husband to hug me. I feel uncomfortable. Ahem. Good. Hilani tried hard to stay calm, and in fact his hands holding the clothes were shaking slightly. He walked over and was about to put clothes on her when she came up to him. She asked in a coquettish voice, Why are you still at home at this hour, my husband? He grabbed her waist in a panic to prevent her from sliding down. Feeling the warmth under his hands, Hilani was distractedly thinking about how to answer. I didn't have anything to do today, so I didn't go out. Oh. Li Yunyan leaned lazily in his arms, and one of her white and tender hands skillfully and playfully slipped into his collar. Place it accurately on his abdominal muscles, touching them one by one. Hilani was so frightened that he almost couldn't hold her. He pretended to be calm, but in his heart he was thinking, so Yan was so annoying when she was in the room? No wonder my brother would want to stay in his room forever once he returns to it and never come out. Li Yunyan's fingers moved from his abdominal muscles to his chest muscles, and she felt his heartbeat that was about to jump out of his chest. She asked in confusion, Husband, why is your heartbeat so fast? Ahem. Hilani knew that he couldn't show his weakness. otherwise all his efforts would be in vain. He said nonchalantly, "It's nothing serious. I just saw what the people below reported, and I got a little angry, so that's how it is." Li Yunyan sat up, hooked his neck, and sat face to face with him. A faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Her eyes curved into crescents, and she said softly, "My husband, don't be angry. Being angry will make you old faster." After that, she kissed the corner of his lips comfortingly, and then asked, "Are you still angry now?" In the past, no matter how angry her husband was, he would be fine as long as she kissed him. Seeing that his eyes had indeed become deeper, Li Yunyan smiled even more brilliantly. Her skin is whiter than snow, her watery eyes are full of life, and her smile is even more charming. He Longqing's gaze stopped on her rosy lips and could not be moved away. "Smoke." He slowly raised one hand, placed it on the back of her neck, and gently rubbed it. He spoke in a low voice. "I want to kiss you. Just kiss me. Why are you so polite today?" Li Yunyan did not answer, but just stared at him shyly with her beautiful eyes, as if waiting for his next move. He Longqing blushed when she looked at him. He lowered his eyes and approached her little by little. Finally, he pressed his trembling lips against hers. His kiss was very stiff, light and soft, but Li Yunyan thought that he was restrained today because he was concerned about the crime she had suffered last night, and thought to herself that he was quite considerate. Gradually, the kiss became deeper and deeper, and the palm on her waist became hotter and hotter. Li Yunyan grumbled and pushed him away. She said in a sweet voice, "It's still daytime." He Longqing took deep breaths and held her in his arms. Li Yunyan let him hold her. She was exhausted, so she didn't need to move. She lay softly in his arms. It was not until dinner time that they finally left the house and went to the old lady's courtyard to eat. He Longqing had not seen his grandmother since she was poisoned, and he felt guilty about it. So he had given instructions early in the morning to go over for dinner in the evening. When the two arrived at the old lady's yard, they heard bursts of laughter coming from the room. It was the old lady teasing her two great-grandchildren.
Fenger. Xuer.
"Come and smile at your great-grandmother." Fenger and Xuer were only 2 months old, so how could they understand what she said? Their clear eyes looked at their great-grandmother in confusion. But the old lady never gets tired of it. Whenever she sees the two of them, she feels 20 years younger and has endless energy. "Grandson/granddaughter-in-law, have you met Grandma?" When the old lady saw them coming, the smile on her face never faded. She said in a gentle voice, "Chenger and Yenner are here. Are you hungry? Come and sit down." "Thanks, Grandma." After the meal, the old lady asked the nurse to bring the two children and put them next to her so that she could keep an eye on them all the time. He Longqing thought his grandmother would be as concerned about him as before, asking him questions about his health. But she was so focused on her two children that she had no time to care about him. Alas, it is true that once you have a great-grandson, you forget about your grandson. Li Yunyan had become accustomed to it, and sat meekly beside the old lady, playing with the child with her and chatting with her from time to time.
Yanner, look.
"Xuer looks so much like you." Li Yunyan smiled slightly and agreed. "It looks a bit like that." The old lady smiled kindly and said, "Looks like you. Good-looking, good-tempered." He Longqing was speechless. "Grandma, how can we tell her personality now? What if Xuer grows up to be a mean person? What's wrong with being unruly? No matter how unruly a daughter is, we in the Heelan mansion can afford to support her." After saying that, he laughed into the cradle. "Isn't that right, Xiao Xuer?" After teasing him for a while, the old lady looked up at him again and said jokingly, "Why are you talking to your own daughter? Haven't you seen Fenger? She looks exactly like you." How could he Longqing not know? It would be more accurate to say that Fenger was cut from the same mold as he Lani rather than him. He looked at Li Yunyan, who was smiling with her head down, and gritted his teeth secretly. He didn't know what his and Yanyan's child would look like. When he thought of this, he couldn't sit still. Observe the weather outside without leaving any trace. Fortunately, the old lady didn't keep them for a while and started to drive them away. "Go back quickly. I, an old woman, will take care of the two children. You don't have to worry about them." "Grandma, we're leaving now." We'll come see you next time. Go ahead. He launching stood up anxiously and took Li Yunyan back with light and quick steps. Fortunately, Lani had been more anxious than him before, so his current appearance seemed normal to Li Yunyan. Finally returning to the room, Lancheng became nervous again and didn't know what to do with his hands and feet. Chingen prepared hot water for Li Yunyan as usual. Miss, you can take a bath now. I understand. Go down. Li Yunyan walked behind the screen and went straight into the water. Until she finished washing, she didn't see Lancheng come in, and she was surprised. Before, he always couldn't wait to come in, either bathing with her or carrying her out after she finished bathing, sometimes even directly in the bathtub. So, she didn't bring any change of clothes. Husband, she called softly.
Ah?
I'm here. Lancheng's forehead was already covered with sweat. Listening to the sound of water behind the screen, he didn't know whether to stand or sit. Husband, can you bring me a set of undergarments? Good. Lancheng opened the closet, which was filled with things. Fortunately, Chingen was an expert at storage, and she put Li Yunyan's clothes in order. After a while, she found the place for the underpants. He took out a pink silk middle-length gown and handed it to her without even looking at her. Li Yunyan put on her clothes with confusion in her heart. When she came out, she found that his face was flushed and his eyes were evasive, as if he didn't dare to look at her. What's wrong with him? She sat in front of the mirror and combed her hair, and found that he was still standing there in a daze, staring at her back. Li Yunyan frowned. Husband, you are not right today. Lancheng clenched his hands behind his back into fists and pretended to be indifferent. How could I have that? Then why don't you come over? He strode over, paused, and hugged her from behind with pretended skill. Li Yunyan twisted her body uncomfortably. Don't hug me. My hair isn't dry yet. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Lancheng lifted her hair, wondering if he should use a towel to dry it for her or take a comb to comb it for her again. What did Lani do before? Just as I was thinking about it, I heard Li Yunyan urging, Husband, hurry up, what? Lancheng lowered his eyes, running his fingers through her hair, pretending to be obsessed with playing with her hair, while quickly thinking of a countermeasure in his mind. Oh, my husband. Please dry it quickly. Stop playing with it. Li Yunyan pouted. Lancheng was so slow in doing things today. It was really unlike him. Lancheng finally understood what she was talking about and immediately used his inner strength to dry her hair. Can you still play like this? Li Yunyan's hair was dry, but she turned around and looked at him angrily, her eyes full of grievance. He was at a loss. Did he do something wrong again? Seeing that he still didn't comfort her, Li Yunyan was about to cry. Husband, don't you like me anymore? Where did this come from? Lancheng panicked and could no longer pretend to be calm and collected, so he pulled her into his arms. He said solemnly, Yan, I like you. I like you very, very much. Why are you acting weird today? Li Yunyan's expression was aggrieved, with a little moisture on her long eyelashes, and her eyes blinked, making her particularly lovable. Lancheng originally thought that he could imitate Lani perfectly, but he didn't expect Yan to be so sensitive and notice the difference so quickly. He racked his brains, frowned slightly, and sighed softly. My brother is out today, and I am a little worried about him. So you are worried about your elder brother? It is understandable that as a younger brother, I am worried about my elder brother when he goes away. Li Yunyan never thought that one day she would be jealous of her elder brother. Seeing her husband's distracted look, she thought someone had charmed his heart away.
Humph.
Then you worry about big brother. I'm going to sleep. After saying that, she climbed onto the bed, covered herself with the quilt, and ignored him. Lancheng knew that if he continued to be hesitant, Yan would definitely find out. Then he would be in trouble. He simply let himself go, followed Li Yunyan, and then hugged her. Yan, don't be angry. When Li Yunyan gets angry, you either have to coax her or put her in a good shuifu state. She pushed him with both hands, muttering, Go away. Don't touch me. Smoke. Lancheng's face turned red due to her constant struggle. He no longer thought about what Lani would do at this moment. He now completely followed his heart, pulled her out from under the quilt, and then covered her. He grabbed her hands, clasped their fingers tightly, and then covered her rosy little mouth. Li Yunyan was completely controlled by him, and soon she was dizzy from his kisses. As soon as her body relaxed, he shamelessly embraced her completely and immersed himself in it unknowingly. Li Yunyan had long stopped struggling. She put her hands around his neck, expecting him to give her more. He carefully observed her expression and found that she was already confused and infatuated, and there was not a trace of reluctance on her face. "Can I smoke? What are you asking at this time?" She bit him, her eyes full of dissatisfaction. He was sweating profusely from enduring it. He now completely understood his brother. How could his brother have endured it for half a year? If it were him, he might not be able to endure it for even half a day. "Husband, Yen, call me a Chung." The sky was turning pale, and He was finally satisfied. He held Li Yunyan tightly in his arms and fell into a deep sleep. Li Yunyan worked overtime for 2 consecutive days and couldn't get up the next day, so she secretly took a big tonic pill. He had just tasted the sweetness and was getting high, and seeing that she looked okay, he pulled her over and kissed her again. After staying up all night for 2 consecutive days, Li Yunyan felt like she was going to die suddenly. Several days passed like this, without distinguishing between day and night, and finally things slowly started to return to normal. At this time, the results of the autumn examination had been announced, and Li Yungui's name was ranked 7th, which meant he was already a senior official. After hearing the news, Li Yunyan was very happy. He never thought that his brother, who seemed very unreliable, actually had real talent. If he makes it to the next year's examination and gets a job as an official, then her family will be prosperous in the future. Li Yunyan decided to go back to her parents' home. She and He went to the old lady's yard, explained the situation at home to her, and then took Fonger and Shuer out. The old lady also attached great importance to Li Yun's marriage and specially instructed Grandma Wei to pick out several expensive gifts from the warehouse and let Li Yunyan take her gifts back to her parents' home. He finally has the chance to go back to the Li family with Li Yunyan. On the carriage to the Li family, He held Li Yunyan's hand and asked mysteriously, "Yen, do you know when I first saw you?" Li Yunyan hit him and said, "I asked you before, but you didn't want to tell me. Why are you willing to tell me now?" He smiled, because he had never mentioned this to his brother, so of course he didn't know. He whispered mysteriously in her ear, Yen, do you know that I have seen you more than 3 years ago?" Li Yunyan was surprised. "More than 3 years ago? I wasn't even 15 years old at that time. Where did you see me?" He looked at the 2 children who were sleeping soundly and whispered, "It was on the street outside your house. I saw you when I went to inspect the shop. You were with Yungue and Chingen was with you." Li Yunyan was still waiting for him to continue, but after a while, she asked, "Is that all?" He touched his nose and said a little embarrassedly, "Then I would go to the shop over there every day, just hoping to see you again. So, my husband fell in love with me at first sight." Li Yunyan smiled proudly, her eyes shining, and the corners of her mouth raised high. He Jun blushed and uttered a low, What he hadn't told her was that after meeting her several times, he had decided that he wanted to marry her. Soon he discovered that the man who often followed Yen looked at her with affection. In order to avoid any more trouble, He decided to take the initiative. After returning home and informing his grandmother, he immediately asked her to send someone to the Li family to propose marriage. The Li family did not agree at first. After all, Yen was not yet of marriageable age, and her father-in-law and mother-in-law loved her very much and did not want to betroth her off so early. He was very anxious. The cigarettes were so good that he was afraid that someone would snatch them away first. This one must be decided early. So he spent a few days asking around the Li family's neighborhood and finally got to know the preferences of everyone in the Li family. Then he went to the house in person and discussed the matter in detail with his father-in-law. It doesn't matter that Yen is young. They can get engaged first and get married 2 years later. If his father-in-law is dissatisfied with him in any way during these 2 years, the marriage can be cancelled. And he has to promise his father-in-law that he will never come into contact with Yan Yan in private during these 2 years. In total, he avoided the smoke and went to the Li family 5 times. Finally, with his sincerity and his eloquent tongue, he convinced the father-in-law to agree to their marriage. On the day the marriage was finalized, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep the whole night. He launching thought back to the situation at that time and was very glad that he was wise. His cigarettes were so good that if he had a daughter in one family, hundreds of families would want them. If he hadn't acted early, maybe the cigarettes would have been snatched away by others. If that were the case, he wouldn't even have anywhere to cry. Fortunately, after many twists and turns, Yan Yan came back to him and was still his wife. He chuckled smugly, and when he came to his senses, he realized that she had called the wrong name just now. He pinched her earlobe and said, "Yan Yan, have you forgotten again? You should call me Ah Chung. It's the same thing." Li Yunyan pouted, thinking that he launching was really weird recently. He suddenly didn't like her calling him husband anymore and insisted that she call him by his name. But she has become accustomed to it, and it is hard to change. If Yan Yan doesn't want to change, it's not impossible. He launching leaned close to her ear and said with a wicked smile, "If you call me wrong once, I will love you more." Li Yunyan's cheeks immediately turned red with shame. She pinched the soft flesh on his waist and gritted her teeth. Don't talk nonsense in front of the child. Her shy look was really attractive. He launching's Adam's apple moved, and he lowered his head and pecked her a few times. And pecked a few more times. Just when Li Yunyan was so angry that she was about to hit someone, he stopped kissing her and whispered, "The children are all asleep." Li Yunyan glared at him, stretched out her hand to push him away, and shouted softly, "Stop making trouble. If my parents find out, I will cry for you to see." She looked very beautiful when she was angry. He launching smiled lightly and wiped away the lipstick stain on her lips. Wouldn't it be invisible now? Li Yunyan was still worried, so she took out a small bronze mirror from the drawer and looked at herself carefully. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with me, I felt relieved. She rolled her eyes at him and sat as far away from him as possible to prevent him from making trouble again. After such a joke, the time on the journey passed quickly, and they arrived at the Li family in the blink of an eye. The open space in front of the Li family's house was filled with red scraps of paper left over from firecrackers. The couplets and lanterns at the door had all been replaced with new ones, making it look very festive. When the neighbors nearby saw that it was Helan's carriage coming, they knew that Li Yunyan had returned to her parents' home, and the crowd that had just dispersed gathered around again. "It's the boss's sister who's back, Xiao Yan. Your son Yungue passed the exam to become a groom. Congratulations, Xiaoyan. Your family will be blessed in the future." Li Yunyan smiled back at everyone who came to congratulate her. She asked Chingen to distribute the red wedding bags that she had prepared in advance to everyone so that everyone could share in the joy. Li's father and mother heard the noise at the door and found that it was their daughter who came back, so they walked out happily again. "Dad, Mom," he launching bowed and said, "Father-in-law, mother-in-law." Li's mother noticed the 2 little grandchildren in the grandmother's arms at the back and quickly invited them in. "It's Auntie and Yenner who are back. Come in quickly." Father Li was very cheerful today. He said to the neighbors who had gathered around him, "Dear neighbors, my son Yungue has caused you a lot of trouble since he was a child. If you don't mind, our Li family will hold a banquet tonight. Everyone come over and have a drink." "Good. Then we should thank the father of the old man." Neighbors were full of compliments, surrounding Li's father in 3 layers. Li's mother took the opportunity to take the few people back home. After returning to the main hall, Li's mother breathed a sigh of relief and said sarcastically, "The neighbors are too enthusiastic. I've already dealt with 3 waves today. It's really tiring." Li Yunyan joked, "They are all really happy for our family." "Mother, just be happy. Others can't even hope to have the same tiredness as you." Although Li's mother said she was tired, she was very happy in her heart. Her daughter was doing well, and her son was now successful. She no longer had any worries in her life. She rolled her eyes at Li Yunyan, then smiled at the 2 grandmothers. Grandma's little grandson is here. Come quickly and let Grandma hug him. Two wet nurses came forward and placed two swaddling clothes, one on the left and one on the right, in Lee's mother's hands. Holding her chubby little grandson in her arms, Lee's mother couldn't stop smiling. She felt that the past few days were as beautiful as a dream. She looked at the two children carefully, unable to let go, and said to Li Yunyan, "Shuer looks exactly like you when you were a child." After seeing Shuer, she looked at Fenger and laughed again. Fenger and Auntie looked like they were printed from the same mold. He launching curled his lips and responded, "That's what my grandmother said, too, Mom." "When will Yungue come back?" Li Yunyan asked. "He will come back next year," Li's mother said. Yungue sent a letter saying that there are many students there and it would be convenient for them to exchange knowledge. So we can just go with them to the capital. It won't be too late to go home after the spring exam next year. How is his health? Can those students be trusted? Thanks to the pills you gave me, Li's mother said with a smile. Yungue said that he was exhausted after taking the exam. After taking a pill you gave him, he immediately felt much better. In addition, Sujan has also passed the martial arts test. When the time comes, he will go to the capital with Yungue, and his safety will be guaranteed. That's good. At this time, Li's father finally came in after dealing with the neighbors. He Lan Chung went to greet him and bowed to him again. "My son-in-law greets my father-in-law." Father Li was in a very good mood today and was no longer picky about his son-in-law. He patted him on the shoulder, walked over, picked up his little grandson, and played with him happily. He Lan Chung felt a sense of intimacy with his father-in-law that he hadn't seen for a long time. He walked over to his side and said with a smile, "Father-in-law, let me arrange the evening banquet for the neighbors." Father Li thought about it and decided that he was the only man in the family and he would be too busy at night. So he agreed. "Okay. A son-in-law is like a son-in-law. I'll leave this matter to you to prepare. But remember not to make a fuss and give people something to talk about." My son-in-law knows. He Lan Chung was very good at dealing with people, so he immediately went out to arrange for people to clear out the He Lan family's restaurant on this street and host a banquet for neighbors in the evening. Only then did Li Yunyan realize that the Ziyangmenlu near her home was actually the property of the He Lan family. Ziyangmenlu is the best restaurant near her home. She and Li Yungue have eaten here several times before. The food tastes very good, but the price is a bit expensive, so they can't come here often. He Lan Chung was generous and prepared good food and good wine, with sufficient portions. Every guest was full of praise. He did not take any credit at all, and said that it was his father-in-law who asked him to arrange it, and he was just doing his job according to his father-in-law's instructions. Everyone flattered Li's father again. Father Li was flattered and became more and more satisfied with his son-in-law. He took him everywhere to toast. After the banquet, it was already evening. Li Yunyan and He Lan Chung stayed at the Li family again, and the two wet nurses took their children to live in Li Yungue's room. He Lan Chung was particularly excited when he entered Li Yunyan's room, but he couldn't show that it was his first time there, so he tried hard to suppress his excitement. When going to bed, Li Yunyan thought that they had already reached a tacit understanding and would not cause any trouble at home, so she let him hug her and kiss her. Who knew he would go further and further, and by the time Li Yunyan realized what was happening, it was too late to stop him. Fortunately, he knew when to stop, and he held her and comforted her gently despite her crying and accusing eyes. "Yen, don't look at me like that. I can't help it." Li Yunyan was so angry that she gritted her teeth. "Is this just coaxing? This is clearly a threat." In the blink of an eye, more than a month has passed. He Lani is back. When he came back, he didn't alarm anyone and sneaked directly into the yard he had been longing for. It was still mid-afternoon, and Li Yunyan was lazily lying on the beauty couch, holding a travel book in one hand and a silver fork in the other, eating seasonal fruits. Chingen sat beside her, sewing a handkerchief with needle and thread. Seeing him coming in, Li Yunyan raised his eyes slightly. "Ah Chung, why are you back at this time today?" Hearing her name, He Lani closed his eyes and his face darkened. He strode towards her and said calmly, "There is not much to do today, so I came back early." He looked down and saw Chingen there and said in a cold tone, "You are not needed here, get out." "Yes." Chingen knew that her aunt would not like to have anyone waiting on her when she came back, so she took the sewing basket and went back to her room in an orderly manner. As soon as she went out, Li Yunyan looked at his tall figure coming towards her, with indescribable emotions in his eyes. The next moment, overwhelming kisses fell. Li Yunyan was caught off guard by his kiss, and the fruit flesh in her mouth that she had not yet swallowed was snatched away by him. Lani kissed her hard and fast. He really missed her so much. In the 42 days since they were apart, he had been thinking about her all the time. Yen Yen. He kissed her and whispered her name. Li Yunyan hugged him tightly with both hands, sensitively aware of his emotions. Ah Cheng? What's wrong? Is there something wrong with your business? No. He suppressed his surging emotions and answered her calmly. I just think you look especially beautiful today. She chuckled and bit him. You're getting better and better at sweet talk. He smiled too, pried open her lips, and kissed her deeper and deeper. The door suddenly opened. Li Yunyan was frightened and trembled, then buried herself in his arms. Lani turned around calmly and looked at the wide-open door through the gap in the screen. Then he turned around as if nothing had happened. It's nothing. The wind blew the door open. Li Yunyan breathed a sigh of relief and pushed him away. Stop kissing, Yen Yen. Be good. He has been thinking about her for more than a month, and there is no way he will let her go today. Li Yunyan hit him and said, then go and close the door. Good. He launching in the next room clenched his hands tightly. He didn't expect Lani's movements to be so fast. He originally thought that it would take at least another half a month for him to come back. The next morning, Lani walked out of the room and out of the yard, feeling refreshed. Half an hour later, a servant came to the courtyard to report that the eldest young master had returned, and the old lady asked everyone to go over. This was the first time the old lady had taken the initiative to get involved with Lani's affairs since what happened 6 years ago. Lancheng knew that Lani's matter had been accomplished. He rubbed his eyebrows, tucked in the quilt for the sleeping Li Yunyan, and called Chingen in. Madam didn't get enough rest last night. You stay here to watch over her. If anyone comes to call her, just tell them it was me who said so. Madam, don't go over. Yes, Annie, I understand. The sound couldn't be clearer. The young lady was very tired again last night, and would probably sleep until the afternoon today. When Lancheng walked out of the courtyard, Shuquan was already waiting outside. Since 2 months ago, the young master did not allow anyone to enter this yard, not even he, as the young master's personal servant. After returning home every day, he could only live in the room outside the yard. When they arrived at the old lady's courtyard, Lani was already sitting upright inside. Sitting with him were some elders of the clan and relatives from other branches. They all looked serious, indicating the importance of what they were about to face. Lancheng and Lani looked at each other indifferently, and the emotions revealed in their eyes and brows were intriguing. The corners of Lani's lips curled up into a smile. Second brother is here. Come and sit down. The old lady didn't see Li Yunyan, so she asked, why didn't Yenner come over? Lancheng replied readily, Grandma, Yen Yen is not feeling well today, so I'll let her rest. So it is. The old lady did not ask any more questions. But Lani raised his eyebrows and looked at Lancheng with a hint of provocation in his eyes. Lancheng cursed him as a beast in his heart, but at the same time he thought he was very childish, so he turned his eyes and ignored him. Now it's time for the truth to come out. This time when Lani went out, he had found the key witness and uncovered the real cause of death of his father Lan Huaida, stepmother and 2 stepbrothers and sisters 6 years ago. They were only 13 years old at the time. One time, Lani accidentally overheard a conversation between his stepmother and her grandmother and learned that his biological mother was murdered by this woman. He then secretly told his brother about it, and the 2 of them secretly searched for evidence. In the process of collecting evidence, they accidentally discovered a bigger secret. That is, the son and daughter born to their stepmother were not the blood of the Lan family. The child's biological father is someone else. They immediately told their father, Herman Wilder. Of course, Lan Huai didn't believe it and scolded them for being narrow-minded and not being able to tolerate their own brothers and sisters. He also had them whipped and punished them to face the wall and reflect on their mistakes. Although Heelan Wilder didn't believe what they said, he felt a thorn in his heart, and soon he discovered something was wrong. But he discovered it too late. Since he was already suspected, he had already made preparations and put a colorless and odorless poison in his food. Heelan Wilder died of poisoning on the spot. After Heelan Huaid fell, he was so cruel that she slapped her 2 children on the face several times. She also had the brothers Heelan Yi and Heelan Cheng called over to create the illusion that they had a dispute with their younger siblings and angered their father to death. After doing all this, she sent someone to invite the old lady. As long as she could drag the 2 brothers into the trap and then kill them without anyone noticing and finally drug the old woman to death, her 2 children would be the only heirs of the main branch of the Heelan family. Then the entire Heelan family will belong to them. He thought her plan was flawless. She had prepared all the evidence, and all the servants had fabricated their testimonies. Even if the brothers had hundreds of mouths, they could not make the old lady believe them. But she underestimated Heelan Yi's decisiveness. This development was beyond He's expectations. She had no children left. How could she inherit the Heelan family? She fell over the bodies of her children, crying her heart out. Heelan Yi, you little jerk. You will die a miserable death. Heelan Yi didn't give her another chance to speak and raised his hand to touch her neck. When the old lady arrived, she happened to see the scene. Stop! The old lady looked at the bloodstains and the people lying on the ground in disbelief. She was so angry that her whole body was shaking. You evil creature! What are you doing? At this time, he was still breathing her last breath. With overwhelming hatred in her eyes, she said in a weak voice, Mother, Heelan Yi killed my child out of jealousy and angered my husband to death. Now she wants to kill me too. Please help us, Mother. You're talking nonsense. Heelan Cheng walked over and wanted to kick her. Heelan Yi pushed him away and shook his head at him implicitly. The situation at this time was very unfavorable to them. Instead of putting both brothers in danger, it would be better to let the second brother escape unscathed and wait for the opportunity. He kicked He to death to prevent her from saying anything bad about the 2 brothers. This scene made the old lady so angry that she almost choked. Heelan Yi actually dared to kill someone right under her nose. She immediately believed everything he said. Evil beast. Someone come here. Catch this evil beast for me. Later, Heelan Cheng found an opportunity and secretly released Heelan Yi. He and Heelan Yi, one in the open and the other in the dark, quietly investigated the matter and collected evidence. God helps those who work hard. After 6 years of being wronged, Heelan Yi finally found his lover. The lover was a scoundrel who had lost his financial support for the past 6 years and lived in poverty. Heelan Yi sent someone to invite him to drink and picked a woman to throw herself into his arms. He gradually let down his guard and told her what happened 6 years ago, as if it were a joke. At this time, the witness was in the middle of the main room, frightened to the point of farting. The truth was finally revealed, and Heelan Yi's name reappeared in the Heelan family's genealogy. He finally became the eldest son of the Heelan family. The old lady felt guilty about him, so she held a grand banquet in the evening and solemnly welcomed his return with the whole family. Li Yunyan wore a matte blue pleated skirt with scattered flowers and a jade hairpin hanging lightly on her head. The fine silk material moved slightly as she walked, just like the first bloom of a pale plum blossom. There was no luxury, but tranquility. She knew that her elder brother was the protagonist of the banquet tonight, so she dressed low-key and took a seat accompanied by Heelan Cheng. As soon as she raised her eyes, she met Heelan Yi's deep gaze. Li Yunyan was also happy for her brother's innocence. She smiled at him and called him gently, "Brother, welcome home." "Thank you, brothers and sisters." Heelan Yi's voice was low, and the word, sister-in-law, came out of his mouth with a hint of affection. Heelan Cheng glared at him unhappily, then put his hand on Li Yunyan's waist, which was a declaration. Li Yunyan was unaware of the confrontation between the 2 of them. She had just woken up and was already hungry. After the old lady announced that it was time to start eating, Li Yunyan couldn't wait to start eating. Her eating manner was both dignified and appetizing. He Lancheng picked up food for her with a smile, his eyes full of undisguised fondness. He Lani's face was gloomy. He controlled his hand that wanted to pick up food for Li Yunyan. He secretly thought, let this kid He Lancheng be proud for a while, then he will see how he will compete with him in the evening. He's so mad. However, Li Yunyan did something unusual. After taking a bite of the hawksbill abalone, she quickly put down her chopsticks and breathed gently with a handkerchief. What's wrong with you? He Lani and He Lancheng, one on the left and one on the right, spoke at the same time. Li Yunyan looked at He Lancheng, tears welling up in her eyes from the nausea she felt, and whispered, "It's a bit uncomfortable. Call the doctor." Li Yunyan originally wanted to tell him not to make such a fuss, but then she thought of something and put her fingers on her wrist. Original. Dr. Feng hurried over, and after taking Li Yunyan's pulse, he congratulated the old lady repeatedly. Congratulations, old lady. The young lady is pregnant. Really? He Lancheng and He Lani were shocked, but the old lady was very happy. The old lady was so happy that she didn't even want to eat. Her eldest grandson had just returned home, and her second grandson's wife was pregnant again. It was a double happiness. It's absolutely true. The young lady is already 1 month pregnant. After hearing the word 1 month, He Lancheng, who had been frowning with nervousness, suddenly relaxed his brows and turned into ecstasy. He Lani's brows furrowed even more tightly. 1 month. He Lancheng, this kid. He glared at He Lancheng fiercely. He Lancheng was also looking at him at this time, with pride in his eyes.
Good.
Very good. That's great. The old lady was so happy that the wrinkles on her face were squeezed into one. She looked at Li Yunyan lovingly and felt that this granddaughter-in-law was simply the lucky star of their Heelan family.
Yanea.
Thank you so much. Tell Grandma what you want, and she will grant you everything. Li Yunyan smiled softly and said, Grandma, I already have everything. I really can't think of anything else I want. The more she acted like this, the more the old lady wanted to treat her better. After the banquet, she asked Grandma Wei to carry several boxes of things to her yard. He Lani had originally planned to sneak into the room before He Lancheng tonight, but now he was standing at the door of Mingyuan with a gloomy face. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. He Lancheng said seriously, since my brother has returned home, it would be unfair for him to continue living in my courtyard. I have ordered people to clean up your former courtyard. I hope you will live comfortably. He Lani sneered, his voice was grim. I haven't seen you for more than a month, and my second brother has become more and more cunning. Thank you, brother. He Lancheng smiled gently and said, it's all because of your good teaching. He Lani looked at him with gritted teeth, angry, but having no place to vent. King Guiyuan and He Lancheng's courtyard were not far from each other. Since they were twin brothers, it was natural that they lived next to each other. But no matter what you do, it's not as convenient as doing it in the same yard. He Lani took a deep breath, and that was it. Since Yan Yan is pregnant, He Lancheng doesn't dare to be too presumptuous. Let Yan Yan take a good rest for a while. Now that He Lani has returned home, the old lady naturally takes care of his lifelong affairs. However, just a few days after the rumor of choosing a fiancé for him came out, the old lady stopped making any moves. Li Yunyan was a little puzzled and asked He Lancheng, didn't Grandma want to prepare a marriage for my eldest brother? Why is there no movement now? He Lancheng shook his head, his face revealing an indescribable helplessness and deep speechlessness about this absurd thing. After a while, he said, my brother told my grandmother that he was injured while wandering outside. Ahem. He was injured to the core. He doesn't want to get married in this life. Li Yunyan choked, and her eyes moved downward to look somewhere on He Lancheng. Could it be that this disease can cause telepathy between the twins? Li Yunyan carefully chose her words, trying not to hurt his self-esteem, and said softly, husband, do you want to give your brother a try on the medicine you took before? Maybe he'll get better. It won't get better. He Lancheng felt his scalp tingling at her look and raised his hands to cover her eyes. His expression was full of helplessness and defeat. No matter how good the medicine was, it couldn't cure a person who was pretending to be sick. My brother, did I seriously injured? No medicine can cure him. No way? Li Yunyan covered her mouth, deeply hurt. Could it be that my brother has become a servant? She shook her head and said with some regret, Brother is so pitiful. After finally clearing his name and returning home, he became a servant again. He is not to be pitied. He Lancheng felt so aggrieved that he wanted to fight with Hilani when he thought that he could stay at home openly and not go out under various pretexts in the future. But he had to pretend nothing happened on the surface, and even had to tolerate Hilani in everything because of the suffering he had endured before.
It makes me sad just thinking about him.
He looked at Li Yunyan, who was curled up obediently in his arms, and sighed deeply. How come you're pregnant now? He Lancheng felt depressed, but Li Yunyan lived a very comfortable life. Since her elder brother no longer lived next door, she felt much freer and focused on taking care of the baby in the yard. Moreover, it seemed as if the eldest brother was deliberately avoiding suspicion. Since he returned home, Li Yunyan never saw him alone again. The only few times he saw him were in the old lady's courtyard. Li Yunyan was like a flower bud that was diligently watered. She looked more and more beautiful and charming. Even her pregnancy could not conceal the fatal charm that emanated from her body. She gave birth to a son and 2 daughters. After the babies were 1 month old, the old lady took the 3 children to her own courtyard. He Lancheng rarely went out to the shop anymore and stayed with Li Yunyan every day.
Cheng.
Do you really not need to go out and take care of your business? Hilani's eyes were bottomless, and he raised his head from her neck. Brother has nothing to do, so he took care of all the things. Oh, then you must be nicer to your brother in the future. That's natural. Cheng, call me husband. Li Yunyan was almost depressed to death. One moment he asked her to call him by his name, the next moment he asked her to call him husband, and it kept changing every day. In the following years, Li Yunyan gave birth to 3 more children and then stopped having children. Because He Lancheng had Hilani as his helper, he would take Li Yunyan out to travel from time to time. After playing for a while, he would come back to rest for a few days and then take her to the next place. They also went to the capital. At that time, Li Yungui and Suzhan had already become officials in the capital and had good marriages. The old lady happily raised her 8 great-grandchildren and lived to be 88 years old. Before the old lady passed away, according to the old lady's wishes, He Lancheng agreed to adopt Fenger, Shuer, and the youngest 2 children under Hilani's name so that he would have successors. Li Yunyan readily agreed. Her elder brother was so kind, but he was still single. That was too pitiful. Anyway, she had many children. After 4 were passed down, she and Cheng still had 4 left. Moreover, the eldest brother treated all 4 children as his own and educated them very well. Li Yunyan lived a very fulfilling life in this little world. When her soul returned to the system, she still didn't understand why He Lancheng was so cold to her when he just married her. This is the original owner's concern and also the hidden mission in this small world. The system reminded weakly. Host, look back. Li Yunyan turned around in confusion. Then her eyes widened. Hilani and He Lancheng both held her body in their arms, with expressions of deep sorrow on their faces. They both look exactly the same. When Li Yunyan looked at them, she couldn't even tell which one was which. This. Host, don't you understand yet? Understand what? Hey. The system didn't want to give too obvious a hint, so it just laughed in a frivolous voice. Li Yunyan had a useful brain. When she heard the system's seemingly joking laughter, she began to unconsciously associate it with inappropriate things. Then she thought of a possibility and instantly felt that her crown was about to be blown off. No way? It's not what she thought, is it? Could it be that the person she married in the beginning was not He Lancheng himself? But Hilani. That's why he was so cold to her. Because she is not his wife, but He Lancheng's. Because Hilani was just pretending to be He Lancheng, that's why he kept his distance from her. But later, he was forced to sacrifice himself because of his own torture. And because He Lancheng had his own treatment, he escaped the ending of death a year later in the original plot, and thus became a real couple with himself. It turns out that she has been very busy for the past few decades, with a heavy workload every day. It was not until she got older that she had a little more free time. Could it be that the real reason is actually like that? Isn't this too exaggerated? How did they do that? Li Yunyan covered her face, thinking about what she had done to Helanyi in the first 6 months after they got married. She was so ashamed that she dug her toes into the ground. She felt like she had almost lost all her face. She was so ashamed and angry that she wanted to die. System. Why didn't you remind me of such an important matter? Seeing that Li Yunyan finally figured it out, the system said happily, "Congratulations to the host for completing the hiding mission." Then he explained, "Host, this matter does not conflict with the mission, so Xiao Tong did not remind the host. Besides, just two. Just shut up." Li Yunyan was going crazy. She originally thought that her bottom line was already low enough, but she didn't expect that she was still far behind in front of the system. She wanted to curse at something, but she didn't know how to start. The system is not a human being. No matter how harshly she curses, it cannot hurt it at all. In the end, she is the only one who is angry. Besides, she was the one who really benefited and was truly enjoying the happiness. She couldn't just pull up her trousers and deny it, right? Finally, she rubbed her forehead and could only say with shame and helplessness, "System, next time something like this happens, remember to remind me." Okay. There was no barrier between the system, and he responded readily. It seemed that Li Yunyan had taken advantage of him and acted well. That's it. Li Yunyan had to admit that although she was a bit busy, but when she thought about it, well, it was quite beautiful. Interrupted by this unexpected ending, Li Yunyan was no longer sad. After letting the system block her emotions, she started the next task. When Li Yunyan regained consciousness, she felt something heavy in her hands. She lowered her head and saw that what she was holding in her hand was a messy bundle. With the help of moonlight, he opened a hole in the bundle and found all kinds of jewelry inside. Could it be that she was transported to the body of a thief? While no one was around, Li Yunyan shouted in her heart, "System, send the plot. Plot is being transmitted." After receiving the plot, Li Yunyan understood. This time, she is the legitimate daughter of a prime minister in the Chu Kong dynasty. The current emperor is called Chu Xingma. Li Yunyan's father is the prime minister of the current dynasty, named Li Biashan, who is second only to the emperor and above everyone else. With such a good family background, Li Yunyan was spoiled by her family since she was a child. Her father loved her and her mother loved her, and her brother also took good care of her. They spoiled her to the point that she wanted the stars and the moon. But it was because of this that she developed an arrogant character. She did everything according to her own temperament. If her parents did not agree, she would cry her heart out and force them to agree to any of her requests. The original owner had never experienced any hardship since childhood, had a naive personality, and spoke directly. In the eyes of her family, she was simple and innocent, but in the eyes of others, she was just stupid and ignorant. In addition, she was too beautiful, acted flamboyantly, and was very particular about dressing herself up, which made the noble ladies in the capital hate her so much that they privately mocked her for being a beautiful fool. It was such a fool who fell in love with Wen Ziyun, the son of Wen Siming, the president of the Hanlin Academy, and the most glorious and handsome young man in the capital. Tonight was the day that the original body ignored the advice of her family, secretly packed up her belongings, and planned to elope with Wen Ziyun. In the original plot, Wen Ziyun did have some interest in the original body, but this interest was based on her appearance and family background and could not withstand the slightest test. After eloping with him, her original reputation was ruined. The one who is engaged becomes a wife, the one who is elopement becomes a concubine. Although she originally had such a noble birth, she was still only taken to the Wen mansion in a small sedan chair and became just a concubine of Wen Ziyun. In order to make the Wen family treat his daughter better, Li's father tolerated Wen Ximin in every way in the court and secretly made arrangements for Wen Ziyun to enter the court and hold a high position. But Wen Ziyun turned around and married the Shangshu mansion's daughter as his wife. Meng Qingyu had been at odds with the original body since childhood. Now that she had the natural power to suppress him, she tortured the original body in the backyard of the Wen residence until she could not raise her head. In the end, she had a miscarriage and died from excessive blood loss. The Li family was also jointly targeted by the Wen family and the Shangshu mansion, and was eventually slandered for treason, and the entire family was exiled. Seeing this, Li Yunyan's fists hardened. In her heart, she cursed the scumbag and his family to death. She tied the bag in her hand tightly, looked around, tiptoed, and lightly jumped onto the corner of the wall. Sure enough, I saw an inconspicuous carriage parked in the corner of the side door. The horse seemed very dissatisfied with working overtime in the middle of the night and was snorting impatiently. A cold light flashed in Li Yunyan's eyes. He found a small stone nearby and threw it at the horse's body. The stone hit the horse accurately, and the horse neighed in pain and started to run away. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from Li Yunyan's sight. Li Yunyan jumped off the corner of the wall, clapped her hands, and returned to her room relying on her memory of the plot. Her maid Ziyun was keeping watch outside, and was still fast asleep. The original owner had made her drink a cup of tea with a large dose of knockout drug in it before going to bed. Ziyun was completely unprepared and fell down after drinking it. Li Yunyan squatted down and took her pulse and was speechless for a while. The original body was eager to escape, so the dosage was too heavy, enough to make Ziyun sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. She took out the silver needles she bought from the system and inserted them into several of her acupuncture points to ensure that she would wake up normally tomorrow morning. Then he put the small and soft things in the bag back in place, looked them over to make sure there was nothing wrong, tidied himself up, and went to bed. Just before falling asleep, she discovered a problem. System, who should I capture then? Host, the most outstanding man in the entire Chu Kong dynasty, is of course His Majesty the Emperor. Emperor? Li Yunyan has always been somewhat resistant to the Emperor's personality. No. I have a cleanliness fetish. The system knew her nature very well, and quickly threw out a photo, and dubbed, Host, the Emperor in this small world is still innocent. Yep. Then. Take a look. As soon as Li Yunyan saw the photo, she couldn't take her eyes off it. Chu Xingma, Emperor, 18 years old, 192 centimeters tall, cold personality, hates women. Chu Xingma in the photo has narrow and cold eyes, like an eagle in the dark, cold, aloof, yet domineering. He has a tall and straight figure, a very superior height, excellent facial features, deep and sharp lines, and exudes an innate aura of a superior. Li Yunyan swallowed unconsciously when she saw this. Pulling down the superior from the altar, or something like that, is exciting just thinking about it. System. Why is he still innocent? Is it because he hasn't had time to stuff someone into his harem yet? Or is it because his body is not good enough? Li Yunyan now has a shadow on the word hidden disease. Men's words are lies. She will never believe such nonsense again. Neither. The data shows that Chu Xingma was disgusted by his own wet nurse when he was a teenager, and he has stayed away from any woman since then. In other words, he is disgusted by the sight of women. My dear, there is more to come after this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. It will be even more exciting later.
Vet nurse. This
is a job for different generations, right? The nurse was less than 30 years old at the time, and she thought she still had some charm. If she became the prince's first woman, she would have endless wealth and glory, so she took a risky move. However, Chu Xingma kicked her off the bed, dragged her out, and beheaded her on the spot. From then on, he developed a psychological shadow of being disgusted by women. So exaggerated? Li Yunyan didn't know for a moment whether to scold the wet nurse for eating grass at the nest or to scold Chu Xingma for generalizing the whole group. So there are no women in his harem? Chu Xingma has several women in his harem, but they were all given to him by the Queen Mother. He has never touched any of them. Li Yunyan frowned and thought, if she entered the palace, she would inevitably have to fight with these women, and troubles would surely come one after another. But if she did not enter the palace, she would not have the chance to come into contact with Chu Xingma. Thinking of that face, ugh. Li Yunyan thinks that occasional palace fighting is no big deal. Just think of it as a way to practice acting skills. Moreover, who knows whether the Leaf family will continue to suffer the slander in the original plot in the future. If she were in the palace, at least she could say a few words for her family. Having made up his mind, Li Yunyan asked, "System, is there any way to enter the palace?" Host, in 2 months the Queen Mother will be organizing a beauty pageant for Chu Xingma. Many noble ladies have already signed up. Selection? Li Yunyan smiled with interest. It sounded like it was quite fun. Then I'll go to the show too. The next day, Li Yunyan got up very early. She called Ziyun and helped her wash and dress. "Miss." Ziyu came in with hot water, and while twisting her towel, she asked, "Miss, why did you get up so early today?" Li Yunyan took the handkerchief, spread it out, and covered her face with it to wake herself up. If she didn't have something to do, she would rarely get up so early. Through the handkerchief, she answered in a muffled voice, "I want to have breakfast with my parents today." Ziyu was delighted when she heard this. The young lady took the initiative to have dinner with the master and the mistress. If the master and the mistress knew about this, they would definitely be very happy. Then I will be more skillful. Then I will dress the young lady up beautifully. Ziyu called 2 little maids to watch over here and happily walked into the room where clothes and jewelry were kept to help Li Yunyan choose the clothes and jewelry she would wear later. There are rumors that her daughter is arrogant and domineering, but that's not true. The daughter has a good temper, just a little willful, but she is actually very good to the servants. The young lady never blamed or scolded them. If she was in a good mood, she would even reward them with her own food and jewelry. She was simply the best master. Ziyu picked out a lilac-colored corseted long dress for Li Yunyan with a white satin embroidered bodice on her chest. Her hair was tied into a bun with a jade hairpin inserted in it, making her look elegant and gentle. Li Yunyan rejected Ziyu's request to put a few more hairpins on her head. She stood up from the bronze mirror and said, "That's good. Let's go." Ziyu quietly put the golden hairpin in her hand back into the dressing box and felt that the lady seemed a little different today. In the past, young ladies liked to dress up to be dazzling, and every time they went out, they would wear at least 2 or 3 hairpins in their hair. But her daughter was beautiful, the most beautiful woman in the entire Chu Kong dynasty. No matter whether she was dressed simply or elegantly, she was still so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off her. "Miss, please wait for me." Li Yunyan came to Kahiyuan. Her father Li Biashan and her mother Xin Yuho were there, but her brother was still in the military camp and had not returned. "My daughter greets my father and mother. It's Yener who's here." Li Biashan and Xin Yuho were both very surprised. Before, Li Yunyan insisted on marrying Ziyun, and when they refused, their daughter threatened to die and had a big fight with them. I have been angry with them for several days. This time their daughter came over on her own initiative, which seemed to indicate that she was repentant. Li Biashan and Xin Yuho were both very happy. Li Yunyan maintained her original personality and coquettishly said to the two, "Dad, Mom, your daughter is here to have breakfast with you." "Mom, I want to eat dragon beard cake, crystal cake, and peony juice." Okay. Xin Yuho smiled tenderly. "Mom will ask the kitchen to make it for you." "Thank you, Mom." Li Yunyan sat down between his parents and turned to look at Li Biashan. "Dad, have you been doing well in the court recently?" "What?" Yener is still concerned about Dad's affairs in the court. Although Li Biashan dotes on his daughter, he also knows his daughter's personality. She usually doesn't care about anything. If there is nothing wrong, she will never ask about his court affairs. Li Yunyan pouted and said coquettishly, "Dad, don't say that. It's as if your daughter doesn't care about you." Li Biashan smiled cheerfully. Okay. Dad knows Yener cares about me.
Tell me.
What do you want this time? Mom, look at Dad. Li Yunyan refused to give in. She held onto the hand of Xin Yuho beside her and shook back and forth, looking aggrieved as if her father had made her angry. "Oh, you old fool." Xin Yuho hit Li Biashan in a vain manner. "You should be happy that your daughter cares about you. She even chose you." Li Biashan was not annoyed by being beaten by his wife and laughed even louder. Okay. It's all Daddy's fault." "Yena, it's Daddy's fault. I blame you." Li Yunyan put her hands on her hips. Seeing that her parents' faces were filled with smiles, she also smiled happily. Dad, Mom, I actually have something to tell you. The smiles on Li Biashan and Xinyua's faces froze immediately. They knew that this was not going to happen. My daughter is so well-behaved today. Could it be that she still wants to marry that boy Wenzian? Wenzian, that boy, looks shrewd, and he is not easy to get along with. His daughter Yener is so simple-minded. If she really marries him, she will definitely be bullied to death in the future. What's more, Wenximin has always had different political views from Li Bizan, so it is absolutely impossible for us to become relatives with his family. It's just that my daughter doesn't understand these things. I tried to explain them to her before, but she refused to listen after just a few words and insisted that they were prejudiced against the Wen family.
Why?
It's true that girls can't be kept when they grow up. Li Yunyan saw the sad expressions on her parents' faces and knew that they were thinking wrongly. However, she came here today for this matter, but what she wanted to say was the opposite of what they thought. Dad, Mom, Li Yunyan said carefully, I was ignorant before and made you worry. Now I have figured it out and don't want to marry Wenzian anymore. Are you serious? Xinyuha exclaimed in surprise, and Li Biashan was also surprised. Yener, have you really figured it out? It's true. Dad, I wanted to ask you about what happened in the court just now because I found that Wenzian is not as simple as he seems on the surface. I have seen through him, so I don't want to marry him anymore. What do you know? Li Bizan had a solemn look on his face. If even the innocent Yener could see that something was wrong, then there must be someone secretly behind the Wen family. Li Yunyan didn't know how the evidence accusing the Li family of colluding with the enemy and betraying the country was fabricated in the original plot, but it was definitely related to the Wen family. She looked around and saw that besides the three of them, there were only their confidants in the room, so she whispered, Dad, I don't have any evidence, but I just think the Wen family is weird. Dad, can you ask someone to investigate secretly? As a prime minister, Li Biashan had a lot of power in his hands. He nodded solemnly. I will ask someone to investigate. Yener, you are simple-minded and can't hide things. Don't ask about these things in the future. Yes, Yener, your father and your brother are here to deal with these matters. You must not interfere in the future, okay? Xinyuha held Li Yunyan's hand anxiously, feeling relieved and sad. Her daughter finally grew up. She no longer obsessed with irrelevant people, and she also knew how to care about her family. Okay, Dad and Mom, don't worry. I will protect myself. At this time, the kitchen had already delivered breakfast and placed all of Li Yunyan's favorite dishes in front of her. Li Biashan and Xinyuha picked up dishes for her from both sides, and Li Yunyan ate happily. Dad, Mom, I have something to say. After finishing her breakfast, Li Yunyan drank the peony juice in small sips and put on a flattering smile again. What's the matter? Li Bizan had a bad feeling when he saw her smile.
Daddy.
I want to participate in a talent show. What? Li Biashan and Xinyuha were both so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. My daughter just jumped over a big pit, and now she wants to jump into another deeper pit? Just now they thought their daughter had grown up and become sensible, but the result was still the same as before, doing whatever she thought. Li Biashan refused at first. Yener, don't be silly. You are my daughter, Li Biashan, and you can choose any good man in the entire Chu Kong dynasty. Is there any good man you want to marry? Why do you want to enter the palace? Li Biashan thought that Li Yunyan was emotionally hurt by Wenzian, so he was disheartened and wanted to escape into the palace. Xinyuha also thought so. Her daughter has always been arrogant. Maybe she felt hurt by Wenzian, so she wanted to find a man better than Wenzian to annoy him. Yener, don't be impulsive. You are still young now, we can talk about getting married later. Li Yunyan saw that Li Biashan was so angry that he was blowing his beard and glaring, and Xinyuha also looked extremely worried, so he quickly comforted him. Dad, Mom, don't be angry yet. Just listen to me. She changed her usual playful smile and said seriously, Dad, Mom, I want to enter the palace, not because I am angry nor because I think the palace is fun, but because…
Cough.
I like His Majesty. What? Are you pleased, Your Majesty? Li's father and mother were even more unconvinced. Yener, you haven't even seen His Majesty. Why would you be so fond of him? I haven't seen it, but my daughter has heard about it. Li Yunyan acted like a little girl in love and said shyly, I often hear people mention your Majesty's great achievements. Your Majesty is wise and brave, good at fighting, and loves the people like his own children. When he was the crown prince, he was even called the god of war. Besides, Li Yunyan said with a blushing face, I heard that your Majesty is very handsome. A frown appeared on Shen Yuha's face. After hearing her daughter's last sentence, she realized that this was probably her main purpose. Her daughter, like her, has liked good-looking people since she was a child. Not to mention the people. Even when it comes to food, every piece of pastry must be of the same shape and size. Every slice of meat must be cut very nicely and evenly. Every ingredient must be carefully selected, and the containers and plating must be exquisite. Only then will she eat. Only in their family can they afford such a picky child. If it were in another family, he would have starved to death. It seems that even the royal family can afford it. Shen Yuha touched his nose and rarely objected. Li Bieshan was annoyed. Ridiculous. You want to enter the palace just after hearing these things? Do you know what kind of personality His Majesty has? Do you know that there are many rules in the palace? Do you know that if you enter the palace, how long will it take to see your family again? I've thought about all this. Li Yunyan was still very determined. Dad, even if I don't enter the palace and marry someone else, I still have to serve my parents-in-law and my husband, and I have to abide by many rules of my husband's family. I can't come back to my parents' home often. It's the same no matter where I marry, Li Bieshan said in a deep voice. You know, His Majesty is very temperamental. If you accidentally provoke His Majesty's wrath, then your father won't have time to clean up the mess for you. Dad. Li Yunyan took Li Bieshan's arm, rested her head on his arm, and said coquettishly, I know Dad is worried about his daughter, but I am sensible now and will not do stupid things again. Besides, my father is the Prime Minister. Even if His Majesty is moody, he can't punish me when I haven't made any mistakes, right? Seeing that Li Bieshan was silent with a sullen face, she pulled Li's mother's arm and shook it. Mom, please help me talk to Dad. Shen Yuha helplessly tapped her daughter's forehead, thought for a moment, and asked, This husband. So what do you think? Is the current emperor a good match? Li Bieshan laughed angrily. You guys actually picked it. Shen Yuha took it for granted. Our Yenner is so good. She deserves to be paired with the best man in the world. That's true. Don't tell me. From the perspective of my father-in-law, your Majesty has a good family background, good knowledge, good martial arts, and good looks. It seems that he is really a good son-in-law. Ahem. Stop. Li Bieshan frowned again and said, Your Majesty already has 3 concubines in the harem. Although there is no queen yet and no children, with Yenner's personality, can she fight against them if she enters the palace? I can. Li Yunyan put his hands on his waist and said boldly, The first young master likes me, so His Majesty will like me too. Shen Yuha wanted to sew her mouth shut. She pinched her face and whispered, My little ancestor. How dare you say anything? Comparing His Majesty to Ziyun. If outsiders hear you, you will definitely be framed again. I'm not afraid. Li Yunyan held his head high, looking fearless. My father worked hard to become the Prime Minister, but he didn't want me to be bullied by others outside. You little mouth. Li Bieshan laughed. Yenner is right. Dad worked hard to become the Prime Minister. There is no reason for me to let my wife and children suffer. Since Yenner wants to enter the palace, Dad will arrange it for you. Thank you, Dad. Li Yunyan jumped up with joy. With the support of her father, the Prime Minister, she will be able to walk freely in the palace in the future. Leaving the matter of entering the palace to her father to arrange, Li Yunyan acted like a good daughter in front of Shen Yuha for a while, and then happily returned to her own courtyard. At dusk, Ziyun came in from outside and said to Li Yunyan stealthily, Miss, Master Wen is here, and he wants to see you. Li Yunyan raised her eyebrows. Where is he? Ziyun whispered in her ear. Master Wen is still waiting for Miss outside the side door as before. Oh, darn scumbag. How dare you come? Last night, Li Yunyan drove away his carriage and did not elope with him. It seems that he still won't give up and came to her again today.
No.
Tell him not to come again. Ziyun had been on high alert ever since she finished speaking. paying attention to Li Yunyan's reaction. After hearing what she said, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the young lady had just told the master and the lady this morning that she had given up on Master Wen. Now that Master Wen came to her eagerly, she was afraid that the young lady would not be able to control herself and would soften her heart towards him again. Fortunately, it seems that the lady has really made up her mind this time.
Yes.
I'll go right away. Ziyun ran out happily. When Ziyun sat lazily in the carriage, glancing at the side door of the Li mansion through the curtain from time to time, waiting for the door to be opened. Last night, his horse got frightened for some reason and suddenly ran away. When he calmed the horse down, it was already far away from Li's residence. He was too lazy to go back to look for Li Yunyan, knowing that if she couldn't wait for him, she would go back. I wonder how long that silly girl waited last night? When Ziyun smiled confidently. No matter how long she waited, as long as he said a few soft words to her, she would forgive him. The side door opened. When Ziyun looked over there, thinking that he would see a beautiful figure dressed up carefully, running towards his carriage with a brilliant smile, just like in the past. Unexpectedly, the person who came out was just a maid. He knew that maid. She was Ziyun, who was beside Li Yunyan. Could it be that she waited for me for too long last night and caught a cold? Ziyun ran all the way from Li Yunyan's yard. When she saw the familiar carriage, a hint of sarcasm flashed in her eyes. This Master Wen always met with the young lady in private, which was against etiquette. But the young lady had been in love with him before, and as her maid, she could neither interfere nor tell the master and the lady. It was so suffocating. Now, the lady finally figured it out. Then, she doesn't have to be nice to him anymore. Where's your lady? Ziyun let it go and replied unhappily. Master Wen, our young lady doesn't want to see you. Please go back. And our young lady told Master Wen not to come again in the future. The smile on Wen Ziyun's face disappeared.
He was surprised.
He thought Li Yunyan didn't come out to see him because she caught a cold, but he didn't expect that she actually annoyed him. It seems that he broke his promise last night and hurt her heart. When Ziyun's eyes flashed with impatience. He originally wanted to coax her about what happened last night and then make another appointment with her. Unexpectedly, Li Yunyan got angry and started a fight with him. Then, he doesn't want to coax her anymore. If I ignore her for a few days, she will still come to me eagerly. He concealed his emotions, his face still as gentle as usual, and said to Ziyun, Tell Yenner to tell her that I will come to see her in a few days when she is calmed down. After saying that, he lowered the curtain and said, Sure, Xiao, go back home. Yes, master. The carriage sped away. Hey, I haven't finished talking yet. Ziyun stamped her feet in anger. This Master Wen pretended to be a great man outside, but in fact he had no manners at all. She wanted to scold him and call him a toad who could not eat swan meat. But he actually ran away like this. Really? Next time she has to move her mouth faster, otherwise she won't have a chance to show off. Ziyun quickly went back to report to the young lady. After listening to her, Li Yunyan nodded casually. She didn't have the heart to care about the scumbag now. In the evening, Li Bizan came back and told Li Yunyan that arrangements had been made for her to enter the palace. 2 months later, she would be able to enter the palace with other concubines. Very good. With a father who is the prime minister, you can be very efficient in doing things. When Ziyun originally thought that Li Yunyan would come to him eagerly after being unable to bear it for a few days, but he didn't expect that after waiting for a long time, he actually got the news that she would enter the palace next month. How is this possible? When Ziyun is very confident in himself. Li Yunyan obviously has deep feelings for him, so how could she be willing to enter the palace? Could it be that someone in her family forced her? Or was this her way of playing hard to get with him? When Ziyun once again came to the side door of the Li mansion and knocked on the door personally. A waiter opened the door. Sir, what do you want? My name is Wen Ziyun, and I would like to see Miss Yunyan. Please let me know. When Ziyun felt that he had been humble enough, so he took the initiative to look for her again. She would come to see him no matter what this time, right? The young man snorted. Another toad who wants to eat swan meat. Sir, if you want to see our young lady, Please pass the letter through the main gate. Then he slammed the door shut and locked it. When Ziyun was praised as the #1 son, and he was flattered wherever he went. He had never been rejected like this before. Now he has eaten it twice on Li Yunyan. He found it incredible. What medicine did Li Yunyan take wrongly? Why did she suddenly treat him like this? When Ziyun didn't believe it, so he knocked on the door every day for the next half-month. The waiter at the side door even recognized him, and when he knocked again, the waiter simply didn't even open the door. Li Yunyan has been preparing to enter the palace for some time. She has not even left the Li mansion, nor attended any banquets held by other families. As a result, when Ziyun was unable to stop her even if he wanted to. Seeing that Li Yunyan was going to enter the palace in half a month, when Ziyun became anxious. Could she be serious?
How can that be?
Although Li Yunyan is an embroidered pillow, she is the only girl in Li Xiang's family, and he must hold her firmly in his hands. After returning to the Wen mansion, when Ziyun was called by Wen Ximin to have a long talk for 2 hours. When he came out again, he said to Xiao Dian with a sullen face, "Shou, go to the Shangshu mansion and tell Meng Qingyu that I want to see her." "Yes, sir." In the blink of an eye, it was time to enter the palace. During the past 2 months, Li Yunyan has been spending time with her parents every day and has never done or said anything stupid. Li Biashan and Xin Yuha are now convinced that their daughter has really grown up and become sensible. In the past 2 months, Li Yunyan learned everything she needed to learn and made all the necessary preparations. It was not until the day before she entered the palace that she moved in with the other noble ladies participating in the selection. I have to say it's good to have a relationship. The other ladies have already come here a month in advance. But there is one exception. When Li Yunyan changed into the clothes of a concubine and stood with other concubines, a figure came late. Li Yunyan's almond-shaped eyes widened slightly. The person who came was actually Meng Qingyu. Isn't she Wen Ziyun's future wife? How could she possibly participate in a talent show? Could it be that her transformation brought about the butterfly effect? Li Yunyan was in a daze when she saw Meng Qingyu smile at her. The smile looked gentle and harmless, but Li Yunyan had seen her smile like this several times in the plot and knew that under this seemingly gentle smile, there was actually a murderous intention buried. Is this directed at me? She didn't even compete with her for the scumbag. Why did Meng Qingyu still keep biting her? Is she sick? Chu Xingma was not interested in women. The Queen Mother forced him to agree to this beauty pageant, so the event was not grand. In the end, there were only 20 beauties selected from the noble ladies who registered. Today is their last night living in the royal villa. After tonight and tomorrow morning, they will all move into the Zhuxiu Palace in the harem. It was not known whether it was intentional or not, but because Li Yunyan and Meng Qingyu were the last to arrive, Aunt Jiang, who was in charge, arranged them in the same room. Aunt Jiang knew the identities of both of them. One was the daughter of the Prime Minister, and the other was the daughter of the Minister. No matter which one, she could not afford to offend. She said gently, "You 2 girls, please stay here for 1 night. When we get to the palace, there will be more space. I will then arrange a more spacious place for you 2 girls." Li Yunyan bowed to her and said in a sweet voice, "Aunt, you are too kind. It's my fault that Sister Meng and I were late. I hope you won't blame us." After saying that, he looked at Meng Qingyu innocently. "Sister Meng, what do you think?" Meng Qingyu looked at Li Yunyan with a strange expression. How come this idiot has become so eloquent? It seems like what Brother Ziyun said is true. I don't know what medicine Li Yunyan took that made her start to grow a brain. Humph. Even if she becomes a little smarter, what good is that? No matter how eloquent she becomes, she must keep her in the villa tonight. Thinking of Brother Ziyun's promise to her, Meng Qingyu's heart was overwhelmed with joy, and there was a hint of sarcasm in her eyes when she looked at Li Yunyan. Brother Ziyun told her to find a way to prevent Li Yunyan from entering the palace smoothly. As long as she succeeded in this, she would become his legal wife, while Li Yunyan would only be his concubine and could be bullied by her. There was coldness in Meng Qingyu's eyes. If Li Yunyan dared to compete with her for Brother Ziyun, then she would not only stop her from entering the palace, but also prevent her from even being Brother Ziyun's concubine. She was thinking about something and forgot about Li Yunyan and Aunt Jiang, who were waiting for her answer. Li Yunyan suddenly acted panicked, bowed to Aunt Jiang again and said, "Aunt Jiang, Sister Meng is not like this usually. She didn't mean to ignore you. Please don't blame Sister Meng." Only then did Meng Qingyu come back to his senses. She had not come here sincerely for the beauty pageant in the first place. Anyway, she would be staying in the villa, like Li Yunyan tonight. She had no real respect for the aunt in charge, and just treated her as a servant. Seeing Li Yunyan still speaking for him foolishly, Meng Qingyu sneered, without saying a word, turned around and walked towards the house where he would stay tonight. Li Yunyan looked embarrassed and bowed to Aunt Jiang apologetically, then trotted behind Meng Qingyu. "Sister Meng, wait for me." Aunt Jiang looked at their backs, lowered her eyes, and concealed the light in her eyes. She had heard people say that Li Xiang's daughter was an embroidered pillow with no talent, no art, and no morals. But after meeting her just now, she felt that this person was kind-hearted, simple, and innocent, a piece of unpolished jade. On the other hand, the daughter of the Shangshu had too many calculations in her eyes and was extremely arrogant and rude to the servants. Aunt Jiang had seen too many women like this. They might be suitable for living in the palace, but they would never catch the eyes of His Majesty. Aunt Jiang snorted coldly. These concubines didn't know that she actually had another identity, that of an aunt to the Queen Mother. This time, she was ordered by the Queen Mother to teach the concubines and to understand their personalities in advance. Her evaluation of the concubine will play a crucial role. Li Yunyan followed Meng Qingyu into the room, picked a bed, and lay down on it. He shouted in a somewhat exaggerated tone, "I am so tired. My old waist." Meng Qingyu rolled her eyes secretly. Just now, Li Yunyan was pretending to be serious, but as soon as she entered the house, her true colors were revealed. He is still the same talentless and immoral idiot as before. Her vigilance towards her suddenly disappeared, and all that was left was contempt. He asked, "Sister Yenner, why do you want to enter the palace?" Li Yunyan turned her beautiful face and said sincerely, "Because I want to see His Majesty." Meng Qingyu got angry whenever she saw her face. It was because of that face that Brother Ziyun treated this idiot differently. She pretended to be casual and said, "I heard that you and Master Wen were in love with each other, and I thought you would marry into the Wen family in the future. How is that possible?" Li Yunyan firmly denied, "I have always had only Your Majesty in my heart. Before, it was Master Wen who was always pestering me, and I was really annoyed with him." Li Yunyan readily threw the pot to Wen Ziyun. When he had been dealing with her privately before, he always avoided people. The rumors about the two of them were also spread intentionally by the original body, thinking that he could control Wen Ziyun in this way. Who knew that Wen Ziyun would become even more cautious after hearing those rumors? The two of them didn't even exchange letters. It was always Wen Ziyun who secretly approached her, and if there was anything to say, he would say it to her face. Therefore, no one except their personal servants witnessed what happened between them, and only they two knew about their plan to elope. Li Yunyan spoke with such sincerity that Meng Qingyu's temples began to throb and her eyebrows became more and more wrinkled. "You said Master Wen is pestering you?" she asked in disbelief. "Yes," Li Yunyan said helplessly. "That Wen Ziyun looks like a gentleman on the surface, but he always waits outside the side door of my house every other day and won't leave. My servants are almost fed up with him. How is this possible? Master Wen is a handsome man. How could he possibly like?" Meng Qingyu stopped talking in time. She still had a bit of rationality left and did not say the words, "You idiot." Li Yunyan smiled knowingly. "I know you ladies are jealous of me, but there is nothing we can do. Who made me so pretty? Maybe Master Wen just likes my type. But now I am going to enter the palace, so he won't have the chance to pester me anymore." After Li Yunyan finished speaking, she seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. She lifted one leg and placed it on the other leg, shaking it back and forth with a lot of rhythm. Meng Qingyu was almost vomiting blood because of her. Brother Ziyun is such a good person, but in her mouth, he is described as a frivolous playboy. However, Li Yunyan is a fool, and what she just said makes sense. so she shouldn't lie to her. Brother Ziyun kept saying that Li Yunyan liked him. Could it be that Brother Ziyun actually made it up? In fact, the real situation is, Brother Ziyun has been pestering and beating Li Yunyan. Meng Qingyu felt like the sky was falling. Then why did he rush to find me some time ago and ask me to stop Li Yunyan from entering the palace, even promising to marry me? Was it because he couldn't bear to part with Li Yunyan? But Brother Ziyun said he wanted to marry her.
No.
A fierce light flashed in Meng Qingyu's eyes. Brother Ziyun is hers. She can't let Li Yunyan take Brother Ziyun away. Meng Qingyu suddenly felt malicious and looked at Li Yunyan's charming face with an ambiguous smile on his lips. Li Yunyan felt that she could no longer act. Meng Qingyu's acting skills were really terrible, or maybe she felt that she couldn't see it and didn't even try to cover it up. Li Yunyan was afraid of revealing something, so she simply closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep in this position, waiting to see what other tricks Meng Qingyu would come up with. Late at night, Meng Qingyu brought a porcelain bowl and called her to get up in a worried tone. Sister Yenner, you went to bed without having dinner. Hurry up and eat something. Li Yunyan slowly opened her eyes and thought that she might as well call herself Dalong. Because at this moment, alarm bells were ringing wildly in her mind. Warning! Warning! There are drugs in the porridge. There is also medicine that can make people have rashes. Please do not take it. A drug for a rash. Meng Qingyu is really willing to do that. Li Yunyan smiled coldly. System, can the detoxification pills solve these two kinds of medicines? Of course. System production. Okay, I know. Li Yunyan interrupted the system's next words and sat up from the bed. She picked up the bowl in her hand with a look of emotion and innocence, walked to the table in the room and sat down, saying sweetly, "Thank you, Sister Meng." Meng Qingyu also sat down with her. At this moment, the smile on her face was like that of a witch. She grinned and said, "Eat quickly." Li Yunyan picked up the spoon without hesitation, put the porridge to her mouth and blew it gently. Under her extremely expectant gaze, he took half a sip. After a moment, the spoon fell into the bowl, and Li Yunyan's head dropped and fell on the table. Meng Qingyu chuckled and looked down at her. Li Yunyan closed her eyes and pretended to be dazed, waiting to see what she was going to do next. About half a cup of time had passed when she heard Meng Qingyu ask suspiciously, "Why hasn't the rash appeared yet?" Then Li Yunyan heard the grabbing sound again. "That's not right. How come I have a rash but this idiot hasn't? Maybe I'm eating too little. Never mind. She's already fainted anyway. As long as I destroy her appearance now, even if she stays, Brother Ziyun won't like her anymore." Li Yunyan suddenly opened her eyes, which startled Meng Qingyu. She quickly hid the dagger in her hand behind her. Meng Qingyu stammered, "Sister Yenner, why are you awake?" Li Yunyan smiled harmlessly. "Sister Meng, I'm so good to you. How dare you want to harm me?" "Sister Yenner, you misunderstood. I just. Meng Qingyu had never expected that she would wake up suddenly, and for a moment she couldn't even find an excuse. Li Yunyan was too lazy to listen to her nonsense, so she stepped forward and knocked her out with a single blow. "Host, Chu Xingma is nearby."
Chu Xingmo?
"The Emperor." Li Yunyan dragged Meng Qingyu back to the bed and asked, "What is he doing here? Is he here to peek at the concubines?" The Queen Mother insisted that he come over to take a look, but he was unwilling to come in and stood on the wall of the outer courtyard to get some fresh air. Oh, there's filial piety, but not much. Li Yunyan entered the palace just to capture Chu Xingma. Now that he is here, she will not miss this opportunity. "System, can you handle the dirty stuff? Neither this bowl nor this dagger can be kept." "Yes, host." As long as the points are given in place, Xiao Tong will be the host's strongest logistics. Buckle it. In the blink of an eye, the bowl of porridge and the dagger disappeared. Li Yunyan searched Meng Qingyu's body all over, but did not find any other poison or weapons, but did find several banknotes. After counting, there were 500 taels in total. She checked it against the candlelight and found no obvious markings on it, then happily put it in her pocket. Meng Qingyu wanted to harm her, so it's not too much for her to charge him some compensation for mental damages, right? After cleaning up the crime scene, Li Yunyan looked at herself in the bronze mirror and quietly slipped out of the room. Chu Xingma stood with his hands behind his back and looked up at the night sky. Today is the 15th day of the lunar month. The round moon is like a jade plate hanging in the sky, casting down beautiful and clear light, making people feel relaxed and happy. At this time, a sweet voice came from under the wall. "Guard brother, how do I get to the kitchen?" Chu Xingma lowered his head in surprise, and the first thing he saw was a woman's face. He frowned slightly. Why is there still a woman walking around in the villa at this time? How come I didn't notice her approaching? Li Yunyan had a pure and harmless smile on her face, and she kept a very measured distance from him. Chu Xingma disliked women, so she couldn't get too close to him from the beginning, as it would disgust him. The current distance allowed him to see her clearly without making him too wary. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Li Yunyan blinked in confusion and bowed to him again. "Don't blame me, brother guard. I'm a young lady who just came here today. I forgot to eat at night, and now I'm very hungry, so I wanted to come out to find something to eat." She raised her hand and swore, "I promise to only eat a little and then go back. I definitely won't eat more. Is this a matter of worrying about her eating too much?" Chu Xingma frowned. Is this the beauty chosen for him by his mother? She was so stupid that she not only mistook him for a guard, but even forgot to eat. What else could we expect her to do? Li Yunyan blinked again and called softly, "Brother guard." Chu Xingma lowered his eyes and glanced at the black robe with gold embroidery and dark dragon patterns on his body. Perhaps this pattern was too obscure? Forget it. She is just a concubine. Are you really going to let her starve to death? He raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the kitchen. Li Yunyan's face immediately showed joy, and she bowed to him in gratitude. "Thank you, brother guard." Without any hesitation, she picked up her skirt and trotted towards the kitchen. The last bit of doubt in Chu Xingma's heart was dispelled. This woman couldn't possibly know that he was the emperor. Otherwise, she wouldn't have run so fast. He snorted softly. The woman's eyes were clear, and there was no calculation in them when she looked at him. He actually did not feel disgusted, which was rare. Moreover, it was the first time that a woman only had eyes for food and not for him, which was interesting. Thinking back to the woman's face just now, I didn't pay attention to it and can't remember it. But he remembered those eyes, which were so bright and shining that they seemed brighter than the moonlight tonight. Li Yunyan followed the direction Chu Xingma pointed and successfully found the kitchen. There was no one in the kitchen, but food should still be found. She didn't eat tonight, and now she is indeed a little hungry. The moonlight was just right tonight, and she could see the layout of the kitchen clearly without turning on the lights. She lifted several pot lids and finally found 3 white flour dumplings in a steamer. She ate 2 of them with water, put one in her hand, closed the kitchen door, and trotted back. When passing the wall, Li Yunyan looked up and saw that Chu Xingma had not left yet. Chu Xingma watched her enter the kitchen and then return the same way. He was the emperor, and it was impossible for him to avoid a little concubine. Then, he heard Li Yunyan's voice with a hint of joy. "Brother guard, go ahead." Chu Xingma caught the soft object as if it were a hidden weapon, and when he opened his hand, he saw it's actually a white flour bun. He had eaten a lot of glutinous rice dumplings when he was on the march and fighting, so he was not unfamiliar with this thing. However, after he ascended the throne, he never ate such crude food again. Li Yunyan said in a sweet voice, "Thank you, guard brother, for showing me the way. Guard brother, you have worked hard on night duty. Have a bun to fill your stomach." After she said this, she smiled brightly at him, turned around, and skipped away. Chu Xingma lowered his head, looked at the white flour bun in his palm, and fell into deep thought. After a long time, he raised his hand and took a bite as if possessed by a ghost. The taste is not bad. Better than the military ones. He didn't know whether it was because the moonlight was so beautiful tonight or he was just a little hungry, but he had finished the bun without realizing it. In a tree not far away, the real guards were trembling. "Your Majesty just ate a steamed bun of unknown origin. If anything happens, they won't be able to chop off their heads." Li Yunyan returned to the room and took the pulse of the unconscious Meng Qingyu. Meng Qingyu now has rashes on her face and body. If someone sees her like this tomorrow morning, she will definitely not be able to enter the palace. Then, she could go home naturally. Li Yunyan let out a light laugh. How could it be so easy? If you want to harm her, you have to pay the price. The next day, Meng Qingyu finally woke up from her coma. She felt as if her head weighed 1,000 pounds and there seemed to be a big lump on her neck. Hiss, she exhaled softly and raised her hand to rub her neck. Sister Meng, you're finally awake. We're all about to set off. Meng Qingyu raised her eyes and saw Li Yunyan looking at her with a worried look on her face. You to hiss. My head. Meng Qingyu pressed her hands against her temples, feeling a splitting headache and a sense that she had forgotten something. That's right. Meng Qingyu's eyes widened. She clearly wanted to drug Li Yunyan. Why was Li Yunyan standing in front of her now? Could it be that I overslept? Let's go. Hurry up, there was someone outside urging them, so when he passed by Li Yunyan and her room, he stopped and stuck his head in to call them. Okay. Coming. Li Yunyan was especially kind and helped Meng Qingyu up. Sister Meng, you got up too late. I've been waiting for you for a while. Let's go. If you go too late, you'll be punished by Aunt Jiang. Meng Qingyu was supported by Li Yunyan as she walked with a confused look on her face. She hadn't come to her senses yet and wondered why she had fallen asleep. She was clearly fully prepared. It was not until she saw Aunt Jiang's serious old face that Meng Qingyu reacted.
No.
She can't enter the palace. She raised her hand and touched her face, then looked at her hands. They were all white, tender and smooth, without a single rash. Where's her medicine? If I take it secretly now, it should still be in time. Meng Qingyu searched her body and gradually, goosebumps appeared all over her body. Her medicine, gone. Not only was the medicine gone, but also the small dagger she had secretly hidden in the sole of her shoe. The banknotes in her purse were gone too. Was she robbed? The person she was most suspicious of was Li Yunyan, who shared the room with her. Meng Qingyu looked at her with sullen eyes and saw Li Yunyan rubbing the corner of her clothes, muttering, I'm so nervous. I'm about to enter the palace. Sister Meng, I'm so nervous. What should I do? Meng Qingyu closed her eyes. Li Yunyan was so stupid, it couldn't be her.
Who could that be?
She looked around and finally fixed her eyes on Aunt Jiang. This slave was not very friendly to her yesterday. It is not impossible that he sent people to search her in the middle of the night and take away everything from her. Meng Qingyu stepped forward and opened her arms to Aunt Jiang. Give it to me. What? Aunt Jiang frowned, looking at the Shangshu's daughter, who had no manners or upbringing. You know what I'm talking about. Meng Qingyu lowered his voice and said to her sternly, My father is the minister of the current dynasty. If you know what's best for you, hand over the things you took from me. Otherwise, I will make you pay for it. You're crazy. I didn't take anything from you. How dare you make excuses? Meng Qingyu was also anxious. It would be fine if the banknotes were gone, but if the medicine was gone, she would probably have to go to the palace. She is going to marry Brother Ziyun. She couldn't care less now, so she raised her voice and said, You little dog. Give me back my things. Otherwise, I'll let my father kill you. How dare you? Aunt Jiang raised her hand and slapped her. How dare you hit me? Meng Qingyu couldn't believe that she was beaten by a slave. Aunt Jiang glanced to the side, and two servants immediately came out and pinned Meng Qingyu down. Once you enter the palace, you are a member of the royal family. As your aunt, I naturally have the right to beat you. I won't go into the palace. I don't want to go into the palace. Let me go. Meng Qingyu struggled like crazy, but her strength was no match for the two servants and she was suppressed. Li Yunyan came over and added fuel to the fire. She gently advised, Sister Meng, since you have participated in the selection of concubines, you must enter the palace. Are you treating this as a joke and coming and going as you please? After that, she covered her mouth again and whispered in a voice that could be heard by the people around her. Sister Meng, now is not the time to be angry. If people knew that your family treated the royal family's affairs as a joke, I'm sure it would be difficult to explain to Uncle Meng, seeing that everyone around started to discuss in a low voice, looking at Meng Qingyu with contempt and disdain, as if they were afraid to have anything to do with her. Meng Qingyu became so angry that her head hurt even more. "Li Yunyan, you idiot. Shut up." Li Yunyan was scolded by her and burst into tears. She sobbed, "Sister Meng, I'm doing this for your own good. Why are you still scolding me?
What?
I won't pay attention to you anymore." After saying this, she stood far away from her angrily, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief from time to time. Without Li Yunyan as a troublemaker, Meng Qingyu returned to the point. "I won't enter the palace. Aunt Jiang, let me go." Aunt Jiang had long been furious at Li Yunyan's words. The royal majesty could not be challenged. The daughter of a minister not only called for her to be killed, but also defied the majesty of heaven and treated the selection of concubines as a joke. "How can this be tolerated?" she said in a cold voice. "Since Miss Meng is here, she cannot leave without the Queen Mother's permission." Meng Qingyu was also afraid at this time. "Aunt Jiang, please let me go, okay? My father is the current minister. I will let him give you a lot of money." "Okay." Aunt Jiang smiled coldly. "I am just a dog servant. I cannot be the master of the young lady. If the young lady wants to return home, then please ask the minister to speak to the Queen Mother in person." After saying that, Aunt Jiang raised her hand and waved. "Return to the palace." "No, I don't want to enter the palace." Meng Qingyu struggled desperately, shouting and screaming. Even her hair was disheveled, like a mad woman. One of the servants took out a handkerchief from somewhere and stuffed it into her mouth. Everyone's ears were finally quiet. Aunt Jiang walked in front with a faint smile on her lips. Under normal circumstances, if there were concubines who really did not want to enter the palace, she might report the matter to the Empress Dowager and ask her to decide. But who told Meng Qingyu to be so arrogant? Since she didn't regard them as human beings, she would just follow the palace rules and just send these beauties into the palace safely. Li Yunyan walked quietly at the end, looking at Meng Qingyu, who had fallen into madness, smiling and lowering her eyes. "Meng Qingyu, this is just the beginning. I will avenge you for all the revenge you owe to the original owner, Chuxiu Palace." Because of Li Yunyan's background and Aunt Jiang's deliberate favoritism, Li Yunyan was assigned to a separate room. Although the room was not big, it had everything one could need. Li Yunyan especially thanked Aunt Jiang and even said that if His Majesty valued her in the future, she would often bring delicious food to visit her. Aunt Jiang smiled helplessly. The words, "Your Majesty values me," would sound like boasting if spoken by other concubines, but when spoken by Li Yunyan, they sounded as normal as if it were a matter of course. Even she likes this girl. The Queen Mother is eager to have a grandson, so she will probably like her too. As for His Majesty, it all depends on the luck of this girl. Meng Qingyu is no longer crazy now. She was arranged to live with 2 other concubines. She has been silent and has not made any noise. No one knows what she is thinking. Li Yunyan was too lazy to care about her. She would just deal with the enemy with her own army and the water with earth. Her first priority now was to conquer Chu Xingma. Fortunately, she had a chance on the second day after entering the palace. The Empress Dowager had high expectations for this batch of beauties. After they had rested for a day, she could not wait to summon them to the Xinang Palace for an audience. She also specifically asked Chu Xingma to put down his official duties and insisted that he come over to summon these beauties with her. Chu Xingma was unwilling in his heart. In fact, he knew in his heart that even if his mother picked more beauties for him, he would not have any feelings for them. The Queen Mother said earnestly, "Moa, just think of it as doing this for the sake of the people of the world. If you don't have an heir who will inherit the Chu Kong dynasty in the future, will the Chu family's kingdom be destroyed in your hands? You worry too much, Mother. I have made up my mind. In a few years, I will select a child from the royal family and raise him. I will never leave the country without a successor. How can it be the same?" The Queen Mother was a little disappointed. "What I want is your offspring. Your own child." Chu Xingma looked calm. "I'm sorry, I can't obey your command." The Queen Mother was so angry and helpless when she saw his indifferent expression. If it wasn't for him, why would she have fought with others to the death? The Queen Mother hated the wet nurse so much at this moment that she wished she could dig her out and grind her bones to ashes. But now that things have been decided, what we need to do now is to make Moer accept women as soon as possible. Even just one would be fine. The Queen Mother pounded her chest, thinking that she would be annoyed to death by her son sooner or later. With tears in her eyes, she said to Chu Xingma, "Moer, you think this is for your mother. If you keep going on like this, I won't be able to face your father even if I die. After 100 years, you can throw me into a mass grave and let me be the companion of wandering ghosts." "Why do you say that, mother?" Chu Xingma had a headache. Every time he talked about this, his mother would use this to threaten him. He had listened to his mother and taken 3 concubines into the palace, but he felt uncomfortable when he saw them. It was an instinctive reaction, and he couldn't control it at all. Chu Xingma wanted to say something else, but when he looked up and saw the Empress Dowager's obviously old face and a few strands of silver hair on her temples, he was unable to speak again. Forget it. It's just a trip. After the concubine enters the harem, he will have the final say. He softened his tone. "Mother, I don't want to look them in the face. Don't let them know I'm here, okay? Okay." The Queen Mother's worries turned into joy. "I'll ask someone to arrange it now. I guarantee that they can't see you, but you can see them clearly." There's Queen Mother Lao. The time for the audience had arrived, and all 20 beauties changed into uniform clothes and stood outside the Xinang Palace, waiting to be summoned. Chu Xingma's only 3 concubines also came. They were Concubine Xia, Concubine Lu, and Concubine Ji. At that time, the Queen Mother gave him 3 women and asked Chu Xingma to give them positions. Chu Xingma was too lazy to think and made all 3 of them concubines, using their surnames as titles. It can be said that he was perfunctory. The 3 concubines lived in harmony in the harem. After all, their positions were the same, without any distinction of importance. Chu Xingma never entered the harem, so there was no competition for favor. They lived in peace. Today was the day when the Queen Mother would see the concubines. Others did not know, but the 3 of them knew that His Majesty would be there today, so they came dressed up beautifully. They only saw His Majesty once on the day he entered the palace, and were captivated by his superior appearance. They have been thinking about him all the time, and have not seen him a second time until now. The 3 concubines entered the Xinang Palace first. "I pay my respects to the Queen Mother, and wish her good health and happiness." "Well, sit down." "Thank you, Queen Mother." After the 3 of them sat down, they sat dignified and quiet, but actually looked around, wondering where His Majesty was now. Chu Xingma sat behind the Empress Dowager, separated by a large Wangwali lattice screen with a dragon pattern, and was playing with the beads in his hand boredly. After the Queen Mother signaled to summon them, Aunt Jiang came over in an orderly manner with 20 beautiful girls. Your humble servant, pay my respects to the Queen Mother." May the Queen Mother be blessed with good health and good fortune. The Queen Mother was delighted to see so many beautiful women at once, and said in a gentle voice, "Everyone, stand up. Stand closer so that I can have a good look at you." "Yes." "Thank you, Queen Mother." Aunt Jiang motioned for them to take a few more steps forward, and she walked to the side of the Empress Dowager, with her hands lowered, and listened to her orders. The Queen Mother looked at them carefully for a while and felt that each of these women looked so beautiful and charming. If the late emperor were still alive, he would definitely not be willing to let any of them go. But when it came to his son's turn,
"Well,
it's so dry that I'm dying of drought, and so rainy that I'm dying of water." The Queen Mother tilted her head and whispered to Aunt Jiang, "Is there anyone who stands out?" Aunt Jiang nodded gently, glanced at Li Yunyan's position, and whispered in the Queen Mother's ear. Replying to the Queen Mother, the 3rd one on the left in the first row, "I think it's okay." "Oh." The Queen Mother looked over as she was saying and saw Li Yunyan standing there with her head lowered and her eyes submissive. All she could see was her slender figure, fair skin, and delicate and extraordinary features, which made her unforgettable. She was born with a good appearance. Aunt Jiang smiled slightly. "This girl's name is Li Yunyan. She is the daughter of Prime Minister Li's family. She has a simple and innocent personality. I think she is a little different." "So she's the daughter of Prime Minister Li." The Queen Mother was a little surprised. Prime Minister Li, that old-fashioned man, actually wanted to let his daughter enter the palace for the selection. Aunt Jiang whispered in the Queen Mother's ear. Replying to the Queen Mother, someone heard her talking to someone outside her room last night. She said that she was pleased with your majesty, so she voluntarily entered the palace. Is this true, Queen? It's absolutely true. She said it herself. No one would dislike their son being admired by others, even if her son is the emperor. After hearing that Li Yunyan liked Chu Xingma, the Queen Mother had a natural liking for her. A woman with such good taste must be good in other aspects too.